On the agenda, there were two additions from when it was published. At 11 o'clock, we had Bill Patten, Interim CEO of Sublette County Hospital District. And at 10:40, part of County Attorney Clayton Melinkovich's presentation is the Big Piney Hockey Rink project. With that stated, I'd like a request approval of the agenda in a second.
I'd have one question of Clayton before. Clayton, you mentioned possibly an executive session.
No, you guys want it.
Okay. I'd make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bradley. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Have all had a chance to read through on the prior meeting minutes? If so, are there any modifications or changes? Take a motion to accept the minutes from prior meeting.
Make a motion to approve. That's it.
Motion by Commissioner Bradley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stevens. All in favor? Aye. Any against? Accounts payable. We had a couple modification with additional items on the payroll for reimbursement expenditures by county employees. Are there any questions pertaining to the accounts payable?
Mr. Chairman, if you would, please, I'd like to make a statement.
Please.
When I look at these reimbursements, I have to believe that this is the most reimbursed county ever. And we ought to about be through with training. My goodness, these training things just keep going on and on and on and on. And there's really not much of an explanation. So at some point in time, I'd like the department heads or the elected officials who approve all these trainings, to come in and sit down and just kind of go over this.
That's a valid statement and concern, and we have it scheduled in the upcoming meetings moving forward. So yes, thank you for that,
Thank you.
Commissioner Vickery. I have a couple of items on accounts payable that I'd like some clarification on. On the 120, I think that's we have security camera maintenance in the amount of $60,304. Is that an annual? Or is that quarterly? What are we looking at on that? And it's for 120.
Give me, what's the code here?
Here.
EYNC1.
Okay. $130. It's for IT.
See, here's the voucher in the statement. But we might have to ask Lisa because it doesn't say
Okay.
anything.
We'll just go ahead and go through it. We just need to know associated time period for this item, please.
I'll ask her to come in and
Later. And then going through the next item that I have a question pertaining to is that one, ALL. It's for All American Arena Products in the amount of $81,981. It's for rubber floor SCIA. I'm trying to identify what department's receiving that double floor. Or they're receiving.
That's the hockey rink.
Okay. And I thought so also, but we have it booked over into maintenance, and we should have that over into the hockey rink, I believe.
That on Andre's budget.
Did we? Okay. Go ahead. Is that a annual or quarterly?
I'm not sure what you're looking.
Okay,
This is a 3-year, this is a contract for our security cameras.
correct. What's the time period involved in that, please? 3-year contract? Okay, no add-on in another year, or that's just how it's,
It's just-
okay.
Our security cameras, they come and do all the maintenance on our cameras. So
Okay, thank you for that. That was the question. So even though that this cost, correct, we could have approved it through Andre's budget for building maintenance. I still would like to see it as a cost associated with a hockey arena or the ice rink.
So do we need to change the budget or amend the budget that we approved to move that to some other bucket?
Yes, because it's allocated to that GL account,
Which GL account?
this
Maintenance.
one that we used on here.
Andre's maintenance, not to the hockey rink or ice rink, excuse me. So the cost goes to the ice rink, shouldn't we put it where?
So it's a building, it's Andre's over all the buildings, Andre's technically over the ice rink. I mean, that's where we put it, just like painting the jail.
Okay.
Some of the other stuff.
But if we
We
were
could
to
do
ever
it.
wanna
Doesn't matter.
lease that out or send it over, I mean, those tracks costs we need to track somewhere other than in maintenance.
That's my point, but I don't know what's been the protocol of the commissioners in the past in this regard.
Different than the work it does here. I mean, it's up to you guys. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
If you want to spin it off, you can do a budget amendment, budget change.
It would have to go through the budget transfer in December if you wanted to move it.
Please, let's do. But it's beneficial moving forward if we're able to correctly identify where the costs and capital improvements are going, rather than just overall to the courthouse, because that gives us misinformation as far as appropriate costs.
So when he presented his budget, he presented it for the ice rink, so we knew where it was going when we approved the budget.
So, and I thought the same thing. And one of the issues is he has several hats, of course, as does Billy. So was it truly put on the budget for the ice arena?
Yeah, specific line item was to replace the rubber floor and the ice.
Okay, then we don't need to change it. If you can further look into that, please. Great, thank you. Within search and rescue's budget, we have, again, and I don't understand because this will piggyback on a Commissioner Vickery statement 3 months ago. We have Rugged Mountain Aviation, where we're paying for flight time August 16th through November 15th in the amount of $83,700. And then it turns around and then we're paying for training for the same time period. So if we're paying for a service, someone agreed to this, but we need to identify why we are paying for training when they should be trained to take care of this, if that makes sense. And I think that it does. The training portion of it is for $6,000. If we can get clarification on that from search and rescue, it's already been ordered and taken care of, but we do need to, and we'll pay it, but we need clarification of why this is occurring, please.
Mr. Chairman, I
Please.
think we just need to get Kenna in here because it's very confusing. You know, I mean, if she'd come in, she could clarify it pretty easy for us, you know. And I think We went through it before and she's kind of justified, but I understand what you're saying. Looks like double billing partially,
Okay,
but she's the only one I know that's gonna be able to
okay.
clear it up, so.
Kenna Tanner? Okay, so if we can have Kenna in the next meeting regarding that. And then Billy Pape on, we have an additional down payment on a chassis for 294,898.77. Is that the new engine or is that you?
It's not a
250. Oh, okay, 250.
Yeah. Yeah,
Fire.
yeah,
I apologize.
yeah. It was the
Okay,
half payment on it, I believe.
again, yes, please.
So in the beginning of the summer, the helicopter pilots had their testing and training for the search and rescue time period from May to October. The monthly invoice for Rugged Mountain Aviation is separated into 3 items. The first is the helo contract, which is in 2-week increments. The second is if there's any training for the volunteers. So they go out and practice short haul or things like that the volunteers need to practice. And then the third is the actual SAR missions. So there's different rates for that.
So does all of that, it seems to me it's a 500,000 something dollar contract. Does
Every,
that all come off of that 500,000?
Yes.
Or is this isn't in addition?
no, it's just part of the monthly invoices, and they bill us every 2 weeks, and the rates are based on whether it's a daily contract rate or they're out on a mission or they're working with the volunteers training.
Okay.
And at the end of the year, we can compile all these and they're not gonna be over the contract amount.
I can't answer that question because I know that the missions are reimbursed through the state.
Okay. 100%. Do you know?
They have been in the past, yes.
Okay. Thank you. We'll do a little bit more research on that so I can ask better questions next time.
Sure.
Great.
Not on the contracts reimbursed, that's completely on us.
The way I understand it, yes. Sorry, I thought I heard my name.
So the missions themselves aren't part of the contract. That's coming from the state. So what's that contract cover? Just having them here on the end.
I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. So who would have that information?
That would be Kenna.
Okay.
Yes.
So maybe in the next couple sessions, what's going on is it's already past us, but we need to be probably more educated going forward.
Yeah. Every year, Sheriff Lear and Kenna come in front of the commission and explain how it works. And I know the contract's coming up to expire.
Okay.
So I can have them put something together if you want
Okay,
to
sounds, yeah,
meet.
there's no rush on it, just questions. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Okay, then we'll do a follow-up with the Shad, I believe. On that 294. Are there any other, oh,
This is, so this is a 3-year contract. The 60,000 is the annual amount.
so at 60,000 per year.
Yes, and I have that budgeted in my
Okay,
services. Here's a copy of the signed agreement we did in 2020.
great. Thank you for that. And then I have another item here, if I may, please. Lisa. I see an expenditure, oh, not you, I apologize. Wrong department. For 611. The County Extension Office, I'd like to follow up. It's already purchased and put behind us, but we have volunteer hats for $960 from a company called Range Leather. I'd like to identify how many hats and what we're paying for on that, please.
Chairman, Dagan will actually be here later this morning if you wanted to ask him.
Great, thank you. If I remember. Thanks. Those were my questions. Sorry to take the time on that. Does anyone have any other observations or questions pertaining to this?
Chairman.
Please, but
Mine's so minor. But, you know, we've discussed this for 4 or 5 years about how much we can save by getting tires here. And there was 2 purchases again this month. $1,200 when they could be $400 or $500. So I just want to make that on record, okay? That we bring it up, but nobody pays any attention to it. So.
okay. I appreciate that. I'll come back to that under old business, if I may. So we have total for accounts payable, the amount of $1,695,812.88. If there's no questions, I'll entertain a motion to accept that, please. Second. All in favor, accounts payable? Aye. Opposed? Then in addition, we have total payroll of $1,307,249.06. Any questions? If not, a motion to accept?
Second.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you for that. Mr. Pape, you're up next.
Morning. Just got my activity list. We're just,
I guess I got one question, really, and it should have come during these vouchers. Rio Verde deal for engineering a culvert on Reardon Road.
that's one that we're gonna,
Is that the ditch?
the ditch one, yeah, that's one where we have one of the capital.
I put that under old business.
We're just Clayton, trying to get everything ready now that winter's coming. We got the airport, got the runway done. We got the bike pass, we third patch 1.8 miles. We got the bridges. It's, you know, it's not a permanent fix, but it's way better than it was. So had some people that are in wheelchairs call and thank me. So
I've had a number of people stop me and say, thank you for taking care of that. Good job.
okay, so we got that all done. Any questions on our activities?
No, sir.
Just mainly now trying to get everything, get the drainage, trying to finish roads that are rough. We're reflating. My machine finally showed up. So now we're actually, just last week we got it all programmed and everything. So we are starting to make our own mag water now. So that's going really well. So took a while for, you know, there's 6 weeks turned out to be 4 months, but we got the machine now. So that's going well. Any questions on Road and Bridge?
I've won, Billy, on The Durapatch, how did it turn out? I haven't been over to look at any of it, but I assume it must have been okay on the bike paths.
Yeah, it turned out, I mean, it's not a permanent fix, but it filled the big cracks. I mean, there's a little bumps, you know, but we got them as smooth as we could. Like I was saying, some wheelchairs used it and they're happy. So it's, we got the bridge, they're smoothed up. And the, you know, what we tore out that bike path over Split Diamond there and filled it in with Rotamill, and it's holding up really well. And I've had good comments on that. So there's no safety issues.
So what kind of duration, in other words, how long will that last, do you think?
Oh, I mean, it ain't gonna give away. It'll be probably before it now, you know, because there's other cracks starting, but they're little. We tried filling them as best we could, but they'll keep cracking. It'll keep breaking apart, but it'll buy us a little bit of time. I really don't know how long it'll buy us, but it's them cracks that were 2 to 4 inches wide, they're full. So didn't notice on that bike path. I mean, when we redo it and everything, as long as we really watch, I mean, there were spots of that bike path, some of it was an inch thick, the pavement was, and some was, you know, it varied. It'd be 2 inches, be an inch, 3 inches and it wasn't consistent. And I noticed where the big cracks were, that stuff was only not even, you know, about an inch thick. So I know, like we've talked about on, well, like North Piney and that, the ones, you know, we were doing 3 inches.
Yeah, we upped it to 3.
You know, and I think that'll help a lot with the roots and stuff like that. But I think we're just gonna have to really, when we redo them, make sure that we don't have an inch of pavement. So,
Okay, thank you for that.
Eric's got some stuff.
I just got some project updates. East Green River Road's rolling right along. They've got 2 of the 3 slopes pretty well cut and finished. So they're just working on that last slope, the one that had all the rock in it, but they've been breaking it up pretty good and they're just hauling it to the waste section. So that project's rolling right along, probably be done here in a couple weeks. And cattle guards are going. We got first one done on Calpet. They're working on the southernmost one now. Then they'll do the one in the middle, and then they'll jump over to Big Sandy and do that one. Foundations are in. They're just precasting them, dropping them in, so we don't have the road closed for as long, just while that concrete street patch cures. But well, that's been going well as well. No issues so far. Cattle guards, they thought were only going to be 24s, but the sills are 28s and plans call for 28s. So we're going to get those up to 28. But no big deal. We'll get it done before the project's finished. See, chip seal, pretty well done. Just striping's all that's remains. So we'll work on that this week and next, and then that one will be a wrap also. And then the only other thing I have is on the landfill. We talked about, we were asking DEQ to level that tier out, and they went for that approval. So we got another 3 years out of that cell before we got to start doing that next line cell. So we got about 7 years left in that one. So maybe in 3 years, we'll start gearing up for getting ready for that next cell.
Good job. Thank you.
So
Thanks, Irey.
Yep.
waste management, last week we got we've been working on getting because the baler's 30 years old, so we had to redo all programming and all that. Got that all done. But the bagging system hasn't worked right for a few years, but we got that all. So yesterday we got it. And it's been kind of a trial. It was kind of there for a while. I was kind of scared we did it because we couldn't get it to do as good as it was. But now yesterday and finally, so we should be good on that just for another 5 or 6 years before we got to update them. But it's up to par, so we're good. So that was kind of a big thing down there. Shredding's going good. We're pretty much got one layer all done, so now we're moving up on the other layer. the machine's running good, so everything down there is just like clockwork.
Good.
Going good. Golf course, you know, it's been kind of towards the end. We will start. We have some like drainage issues, so I'm gonna just been kind of waiting until we gotta do it before the ground starts freezing, but I'll start attacking those issues. Just on some of the old French drains and that on some of like hole number 8 and that. Where when they put in the new sprinkler system, they just cut through them, so they're not working. So we get a lot of like these last rains, we kind of get flooding. And so we knew that, so I'll start getting them put back in. We got one spot right there by the buildings that collects, and there's a power box there that collects a lot of water. So Mike designed a drain for me, so they're gonna stake it, and we'll get that done so we don't have that problem anymore. I'll start tearing out, because we have some cart paths over there that have a lot of roots, so we'll get them tore out. I just been kind of waiting towards the end of the season. Other than that, everything's been going good over there. Any questions?
Questions?
So
Thank you.
I'll let you guys. So you're saying the runway's done, but I mean, it's a long ways from done. And I mean, you've got the rock in there. Now what's the procedure to finish a runway?
I mean, we hauled probably about 8,500 tons of pit run, and then about 4,000 yards of crush.
Yeah, I was up there a couple times, but it doesn't have to be blacktopped or nothing. I mean, they can lay it on.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure in a,
It's just a dirt.
it's just, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, they can use it now.
Oh, yeah, they were using it before, but it had
Yeah.
like rabbit brush and stuff, and they had that one plane tip up on its nose.
But eventually it might have to have something more done to it.
Yeah, they may eventually want to get it paved. It's just for when the crosswinds are going real bad,
Yeah.
but we leveled it. And it's a mile long and 60 feet wide. And we made a taxiway over to the other one. But it's just like a dirt road. We magged it, everything. It kind of was like this. Now, we got it.
Yeah, it wasn't magged the last time I was up there.
Yeah, no, it's all magged now. We finished that last Thursday.
Okay.
So it turned out pretty good. I think they seem to be happy, so we'll see.
A lot of loads.
A lot of loads. That thing was wide. Yeah.
The pile was close.
Pile was close, thank goodness.
Thanks.
You bet.
Thank you. Andre.
Morning.
Morning.
So the fire hall drain in front of the roll-up doors is complete, and we did have one, pretty good rain out there to at least test it, make sure it's working, and it is. And they also took the drain from inside the wash bay and put it to that same perforated tank. The old line we were having issues with, and when we put the camera down there, we found there was a 2x4 stuck in it from forever, probably when it was built.
Oh.
And so we got that fixed as well when we were doing that job. Obviously, you guys are probably aware that trees in the big lawn, we've got them removed. That's done. We'll plan on planting more trees on that lawn. Probably next budget, I'll probably have to budget for them. It's a 4-H gate. It's completed and we're just waiting on IT to go over there and put the program on the lady's computer and show her how to use it, which it may already be done. I'm not sure, but I haven't talked to the little lady down there in a bit. But the gate is operational and it works. The 4-H lights outside, they are done. I got the light poles done. We've already had complaints. So I called Steve this morning and he's gonna face them down. Right now, they're facing towards the 4-H building and the barn, not the highway or down the highway at all. And then one of them is facing straight down over the gate, so that it's lit up there. I guess we're just gonna face them down. I'm just hoping that it lights up the area the way we wanted for the people there. And then we're gonna look at setting the timer to maybe shut the lights off at 10 o'clock. But the problem is I know those kids go out there to deal with their animals pretty late. There's people going out there at all kinds of hours. But and then maybe have them turn on at 5 a.m. So it's light in the morning, especially in the winter. It's dark. I don't know what else to do. Trying to light it up for the people there, but then other people are going to complain. So I'll try something. So and then we'll get a different complaint. White Pine generator, that gas line has been replaced. It's done. Everything's running out there. It's been running every Wednesday like it's supposed to. The ice rink flooring that got completed. It looks really good. That flooring's pretty. It is nice, and it wasn't black, so it's kind of lit up the building even more. So it's even brighter in there now. So that's pretty much what we got done.
Excellent. Any questions for Andre?
I think so.
Great.
Amazing.
Thank you so much.
Well, one Andre, I won't let you get away.
Oh, ruined it.
Yeah, I don't want you to get spoiled. But, so are these concrete projects, these small ones, are they about done or without?
They're all done.
They're being
everything's
for all county basically.
Yeah, everything we wanted to get done this year. And it's the first year we ever got everything done in the fall. I mean, in 10 years that I've been here. So.
And all this guttering we've done last year at the fire hall, it's working like it should.
Oh yeah, that's been working.
Yeah.
You mean like the drain, like we kind of did at the other fire hall?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of why we've done it, because we've done it twice in 2 different buildings and it's worked. So.
How did the Bondurant feel fair after all this moisture? Did the drains put in up there work?
Bondurant, that's the one I was talking about. It's done and it worked. So.
Well, we got you setting back down. So he's working on that roof at the grounds.
Yeah.
How's that progressing? And
I think he's almost done with it.
so that'll be,
Last I talked to him, he
so
said.
that we paid for what he'd done inside. Because the people never showed up, but this will be a bill, what he's doing now.
I believe so. This was,
We paid ahead, kinda.
yeah, that was kind of before my time. That was when Todd Hurd was taking care of all that. And then somehow it got dropped onto me.
So
So
I don't know how we'll be able to see, but I know we went ahead and paid to get some stuff done to sort it, but we don't know for sure if it included the outside or just the inside.
I was
That's
under
all
the
right.
impression
I'm
we
not
already
putting
paid
on-
him, but I'll call him and I'll ask him, because I'm not positive and I wasn't terribly involved with that.
Yeah, okay.
So,
Might ask Jay too, because he mentioned something about it.
yeah, Jay would
I think
probably
I'd been
know.
paid quite a little for what he had finished.
Yeah,
So that outside stuff may be included.
Thank you.
yeah, because I think they were waiting on the roofing company to do something, and that never happened. And
Because they dropped off some material. I don't know what Pep did, do you? The roofing.
it's all
company?
out there still. Yeah,
Was it anything?
It was,
Mounted anything?
it was trim. It was some trim stuff.
Yeah.
But that was it.
Okay,
That
you
it?
can go now. Okay.
Good. Thanks, Andre. Peter Paulin, please. Peter, thanks for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, good morning. Here to give a quick update on our department here. I have 2 months worth of numbers here because I was not here last month to report. So In August, the Pinedale Visitor Center saw 2,947 visitors counted. It's a bit down about 20% from August of 24 and up about 4% from August of 23. The referral program held strong last month, or in August, sorry, with a 30.2% referral percentage rate. The top referrals in August were hiking and trails, outdoor recreation, and the Museum of the Mountain Man and restaurants tied for third. We reported all states visiting except for Hawaii and Mississippi. The top 3 states were Colorado, Wyoming, and Utah. Those countries were recorded as visitors listed there. We had 5 bus stops with about 50 to 55 people each for around 275 people. And then the Why Are You Here tracking category, traveling through the area at 225, Sublette County as a destination, and locals looking for information at 60. September visitation at 1,590. That was down about 16% from 2024 and down 37% from 2023. We did have a strong referral program again, or percentage rate of 31.6%, which shows me that our staff is there at the end of the summer had really a lot more opportunities and took advantage of talking to the guests that we had, so that we're able to refer people. Top referrals in September were hiking and trails, outdoor rec again, and the Mountain Man. Those 3 held pretty consistent throughout the summer. All states visited except for the 6 listed there. Top 3 states in September were Wyoming, Colorado, and Texas. Had those countries visit, and we had 4 more bus stops for about 220 people. And the Why Are You Here category, traveling through the area at 183. Sublette County is destination for 90, and locals looking for information in 50. So that's held pretty consistent throughout the summer. Those numbers for each of those categories. So we were able to get some numbers through the summer here. So overall visitors, we did see a decline in 2025 so far between June and September. You can see 2023, 24, and 25 are listed there. We recorded between June and September 11,598 guests that we recorded. I got some lodging stats throughout this from June, July, August, September. These are the lodging tax or the lodging stats for occupancy percentage and average daily rate. So for June, July, August, and September, what I do is I take an average of the hotels here in Pinedale, and they report their numbers to me, and then I take an average of all of them together. So saw a real good September was pretty good for lodging. As you can see, the other dates or the other months, we still have quite a little bit of room there for more people. The average daily rate, pretty consistent at 189 in June, 205 and 206 in August, and 191 in September, consistently above previous years. So bottom line, they're getting more for what they're getting. They're charging more. The county lodging numbers for Q1 and Q2, the lodging revenues, pretty close to the previous years. And I contest that, I guess, to the higher prices in the rooms versus a limited amount or reduced amount of visitors. And the county lodging tax revenues are pretty close. Saw 75,000 in 2023, 2024, 70,000, and 2025, 73,000. So, do I have any questions about those numbers?
Good job.
I had a question about these. One of the museum board members called the other night. The visitor center down in Big Piney, that building's owned by the museum.
Correct.
How is your staff paid? I mean, if they're there manning it, is it any museum funds go into that?
No, or regular county funds are not going towards that. We're paying through the lodging tax funds for that.
Okay.
So they are on the county payroll as part-time employees, but the lodging tax funds will reimburse the county for those hours. So, got some more stuff we can talk about. So Big Piney Visitor Center opened on the 21st of August. We had our open house, and thank you, Commissioner Vickery and Commissioner Bradley. Saw those two there for attending. Currently open Tuesday through Saturday, 10 to 4. We have 2 part-time employees at that location, and then I have 1 part-time employee at the Pinedale location currently. Slow start. Total number of visitors so far that when I made this report was only 75 for that visitor center. So some plans that we're working on down there, road signage. I'm working with the towns and YDOT and seeing how we can get some signage on both sides of Big Piney Martin to direct people, increasing our online presence, and I'm be working with the buses, the bus routes to try to, the whole point would be to get 89 as another itinerary or a travel route out of the Southwest. So been working with the bus companies to see if they can put that in there as part of their itinerary. So this promotion marketing of Highway 89, some ideas have come up to work with Kemmer and Fossil Butte in the museum to try to tie in that connection, that this is, you know, a worthy route to travel for stuff to do, have services on that route, have things to do on that route. So I've already contacted their travel and tourism and their Chamber of Commerce down there. So I'm working closely with them. I'm continuing to work with the Big Piney Marbleton Community Development Group, and so I attend their meetings and I'm on their board at this point. So any questions about Big Piney location at all?
I've got a question, not about that, but a comment about that later. What's the difference between hiking and trails and outdoor rec? Because to me, it's the same kind of.
Just because hiking is such a popular thing, we kind of separated that out of the outdoor rec part of it. So it just seems like I'd like to see, I guess, what people are here for hiking versus like things like hunting or ATVing or those type of things. So
Okay, yes.
it's our biggest.
Okay, fair enough. That explains it. Was thinking perhaps that
would be tied together. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so now down to the Big Piney Visitor Center. Yes, I was there, and I took the opportunity to walk across the street. And if people in this community have not been through that museum, they need to, because that thing is awe-inspiring. And for myself especially, because there's a lot of, I'm dating myself now, but there's a lot of folks and things that occurred that I can refer to that just happened in my day, so to speak. But it's an amazing museum. It really is. And however you can promote that, it just needs to be promoted, because it's worth the drive from anywhere in the state of Wyoming to go through that thing.
As it comes to visitation, that is the #1 asset down there, and that's what we'll continue to promote. It gets a lot less visitation than the Museum of the Mountain Man because of its not known. So that's what we're working on this winter, especially, and trying to tie in more things around that as a starting point down there, or continue to work on that area.
So, Mr. Chairman. So this, I might include you, Billy. So isn't on signage, like on the fairgrounds there, isn't that something we can put a sign up without having to get permission from the YDOT like they do at the airport stuff?
We have to do, but it's not that big.
I mean, we've got a perfect area there for.
Yeah. Nobody need a civic. It'll sometimes already fill out a little, but it's not big.
Because I was under the impression there wasn't any permits for those out there on that. Yeah. Even lane. I mean, Pope Creek. There's 5 or 6 signs on that. But it's all right. But I just brought that up.
Yeah, thank you.
That'd be it.
I'm sorry, you mean on like on our property?
Yeah.
I thought you meant the right away.
No, on our property.
Oh, no, we don't. Yeah, it's up to you guys. like those signs there, you know, there was, we bought that property, there was a lot of signs that I made. And I just brought it to you guys. You guys can whatever.
That's what I'm saying. I thought we
Okay.
could approve putting signs. on
Sure.
the property
Yeah.
there, even on the old ball field, you could have one
Okay.
arrow toward.
Well, certainly. And I have, as we have two town council people on my board, I'll be talking with them as well. Kinsey from Big Piney and Roger from,
I'm just saying there wouldn't be much a tape on those.
yeah, that's great.
So,
Thank you for that idea. I will definitely follow up on that. We had about 475 CDT hikers, and that's the trail behind here. The visitor center is the, we're a gateway community here in Pinedale for the Continental Divide Trail system. So that was considerably down from previous years, and obviously the Dollar Lake fire, they closed down part of that area and with the smoke and everything. So I think I can contest that the lower numbers to that fact that we, as soon as that fire started and the trail system up there was closed down, that just kind of stopped. So unfortunately, but we're gearing up for next year. I'm still looking for a tenant for Office 2 upstairs. So if anyone has any ideas, we do a little limited advertising for it. And so that office is still available. We're providing welcome bags for several upcoming events. We've done this in the past where we provide welcome bags for events, working closely with the hockey groups, hockey and winter sports being really important to our community for winter, for an economic thing as well, having all the teams come from across the state, and they have several tournaments. So I'm working with them for those, and we provide information in those bags from the whole county. The Friends of Bridger Teton, as you know, we did some, they will be we asked to come on the November agenda for you guys to give you guys a report on what they did this summer, and what we did to help sponsor their ambassadors program last year. Union has started the installation process for the internet at the Pinedale Visitor Center, so that continues, and I think will be done real soon here. And I think all I had, other than I just wanted to thank Jessica Rice for being on our board, and she was very instrumental board member on our board, and I just want to thank her for her service. And yeah, so that's really all I had today, gentlemen. Questions?
Any questions? Good job.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks for coming over.
Yeah.
Hidden Hills HOA President, Mary Bochanis. Thank you.
Hi, it's
Good morning.
Mary Bochanis
Janice, I apologize.
with the Hidden Hills HOA, and I've got with me two other Hidden Hills HOA members, Rob Doyle and Tammy Presson. We've applied to have the county take over our road. I think between the application and the emails that I sent to you, everything has been stated. So just if you have any questions.
Any questions? Care to join us, Mr. Pape?
I go through the applications. And we've kind of changed on some, the way we've done it. But I kind of over the applications I go. Main thing I just go down through is, main thing I look is like, the right of way dedication to public. And like this year I had, we had probably had a total of like 12 applicants. But, and if it was circling no, because that's kind of up to them to make sure they have all the people willing to sign off their things. So that was the only reason I denied this one, was just because it said no. And then on the last one you submitted, it was just left open. So that, but during budget time, when I go through these, I go and I look at the roads. I look at the traffic counts. I look at how maintenance is gonna be on it, everything. We said a long time ago, with Bargerville and, Spring Gulch and Wild West, that we wouldn't take any roads off the main loop. I know I submitted that Aspen, which is right, was past this road. The main reason I was for that one was because we used to have to, the way Broken Hills is, we come off Carmichael and turn left on Broken. And we got that intersection, and it's really hard for my trucks to do that intersection and get turned around. So adding on to that road, we could go down, and of course it's dirt. So, I'm always thinking of cost and stuff like that. But we could go turn around and just, now that they're building houses there, we have nowhere to push the snow. So that way we just go one way, turn around, come back the other way. So that was the highlight of that road being taken. This one's a great road. It's almost one of them roads that, the county ain't gonna be able to maintain it the way they've been maintaining it. I'll tell you that right now. It's, my trucks are big. I'm kind of, they're gonna damage it some. We're gonna have to mow, there's some trees that are in the way. There's sagebrush, and we're gonna have to mow some. Other than that, it's, they maintain it better than the county's gonna maintain it. But the main reason I didn't take it was because, or I didn't bring it to you, is because we didn't have this part, the right of way part, filled out. And just we haven't took any other cul-de-sacs, so I was kind of afraid of not opening up a bad can of worms, but it's your guys' call.
Okay.
Well,
Questions?
I'll step right up and be the start of it. I've went along it and I've driven along it, and Billy's probably right, probably won't maintain it as well. But that road's in a great shape. It's gonna, at some point in time, gonna be more houses built there. It's just a matter of time anyway. I think it's time we just, it's a paved road with the exception of the last little tab. And that thing is just like this tabletop. Nice spot to turn around. I see no issue with it myself. I think it's 20-some hundred, what was it? 20-some hundred foot long, 2,470 foot long. That's virtually not very much, I guess.
No.
And that's my take on it. I think it's.
Please.
I'm not against taking roads on, but we took one on in February or March to put a little heat over it. Probably the number 2 reason was fiscal responsibility. Then you come back to our application and it says right in it, each year the commission will make an economic determination during their annual budget session whether funds are available and allocated to accept more county roads. They didn't have their work done at budget time, so my suggestion is it comes back at budget time. Doesn't matter if it only costs $3 to maintain it. It's still fiscal responsibility.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens?
Well, no, I've looked it over numerous times, been down there. So say there's 8 houses built down at the bottom there. So what would you do with the snow then?
The cul-de-sacs, you just, you try to put that cul-de-sacs are really hard. That's why we kind of tried not taking any, like, up on Spring Gulch and that, when they submitted their application, we denied it. You guys probably remember that because they wanted all the cul-de-sacs, and the more subdivision, my stuff's big, our trucks are big and stuff, and cul-de-sacs, you're just gonna fill driveways. I have nowhere I can, push it, but they also, they really, not really with the paved cul-de-sacs, but all the chip seal cul-de-sacs, the trucks just round it. They just gets away, they're just heavy, they turn on it and stuff, but cul-de-sacs are just pretty much, you just gotta pile it up and then take loaders up there and haul it away. Cause there's nowhere to put it once all the house, we've been fortunate on some of the ones we do have that there's an empty lot, so we, but you're pushing it on someone's.
Well, I know up on Carmichael, you
Yeah.
got that one that you can push it
Yeah,
straight, but. So are all the lots, I mean, when you build them down there, there's no space in between any, they're all completely used up, the way they're drawn out?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Do you have any thoughts or suggestions?
No, I'm kind of with Mac on this one as far as, our reserves took a pretty healthy hit this last budget season, and mineral prices isn't looking that great yet. There's still some future in it. I'd rather wait till budget season before we took on any more roads.
Mr. Chairman, yesterday I had a meeting and it was with the homeowners with Bargerville. And, they're gonna come in, and want more of their roads taken, and that was the biggest thing I told them yesterday was, they won't take cul-de-sacs and, just small, they gotta be like loop roads and stuff, so that's coming. So, just so you're aware of that too.
Does the extended metal arc?
Well, and that's.
No, I gotta play some metal arc. I didn't know nothing about
That's
the
what
meeting.
Things yesterday is they're not gonna plow from where we stopped
Yeah,
to Blair Road. They're gonna quit plowing now because of some way the two homeowners or something.
yeah, it's owned on both sides there.
Yeah, so. Anyway, that was my big thing yesterday was they told them, because they give me a list of stuff and I pretty much totally wasn't taking even cul-de-sacs, because that's kind of been our, in the past, just so you know that's coming too.
So Billy, how would you even handle that turnaround if you get a heavy snow year? Plow everybody driveway full. Are you gonna try to get in there with trucks to haul it out of their driveways?
That's what's hard. That's the biggest thing, the more we take, I'm gonna, have to, come up with, we're just gonna have to probably, do some smaller equipment.
I guess I did one question for you guys. The two signs you have up there aren't very welcoming. I mean, there's one, I don't remember what they say. One says for guests and residents only, and the other is a
Just
trespassing. I don't remember which.
Right.
Right.
We will,
So
we will
you
remove
fix
those.
where they're-
Yeah, we will remove those and change the Hidden Hill sign.
It's a nice sign. I wouldn't want to see it all destroyed, but
Yeah, to indicate that it's not a private road. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make one more comment. My driveway gets inundated with snow whenever the county trucks go by there. I'm just happy to see them go by. I take care of that myself. It's not a big deal. And I think when you look at the folks who see that county plow truck come by, they'll figure out a way to get to that county road without having to have the county come in and haul their snow out. Everybody on the county roads that I'm familiar with do it anyway.
So I'm gonna be in favor of, I just wanted to bring this stuff out, and I think it's been in the process a long time. I think that plays kind of some importance in this one, so that's how I feel.
Any questions, comments from our attendees? Yes, please.
Thanks for hearing. Oh, yes. Right there. The medium or there. Oh, They like to see me very close up. front. I know you do. My only,
Please use the microphone. Thank you.
I think I learned this from planning and zoning. Two comments is Billy, I had spoken with Billy many years ago and we offered for all the plowing to go in the cul-de-sac. So we offered to increase the easements in the cul-de-sac where he can put snow. And the county plow truck has been down our road a couple of times by accident. So I don't think big equipment's a problem. And I do appreciate the fact that you think we take such good care of our roads because I've been doing it myself personally for the last 12 years. So I guess the way I look at it, we've been talking with Billy for the last 4 years. And so I'd really like you guys to consider this.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from attendees? Anyone online? Are all the easements granted and everything's in order?
I have no idea. No, I would be able to.
Okay,
No, but the easements have not been granted. What we did receive was unanimous vote by the homeowners to grant the necessary easements to the county.
okay, thank you for that. What's the timing for that to occur?
Just as soon as they're provided by the county.
Okay,
Everyone has agreed. Yeah, I would just like to say with regard to the timing and waiting until the next budget session, I hope that's not necessary because of the fact the road is in such good condition. It's asphalt. Bit of chip, and I believe that Billy stated it would be minimal cost.
Yeah, I mean, it's sure, it's, like I said, future, because it is asphalt, so asphalt takes, way more money to maintain, chip seals and, but it's in good shape. It's, the thing that I look at when I do take these applications is, how many school kids, how many traffic counts, average traffic counts 8 cars a day. So, I always try to, because I know we can only take so many, so that's a big thing. So how many school kids, buses, all that stuff. So, and then basically just if everybody's gonna sign off on the easements. So that's the only reason, and the big thing is at the time, I know it's a different board now. We would never take any roads that went off kind of the main artery road. So that's why it's been so long since this application.
okay. Any other further comments? Questions? Close for comments, questions? If there's no discussion on the board, we'll entertain a motion.
Well, I'll make a motion. We accept the 2,470 feet into the county with providing we get the information from all the landowners.
Have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion at this point? Motion to provide maintenance on 2,470 feet based on easements provided immediately.
As soon as we receive the easements from the county.
Okay.
We forward them on to the homeowners.
Okay. Have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Make sure.
Okay, we're going to take a short break, please. Next, Dagan Montgomery with 4-H Extension Office, please.
Good morning. Thank you for meeting with me.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Don't have a whole lot to update everyone on. Really just a quick update on the position of the 4-H educator. I have been told that we have a lot of very qualified applicants at the state office that they are planning on vetting tomorrow, just through a more informal phone call interview. And once they complete that, narrow down the pool a little bit, then we will hopefully be moving forward with in-person interviews by the end of the month, early November. So we're excited for that. Like I said, they seem like some really good I'm not allowed to look at the applications myself yet, so I can't speak directly, but I've been told they look very promising. So hopefully that will go well soon. Following that, I wasn't aware or sure if you guys had seen a report on how the county livestock sale went fair. I know it's been a while, but just wanted to make sure that you were updated there. It was a record-breaking year. As far as I'm aware, we had 124 total animals sold. They grossed $1,022,000. After commission from the sale committee was taken out, that's $991,000 going back to the families and the kids that raised those animals. And that's broken down by species and individual member, if you're interested with that. So it's. Who's the commission? What's that? That goes to the 4-H Livestock Sale Committee. So great, thank you. Yeah. And that helps with trucking, which of course is quite a bit these days, and the sale lunch, and then educational opportunities. So even that commission all goes back to the kids and the program. So thank you. Absolutely. And this is obviously these prices are far exceed the market price for those animals where they take them to the sale barn. But with the quality of animals they usually buy, the feed they're buying, and in a lot of ways, the kids are still kind of breaking even and making a little bit of profit. So it's really good to see that the community's coming together to really support the kids. And then the add-ons have been tremendous this year as well, which just kind of adds a little bit more to those kids, their program, their ability to come back next year. So that's really all I had. Again, we're really looking forward to getting that 4-H educator position filled and moving forward with that, so they can get in and hopefully kind of take the winter to settle in and then really throw into it next summer. Get her to a fair. Thanks for being a fair. Absolutely.
Any questions? I had you received a new to you vehicle to use this past fall.
Yes, sir.
What happened to the old one?
The old county Suburban is still at the office, and that is, I think, as far as we know, it's really kind of out of commission at the moment. It's the battery keeps there's a lot of issues that it keeps running into that we need to talk to Mr. Pape to make sure that just basically see what we need to do with it. I don't know that it's worth putting back into the fleet or anything like that. So,
well, I think it needs to be turned in. I'd call him right away and just get it up there,
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you were using it up to the time, so evidently it wasn't something too serious, but I recommend get it over there right away.
Okay, thank you.
Great, Dagan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for the update.
Yes, absolutely.
Chad. Morning.
Morning, Commissioners. How are you? Well, thanks for your time on the agenda today. It's not my regular update. That's on the third Tuesday of the month, but I asked to be on the commission agenda today for two reasons. First is to make recommendation to lift fire restrictions. As you recall, we do weekly coordination calls with our surrounding counties and federal partners. They voted actually 3 weeks ago for the Forest Service and the BLM to lift fire restrictions. At the time, I didn't feel that it warranted an emergency meeting. Thank you, Clayton. Warranted an emergency meeting of the county commissioners to lift the restrictions. I figured it was appropriate to wait until your next regular scheduled meeting, which is today. So With that, I would make the recommendation that you lift fire restrictions, and if so, if we can sign the resolution that Clayton just handed to me at the last moment here. Thanks, Clayton. And if you guys are ready, we can move forward with that.
Any questions pertaining to this? Motion to accept.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we lift fire restrictions in Sublette County.
Second. We have a motion second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passed. Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, the second thing I wanted to talk about is just an update on the Dollar Lake fire. When the Dollar Lake fire was occurring, we sent several engines from Sublette County to fight fire up during an initial attack. And then those firefighters stayed overnight and helped to hold the fire perimeter. And then they were all pretty exhausted. I sent them home the next morning. But the next day, the fire kicked up again, and the incident management team that was there requested additional assistance, and so we sent additional engines, firefighters up again. And then actually, they requested that we ask for help from our surrounding counties as well. And so I remember I'd given a thank you letter to Jacksonville Fire EMS for sending down 2 of their engines, and they stayed with us for about 2.5 days and helped protect the elk feed ground and the campground and the lodge and everything there. And then beyond that, we kept an engine up there doing structure protection on the Moose Chip subdivision and all the Red Cliff Bible Camp and everything that was in there. After all that's said and done, we need to address a cost share agreement with the Forest Service to identify, who's paying for what. In the past, the commission has empowered me to negotiate and sign those cost share agreements. I've got the cost share agreement with me. Before I took any action, though, I feel it's appropriate to review that with the commissioners, and with your blessing, I'd like to recommend that we move forward with signing the cost share agreement. So I've actually got a copy of that with me, and I'm happy to share that with each of you. It's pretty simple. The majority of the cost share agreement is just kind of a preamble that identifies when the agreement is in effect.
Thank you.
And if you look on paragraph 11, it's really the crux of the agreement, but it specifies that that each agency will cover our own costs, and what that boils down to is the cost of initial attack and the cost of the surge response, which was the emergency response the second day, and then the cost of our engine to provide structure protection will be covered. And the point that you need to understand as well is that when it became clear that it was necessary to provide structural fire protection for the values at risk up there, I opened what's called the emergency fire suppression account. What that is it's the statewide account that all 23 counties pay into, and the state legislature pays into to help fund large wildland fires. So we're currently in the process of collecting all the costs that are addressed in that paragraph there. All of those costs will be forwarded on to the state of Wyoming, to the emergency fire suppression account that will cover those costs for us. The way that the emergency fire suppression account works is there's a floor cost. It's $12,000 per year. Let me phrase that different. If you open it, you submit all your costs, they reimburse you for your cost minus the floor cost at $12,000. But when I say per year, you only pay that $12,000 once. And if you have multiple fires in the year, you don't pay it for the subsequent fires, if that makes sense.
So that's basically the deductible, and we pay in like 80,000 into that annually.
That's exactly correct. Yeah, and it's based on our assessed valuation. So that goes up and down, but last year we paid about 79,000 and some odd dollars. I can cite it from you directly, but it's pretty close to 80,000.
Is this the account that the state had drained this last year, or their funds there to cover this?
That's exactly correct. Commissioner Bradley is the last year we had a really bad fire season, and historically, before last year, we'd spend $7 million out of that account statewide. Sublette County has used that account numerous times because we have a significant amount of wildland fire risk in our county. And so we've been benefited to the tunes of millions of dollars, above and beyond the cost to participate in that count. And I can't cite it from memory, but I have looked that up before, and I'm not exaggerating. Literally millions of dollars have come back to Sublette County to pay for the cost of wildland fires that has been covered by being involved in that emergency fire suppression account. But yeah, to your question, last year, because of the severity and the location of the wildland fires across the whole state, we actually spent about $55 million, significantly above the average $7 million. And so not only did we drain the coffers that were in that emergency fire suppression account, the governor had to go into what's called fire borrowing. And so he borrowed basically $1 million from Homeland Security's budget, borrowed another $1 million for his emergency funding from the governor's office, and then actually I went in and borrowed almost $30 million from the LISRA, the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account. And then we had to work with the legislators last year to refill those coffers and not only put money back in for the rest of the biennium to pay for this year's fire season, but also pay back the fire borrowing that came out of the LISRA account. And so that was successful, and Senate File 152 went through last year, and they paid back all that funding that was used in last year's fire season. So far in this year's fire season, we've spent a little more than $20 million. So again, significantly above the average. That's really reflective of the scale, scope, severity, duration, intensity, location. There's so many factors and variables that go into that, but generally speaking, all across the United States, wildland fire seasons are getting longer and more intense and costing more money and impacting wildland urban interface. And there's just been a gradual increase in the cost of those fires. And last fire season, this 2025 fire season wasn't any different. So really what that means is we're back down to zero again, or close to it. And I don't know the exact number, but we're definitely spending a lot of money back out of that account again. And the Dollar Lake fire is one of many EFSA fires that have been opened this year. But that means that we need to go back down and work with our legislators again and try to appropriate funding and make sure that account is made whole in the next biennium with the upcoming budget. Anyhow, the point I wanted to make is that the cost share agreement that you have in front of you specifies the responsibilities. Our responsibility as a county is, to provide protection for private property that was impacted or threatened in that fire. I feel like we've more than fulfilled that, and the state has agreed to cover all of the costs for the counties, not only Sublette County but Teton County. In the cost share agreement, and then they'll be reimbursed fully from the emergency fire suppression account. So with that, if you guys are comfortable with it, I'll move forward with a signature on the cost share agreement. We'll obtain the remaining signatures and put the billing forward for finishing this fire up.
Mr. Chairman, I got a little question, just the name on here. So Cass Urbakai. So who's he work for and what's that stand for there? WFSD.
WSFD stands for Wyoming State Forestry Division. And so Cass is one of our volunteer firefighters. He used to be our full-time fire trainer, actually. He left us, I want to say about 6 months ago, maybe a little longer than that, and went to work full-time for Wyoming State Forestry Division. He's now their fire operations specialist. And he's the local representative in Western Wyoming that represents the state of Wyoming.
So he's still stationed here?
Yeah, his office is across the street from mine.
Little building over there, kind of.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks.
So what kind of, I don't see any dollar numbers. Do you have any idea what the dollar numbers are here?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Victory, the ML's responsibility is to gather all of those costs and submit what's called an Exhibit B to the state of Wyoming. That'll be the invoicing necessary to recoup those costs. The ballpark estimate that she's got right now, she hasn't submitted the final cost yet, but we're expecting about $55,000 that we'll submit as reimbursement that'll come back to Sublette County.
And Ketone submits their own, or does that include Ketone's submission?
That Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bradley, no, that's only Sublette County's cost. Teton County's cost, they'll submit their own cost on top of that. And further clarification, that's after the floor costs and all of our requirements have been fulfilled. That'll be, all those are already deducted out. So that'll be the cost of the fire was significantly more than that, but by the time you're with the floor costs and whatnot.
Okay, so the 55,000, bear with me, I'm trying to figure it. So if we've drained the account, so to speak, and that's pretty easy to understand. So at some point, is it within the next budget session that we're going to have to put like the 80,000 that we put in last year? Or when does that occur?
Commissioner Bernard, from my memory, it occurs early in the year. I want to say in February. ML could probably correct me on that when we receive the invoice, but every year the state looks at our assessed valuation and sends us an invoice. And we pay that every year.
So we wouldn't know that until they sent the invoice.
Yeah, and it fluctuates a little bit every year. It's not dramatic, but when we receive the invoice, we'll pay that cost. But I think to your bigger question is if that account is dwindling, a big part of my job is to work with the governor's office and the state legislature to make sure they're aware that account is important and that we refill that account every time it's at risk of being depleted.
Right. Okay. So one other question. So what kind of containment is up there now? Because I've understood that I know it's got it under control, but there's still some of it burning. Is that correct? On the Dollar Lake?
Commissioner Vickery, yes, that is accurate. My understanding is that they just declared that it was contained last night, but not controlled. And the difference in the terminology means that they've got perimeter around the exterior of the fire, and they feel comfortable that the fire is no longer going to grow beyond the existing perimeter. But the difference is if it's controlled, and right now it's not controlled. That means there's still interior pockets of unburned fuel that's still susceptible to burn while it's still smoldering up there. I do know they got substantial amount of moisture with the recent rainstorms and then the snowstorm over the weekend, but I don't have an accurate measurement. But I can tell you that it's the threat is substantially past, and we're still going to see some smoldering activity up there for a while, though.
So there's still personnel on site.
So that I can't tell you when exactly. I want to say a little over a week ago, the fire de-escalated in incident complexity from a type 3 incident management team back to a type 4 incident management team, which means local control. And so there's been local firefighters from the U.S. Forest Service that have been up there. I
know I've seen a lot of fire apparatus, I guess, come out of there. So assuming that they were going other places. So I guess the question is, if I'm wondering if this I want to say this, if this money has been depleted on a statewide basis and there's still ongoing costs, how is that who augments that? Where's that coming from?
So Commissioner Vickery, you'll note there on page 1 of the cost share agreement, the date is from time of ignition on the 21st of August. But the cost share agreement's only in effect on paragraph 5 until the end of operational period on September 5th at 2400. Our obligation as a local county was only until the immediate threat for private property was protected, which according to the terms of the agreement here was only until September 5th. Anything beyond that, the fire was burning in the wilderness and there was no immediate threat to private property. So we've terminated the cost share agreement when it was no longer threatening private property and that we didn't have any obligation to protect private property up there. So there will be no additional cost outside of the dates that are identified in the cost share agreement.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, further questions, comments? Do you have the required form to be signed off, or will you have that prepared?
So I'll be the signature on this one, assuming the
Okay.
commissioners still empower me to be the signature on
I
that.
need to make a motion to allow
Correct.
Shad to
Uh-huh.
pursue.
Please.
Make a motion to allow Chief Cooper to pursue our response agreement.
Have a motion by Commissioner Bradley. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion granted.
Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate that. And yeah, we'll continue if there's any future fires in the
Okay.
next fire season. We'll do the same.
I do have a question for you, if I may, please. Pertains to a down payment to Hyman Inc. in the amount of $294,877. So what is that for, please? Is that the new fire engine? What?
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
The payment was from not this year's budget, but last year's budget. If you recall, we had to carry over money from last year to this year's budget, specifically for that fire apparatus. The terms of the agreement, of that fire apparatus is that we paid 25% upon contract signature. And then we would pay 50% upon, delivery of the chassis from the, Freightliner. And then the remaining 25% was to be withheld until final delivery. So what the invoice in front of you was because the chassis has been delivered to the manufacturer. They are now working to actually build the fire truck, and they've got, capital outlays and costs associated with that. So they've invoiced us because of the delivery has occurred, and that's per the terms of the contract. And
Excellent.
We expect to make forward progress on that new build.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Any other questions, comments for Chad? Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Every time.
Thank you.
Visitor Center Board appointments.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning.
As you know, we've been trying to fill one vacancy on the Visitor Center Board for several weeks. That is a vacancy that became necessary to fill when Jessica was appointed to the county clerk's position. And we have 2 applicants, both of whom are here today. So if you would like to ask them to the table to have questions for them, that'd be great.
Do we have 1 or 2 openings?
We have 1 opening and we have 2 applicants.
Okay, thank you. Roger Weber, please. Good morning to you.
What can I tell you?
I think you've been up here a time or 2, haven't you?
Oh, for good reasons, yes.
Yep. Okay, any questions for Mr. Weber pertaining to this position? Good. Commissioner Vickery?
Hey, I think all the questions that have been asked are on this sheet, and I think all the answers are right below them, so I don't see anything else on here. And I can't come up with a real tricky question, so.
That's a rarity.
I guess-
Commissioner Stevens?
Yeah, 2 people. It makes a little tougher. So was there a time limit? Everybody get him on time? Applications and stuff?
Mr. Chairman, yes, they were both timely applications.
Thank you.
May I speak?
In a minute.
Okay.
Commissioner Bradley?
I don't have a question for him. How much time's left on this seat?
It will be expiring July 1st of 2026.
Yeah, I'd just like to hear a little about Roger. He's interested.
Please.
Well,
Thank you.
initially I applied because you needed someone to apply. Currently I'm on the Sublette County Rec Board. I don't know who the other applicant is. Well, I applied because I wanted you to have someone to fill this position. I think I would be qualified, but looking at the other applicant, I wouldn't be offended if you went with the other applicant either. I think you need somebody, maybe, I would be happy to serve, but I think if she really wants to be on the board and would do well, I think I would, like I say, I wouldn't be offended if you went with her. I did this because I wanted the position to be filled and I felt I was qualified. I didn't realize that I would be, there would be another applicant. Does that make sense?
It does.
It does. And I would defer to the better dressed person. If that makes any sense, and the younger one, and probably the better looking one. But
So Roger, I have a question.
yes,
Do you open all the doors for ladies too?
yes.
Just wondering,
I'm-
because you're acting like a real gentleman right now, and I'm just wondering.
My wife might not always agree with that, but I did when I was dating
Yeah.
people. I opened the doors and all that. But I'm glad to see there's another candidate. And I think, that would be, you have a choice. But again, I appreciate your consideration and I will not be offended whichever way you go, honestly. Okay? That
So
makes sense?
I was at a meeting recently. I couldn't tell you when or which one anymore. And Roger heard that there was an opening that we couldn't fill. And as soon as he heard that, when it was time, he got up and he said, I'd like to volunteer to be in that position. That's the quality of an individual that Roger is.
And I also
Yeah.
asked for a signing bonus, which I didn't get.
Have you
Well,
you ever done a business deal?
He wants a free lunch, but in reality, what he's trying to do is get out of homework around the house where he has to vacuum and do things like that.
You know that
So-
too well.
If we give him the position, he earns it.
But you know where I'm at,
I
okay?
do. Thank you for
I
that.
just want you to, it's good to have choices, okay? All
It
right.
is. Roger, thank
Any
you.
other questions? Okay.
Okay, Mercedes Pepper. I think you've already been introduced somehow. Hello to you. Thank you for coming and for applying. Truly, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've read through your experience and it's quite extensive. Thank you so much. Questions, comments from the board?
Here again, for me. I think these questions should not have answers so that we can ask the questions and get the answers.
I want to provide a thorough answer to each question that was there.
So I would ask one question. So how familiar are you with the community?
I've lived in the community. I moved here in 2019 and my husband grew up here and I've been here for a while. But I'm fairly involved in the community. I'd say I've been at White Pine, leading their things on the marketing front and other elements over the past 4 years here. And I'm also a small business owner in the town. But Sublette.
May I inquire your husband's name?
My husband's name is Nathan Maston. He's a
Okay,
sheriff.
thank you. I knew another Pepper that, sorry. I like what I see.
Well, in light of, oh, there he is, in light of Roger's withdrawal, I think it made our decision here pretty easy.
Well, he didn't really withdraw.
Well, he did in a way, yes. He did it kind of a roundabout way.
Well,
but
regardless, and I know Roger and he's great for the community, but actually Mercedes, the answers are top notch. It'd be hard to pass this.
I'd make a motion to appoint Mercedes Peppers to the,
Come on, Roger.
Yeah. I would second that. I think we have two very well qualified individuals. And because of the discussion that has occurred, I think that we're gonna make the proper choice here.
I think that it's nice that we have fresh views on what's going on in our community, and I think that's a tremendous benefit to us across the board. I have a motion.
I seconded it.
Motion and second for Mercedes Pepper on the board. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very
Appreciate it.
much, commissioners.
Look forward to working with you.
Bye.
And we would have provided lunch if you'd have delayed longer, but it's not here, so we'll see you. We did. Oh. Clayton Melinkovich, please.
Gentlemen, good morning. How are we doing?
What we doing running across the street yesterday?
I'm always running across the street. That's how I don't get hit.
He's running away.
Well, I was actually leaving a meeting with planning and zoning, and then running over to go help out the Sage and Snow pick up some barrels pick up the flower barrels, and I did not want to be late. So
I was wanting to be late.
What's that?
I've been wanting to be late.
Yeah, I was hoofing it. So
Yeah. Thought she's going to skate park.
no, my skate park days are long over. So you got me for a few things. Where would you like to begin?
The VA lease at Summit Building.
Okay, so as you are aware, the county is in charge of providing an office space for the VA. I'm trying to remember the name of that position. It's like services coordinator or something. Phil Verska is no longer that person, and they are searching for another person. I have reached out to the folks in Sweetwater County. They coordinate, supervise, hire everything for that position. We provide the office, and then I think we also provide some of the salary, if I'm not mistaken. I have gotten very little communication from them. I followed up with them again this morning, or I sent a follow-up email. I don't know if they've, to this point, do they have an applicant, or I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, I feel like they're some big cards.
Okay, so either way, the hospital district did not renew the lease, and the leasing agent, this is through Ryder Property, she has reached out and asked that the county renew that space. I believe that the office equipment and records are still in that space. And so then it's up to, I guess, realistically, it's up to the county to determine, is this where we want the VA person to be? And if so, let's go ahead and get that lease finalized. I can get an updated one. I wanted to wait until this group decided what they wanted to do, to see if we wanted to do month to month, if we want to set out a lease term, what you all want to do with that space. I think it's 500 and change a month, if I'm not mistaken.
So is that a possibility there at the visitor center? We got that little building up there nobody wants.
You know,
It's a handicap access.
Yeah, I talked to Peter right away on that, because that would be perfect. It would be great, but they need to, yes, ADA they need to be able to have access. So it's not an option.
Which building is this?
They're in the Summit building right now.
What's Ryder have to do with that?
They manage the property.
Just the manager.
Yeah.
so does it have to be in Pinedale? Could it be in the senior center and in their room and that's
Piney for a lot.
Piney?
And they go over there just as much.
Yeah, they're ridiculous.
All right. It can be wherever we want it to be, really.
Because they got, that little room used to be the hairdresser deal. Never was used.
Okay, Health is in there. Used to be once in a while. I feel like there could be room there. talk to somebody.
So that's essentially the next steps on this. There are going to be a couple of months we'll probably will need to pay either way, just because it would be between when the hospital district stopped paying and when the county started paying. Essentially, it's a renewal of the lease. I'm trying to get the dollar amount real quick. Here we go. I believe that the lease cost on that unit is $700 a month in that space. There is space at the town of Pinedale in their office. I think it was comparable the last time I checked with them. I think it was either $700 or $800 for office space in there as well.
For Big Piney.
I think we ought to check into it.
Yeah.
Rent this month until we.
Yeah, like we've been through immediately.
Okay, who's gonna check with the,
And the other piece is that as you work towards a public health building or space, whatever that is, these could be in conjunction as they were in conjunction before. So I think doing the month to month on this makes the most sense. I can get an updated lease from them, lease document, and if you give authorization to Chairman Bernard to sign between meetings, then I think we're probably good to go.
Good.
Motion to allow the chairman to sign a month-to-month lease with Aspen or Summit.
motion on authorization to sign a lease? Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and second for chairman to sign a lease for the VA. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah. And so now we're still talking about finding maybe a place down at Big Piney. So with that option of either there or here.
I think that's the best idea. This for a long time, this commission.
Guess it might also depend who they get. If they get somebody from up here, they probably want their office up here. I don't know who they're that close.
Well, the way they come and go, I don't think it's.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Right. Okay, I'll check on that by the next meeting.
I think we should add it to the prosecuting attorney's office.
There you go. Put it in budget.
I don't know where you're gonna put them.
Not them, just put it on your responsibility.
Put it on my budget or my responsibility?
Okay, that takes care of the VA lease, I believe. Yes,
Yes.
special prosecutor.
So as we've talked about before, on occasion, there are situations where my office is
Report a vote on that.
Oh yeah, did you guys vote?
Nope.
I had a motion second, and I asked if there was any further discussion, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you, Commissioner White.
Okay, sorry. As we've discussed before, there are certain circumstances where my office is conflicted out from reviewing law enforcement reports and making charging decisions. For a variety of reasons, we have a new report that's come across my desk that involves the spouse of a county employee. My office is conflicted out and I will need a special prosecutor. I'm still working towards finalizing who can take that. I've been in touch with Natrona County. I'm anticipating that they'll be able to take it. And as such, I don't have the resolution today, but I would like you all to vote on that and then grant the chairman the authority to sign a resolution in between meetings in order to get a special prosecutor appointed.
Can that be done in one motion, or do you need two separate?
It can be done in one.
Okay.
Just authorize the special prosecutor, just that it's it's an unknown county at this point. But it will likely be Natrona County.
Okay. I'll accept a motion for a special prosecutor and chairman to sign in the interim.
Chairman, I move that we approve that the county attorney pursues a special prosecutor and that the chairman can sign that motion or that resolution.
I'll second that.
Have a motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Industrial siting, the memorandum of understanding is going around for signature. I've received signatures from most entities. At this point, I need to file that memorandum by Thursday. And so I'm getting that finalized. The county would also need to sign as well. And as I'm sitting here, I'm realizing that the signature page is not in my stack. So I will get that after lunch for signature. But this is the MOU on the allocation of dollars in the event that Sublette County is awarded impact funds. And so that MOU has been, I believe it went around to all of you. Did you get a chance to review it? Were there any questions on that?
Well, I've got a question pertaining to those impact funds. Because as I understand.
And can I just want to make sure I'm going to discuss more about where we're at with impact fund requests and what Sublette County's plan is. Is this a question on that? Because if we are.
Yeah, it's a big question, long question. So if you prefer me to wait, I can do
whatever
that.
your.
I don't know what time constraint is.
When were you going to have that discussion?
Just right after this. I wanted to get MOU taken care of, and then if we can.
Okay, then
you guys can vote on the MOU, and then we can have whatever discussion.
Great.
Does that work, or does your?
No, I guess that'll be okay. It's just, for me, it's kind of like the cart before the horse with the MOU, but go ahead. No, we'll
okay,
do that
so
fine, and then
let's take care of your concern, and then we'll move forward.
Well, it may or may not be a concern, but we're talking about, I think, 28 months. Is that correct? Payment if the people decide they want to tax themselves. That
if they want to modify the way that taxation occurs in Sublette County, yes.
Now that's, you said it from a lawyer standpoint. I'm saying it for me as a taxpayer. You're going to ask the taxpayers to add another cent to the tax base.
Certainly, and reduce your ad valorem.
Right,
tax.
right. And if in fact they pass that, then with this MOU, there will be a division of funding somewhere around $7 million, as I understand it, 7 million and something.
That is correct.
That is correct. And it's going to be dispersed by a bunch of different, or to a different bunch of entities. But it's only going to be dispersed, and here's my question. It's only going to be dispersed, as I've understood it, month at a time. So I want to know how you can put a project together unless somebody's going to backfill to begin with, which I suspect everybody's saying, oh, the county could do that. But this guy on the county is not going to be in favor of that. So I'm just curious to know how that money is going to be allocated. And is there going to be like a savings account we're going to save each month until we have enough to do something in each entity that has made a request? Or are those entities going to come to the county and say, hey, we're going to get this money. That's if the taxpayers want to add another cent to their burden, then I just don't see it as being a very good deal. Now, if in fact you said, yeah, the county's going to get 7 million, which I think is what it is, 7 and something, but that goes to the towns and et cetera, as I understand it. Is this correct so far?
Yep.
So it's going to be a small piece of the pie when it gets to everybody else that wants something out of it. And there again, my question is, if that money comes, and if it comes, how can you take that money and do anything with it until you've waited till you've got that whole piece of your pie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Vickery. So first and foremost, this is not, when it comes to the industrial siting process, this is a required process that the county is participating in. Yes, it is a cart before the horse, because you're exactly right. We don't know if the county is going to choose to modify the way that taxation works, and whether or not they choose to spread that tax base, or if they want to choose to continue to rely solely on ad valorem taxes instead of choosing another avenue for taxation in Sublette County. I don't have a dog in that fight. I'm not pushing for that. I'm not pushing for any of this, just to make sure that we're all clear on that. With regards to the way that the industrial siting dollars work, you are exactly correct that in the event that Sublette County qualifies, which means that there would be the fifth penny that would be passed, in the event that that is passed, the dollars do trickle in on a monthly basis during construction times. So you're right, that's going to be during a 7-month period each year for 4 years, or 8-month for 3 years. I can't remember exactly what it is off the top of my head. Either way, it is going to trickle in during that time. And essentially it would operate an entity, the dollars would go straight to those entities. It's not going to come to the county and then the county sends it out to those entities. The town of Big Piney, the town of Pinedale, the town of Marvelton, and the hospital district, in the event that their requests are awarded, they would be receiving a funding portion each month during construction. And then they would operate their budget however they operate their budget. The same way that the county operates its budget when we receive funding that comes in and trickles in from a variety of spaces. Yes, your term of backfill, it makes sense. What I will say is that these dollars do come in, and the accounting piece, so to speak, it's not necessarily reported to industrial siting how the county went about utilizing those, or how we did it with the project. So there's not a report to industrial siting that said we got this payment and this is exactly what we did it on this day.
No, I understand that, but you still have to report to them what your projects are going to be.
Correct. So for discussion's sake, the lion's share of Sublette County's request is going to be an upgrade to the Dry Piney Road, because that's going to likely be the highest utilized road, given the fact that it's straight and flat and connects the highway straight over to where this plant is. So it's likely going to be the road that's used. Right now it's dirt with a little bit of chip seal overlay. The idea is that would be upgraded. Yes, you're exactly right, that in the event that this happens, the county's going to have to pave its road if they want to pave the road. And the industrial siting dollars would be part of that process. But you're exactly right. It is a project that costs money, and all of these things cost money.
Right, but see, and bear with me, because sometimes I think, why don't you just shut up? But it's not in my.
You can tell me to shut up.
Yeah. So,
I may or may not do it.
So it just looks to me like what we're doing here is we've got 2 traps. We've got one with no bait and one with bait. We're going to give the bait out there and let people get snap. We got you now. Now you've got a little dab of money. So where's the rest of it coming from? It's coming from the county. So what we're going to do, I think, is we're going to say, wow, we got this dime. We're going to step over the dollar, but now we've got to pay more dollars to get the dollar that we stepped over to get the dime.
Oh, I understand. I love that saying. My dad always used to say that, or whether or not you're spending a dollar to save a dime. I love that saying.
Well, because here,
got some.
Okay, but I'm on a roll now. Let me have it. Okay,
keep going.
So here's my concern. So we only get this money during construction, correct? Correct. Okay, so and we're assuming it's going to be, I think the number was 14 million something. We're going to get half of that, 7 million something. And that's going to be dispersed however folks have asked for it. But we're going to subject the community, the taxpayers in this county, to another dollar tax just to get that money. When in fact, I think my personal, and I'm just speaking for me for a minute. No, I'm speaking as a commissioner also. I don't want another penny tax.
Wait, what? You don't?
No, I don't.
This is new to me.
Yeah. So when this project is going to get going, if we wait till the ad valorem kicks in, then there's a chance. I say a chance, and I don't know a whole lot about that stuff, but the ad valorem out of there could be $8-10 million. Now we get that. So
what we would get regardless of whether or not there's a 5th penny or not.
Yeah.
By the by.
Right. So why don't we wait, not charge the penny, let the rest of the folks have their deal. We'll get this lion's share anyway as it goes forward for the next life of the project, whatever that is, 30, 40, 50 years, something like that. And we don't have to subject the community to another darn tax.
So
now I'm through.
If I may interject, I think that's a great overview of everything. Regardless, at the end of the day, if there's a penny tax or there's not a penny tax and that road's improved, we have to pay for it out of county coffers. And that's not a debatable issue. That's just a fact. If that road's improved, it's not going to come from a money tree. It's coming from our pockets. So when we start talking about this, we have to realize the expense is there regardless, Commissioner Vickery. And so the debate of penny or not at this point in time It's going to depend on the constituents of the county and going to the ballot. So we're debating an item right now that doesn't need to be debated. I'm sorry, so let's move on to the next topic.
Okay, I can agree with the road thing, but we don't know that until it happens, okay?
Right, that's what I just said. We'll move on to the next item and because it's going to go to a vote if it makes it.
I've made my statement, so. go
Can I
ahead
just-
now.
Mr. Chairman, do you mind if I clarify two things?
Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to make sure and clarify a couple of things. So you're using the word "we," subjecting the taxpayers to it. The reality is the way that the fifth penny works is that in the event that it is put on the ballot by either a vote of the county commissioners,
Right.
a vote of at least more than 50% of the towns, or by a signature aspect,
Yeah.
it goes to the ballot. No one is going to subject the taxpayers to the tax unless the taxpayers themselves vote to do so. So there's no subjection. And plus, at this point, and this is part of the update, it is my understanding that all three incorporated municipalities within Sublette County are already taking the lead on this tax reform in Sublette County. And so this body here is relieved of that opportunity to take the lead with regards to tax reform. And so that's already going to be happening. They're not subjecting a taxpayer to it. They are simply putting it on the ballot and letting democracy occur in that process. So there's no subjection.
Well, all I'm saying is, when it gets down, let's have all of the issues out there on the board so people understand that this money that's coming is not one great big sock, okay? It's little tiny baby socks, that's what you're gonna get. So you're gonna have to do something with it. And my guess is, we get a little dab to here, where we're gonna, what the heck, we've only got 25,000 this month. We'll go ahead and spend it for this, because there is, it's not designated for anything, but it's designated for everything. It's not tied into any specific thing. Once you get it, you can allocate it however you want. So you take most entities, if they're short of money, and that little dab comes in at the end of the day, well, we spent it already.
Well, I can't speak for other entities, Commissioner Vickery, but I can give you an update on where the Sublette County's request is, and this is kind of where we're at. The group met a few weeks ago, and we're finalizing those requests. As I mentioned before, the lion's share of it is going to be that road. In all reality, in conversation with Billy about this, if traffic counts go up to where we're anticipating that they will, that road will have to be paved either way, because it will not continue to function from an efficiency perspective with the required maintenance as a dirt road continuing moving forward. It will have to be paved either way. The other part of that request that will be is for additional training and equipment and equipment being a patrol vehicle for the sheriff's office. It is anticipated that the impact from this process will increase demand and need for patrol. And so that's part of the request. The other thing we're going to be requesting, or that the county will be requesting, is some additional mobile signs for emergency management in order to be able to provide notification to new drivers and people that are new to the area about animals, inclement weather, and other hazards, as well as in the fire department. There's going to be a request for an additional set of extraction tools, given increased traffic, the likelihood of needing to utilize those tools at the same time, given the very large geographic area for Battalion 2. And then the hospital district is going to be requesting overtime payment equipment and a new ambulance is what they're going to be requesting. So that's where the request stands.
That's where the mousetrap comes in. Okay, fair enough.
I'm just giving you the update.
Yeah, well, I understand perfectly well. I'm old. I'm just not that dumb. I understand exactly where it's at. Okay, fair enough. Now as Commissioner. Okay, as Commissioner Bernardo said, next.
So that's where the update is. And then, of course, if there's any other questions on the update, and then we just need approval on that MOU, and I can bring it to after lunch for signature. Has everyone reviewed the dollar allocation in the MOU? It's broken down in that spreadsheet and shows with Sublette County and without. Any questions on that?
No.
Okay.
Okay. You'll bring it after lunch and we'll make a motion at that
Well,
point.
you guys can just go make a motion now and then you can just sign it after lunch and then.
Okay. Any discussion on the MOU? Questions, comments? Okay, motion.
We have to sign the MOU. We have. I cannot make a motion.
Make a motion.
Okay.
I'll second it whenever Sam gets through with it.
Okay, motion second, no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Great, motion passed.
Thank you. Okay. We also have a gaggle of leases. I don't know if that's the technical term of a group of leases or not, but I'm going to use that. We have a gaggle of leases. Thank you to Brooke Rice for her work on making sure that we are updated. Number one on this group is the space where Visionary Broadband has their tower up above the shooting range. We did this for 5 years back in 2020. They pay us $7,200 a year to utilize that 100-foot by 100-foot space. So that one is an exact update of the past one. It would go for another 5 years with an anticipation of an additional 5 years after that for a total of 15 years. I'm anticipating that that will be modified at some point or they'll request. But this one is for 5 years moving forward at $7,200 a year.
How do we ascertain the value of that on a yearly basis?
It was essentially what they offered to pay us, and the previous commission at that point was okay with that. And I can certainly go to them and tell them you want to hire me.
Do we, if we start at $7,200 and 10 years later it's still at $7,200, we're not very prudent business people, are we?
Would you like me to go to them to renegotiate?
Absolutely, on my behalf, but it's up to the rest of the commission. I understand the value, but at the same time, it's the value that we're offering them that goes with this.
We can certainly renegotiate, and I guess the question would be, and we can go into an executive session to discuss that before you would like to instruct me with regards to negotiation. But in terms of dollar amounts, you probably don't want to tell me in an open session, ask for this, but we'll take this. That's why.
But I'm only one person, so
I'd be curious to know what their rates are doing. I mean, if their rates are the same as they were 5 years ago, or if our constituents aren't having to pay more, then our rates should go up in one night.
okay. I'm just one voice here in regards to what our assets are. But Commissioner White,
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner White.
You just gotta ignore it, Doug.
I seem to be at a little bit of a loss here because I don't have any of this stuff in my packet you guys are talking about.
I'm good with having a conversation with a visionary, right? Clayton?
Yes. Visionary, do you want to just have them come back to a meeting, either appear remotely or come in person for a meeting? The fellow that came before, nice guy, I'm sure he wouldn't mind coming and saying hello.
Lease
They're the ones
agreements.
that put up 2 towers and didn't get permission. Remember?
Oh, I
Visionary.
apologize. I did find it.
Have to take one down, didn't they?
No.
Didn't they make them take
No.
it down?
Okay. So Commissioner Vickery, what do you have to add to
I
this?
do have it. I found it. I'm sorry. I just missed. I was so excited about the industrial siding. I forgot to look at this.
I could tell. Yes, I'd like to
Sorry about
explore,
Okay.
for me to rent something out 10 years ago or 5 years ago at $7,200 and say 10 years from now, we're still going to be at $7,200. That's not how things should work. I don't get those breaks in life. Do you?
Oh,
No.
I rarely get any breaks.
There we go. Great. On to the next.
Okay, so just to clarify, you want me to reach out, invite him to come to the next meeting?
I don't know that.
I would like him to come to a meeting. I want to see how many people are using his tower and what he has to say. And
Okay.
that's just like, I think Commissioner Bradley said about what are their rates done over the last couple of years? What's inflation look like?
Great. Thank you.
Make a note to myself.
And it's been a long time since Visionary's been here.
Yeah, Mike.
Okay, I will reach out to Greg. It's Greg.
It is.
Yeah, Greg from Visionary and see if he can attend either remotely or in person at the next meeting or some other time. Next lease. This is for the fairgrounds residents that fairgrounds reside in. It is an updated lease. The last one was for 2 years at $1,000 a month. Do you want to continue that for another 2 years at $1,000 a month, or do you want to raise that rent to be prudent businessmen?
I thought we approved this.
We did, when Jay was here the last time.
Yeah, that's done.
Okay, well, let's get a signature on it.
And it is prudent because he's working on behalf of the county on it.
I was asking a question.
Yeah, I just answered the question.
It does happen. I get confused even when I don't miss meetings.
What'd you learn?
Am I the WECO meeting? Oh, lots. It was good. Okay, so the next lease is the historical Daniel Fire Station property in Daniel proper. This is the one that the hospital district utilizes as respite space for its ambulance crews. And essentially they are utilizing that space. They pay $10 a month and they pay utilities.
So we sent somebody out to see if they were still using it or wanted it. I guess they do still want it.
It is my understanding from communication with them that they still want it.
Yeah, we had an email to that regard.
What's that?
We had an email to that regard from Jessica. Yes, thank you.
So are they the only one using it, or is there other stuff stored in there? That was the discussion.
Well, they do.
Good. If they're using it, it's not material, who else is using it? Would that have any impact on it?
All together, that's good enough.
Exactly.
Well, when that became available, that building, and I reached out thinking that it would be a great spot for the ambulance folks to get in and out of the weather rather than leave an ambulance idling all day long. And to my knowledge, it's never been used for that. I'm not in, I mean, if they can use it, fine, but it seems to me like they should have taken advantage of that, because in the winter, sometimes it gets a little iffy. Sit there in the darn ambulance with the car or the motor running all the time when they could have it inside where they have the restroom facilities and what have you. So, you know, no, if they can use it, fine. It's not being used for anything else, but I just wanted to bring that up. That's what the initial use was supposed to be for.
You're correct. Motion to accept the lease for the hospital district.
Chairman, I move that we approve the lease agreement between Sublette County and Sublette County Hospital District for use of the, what'd you call it, historical Daniel Fire Station. I state that right?
Have a motion, second. Discussion. All in favor? Aye, opposed?
Gaggle almost done.
We're almost done with the gaggle. We could call it a murder if we want, but
Just trying to relate the gaggle.
do you know what you call a group of porcupines?
Dangerous.
Dangerous is for damn sure, but you call it a prickle. A prickle of porcupines. The prickle of lease agreements?
Is that word in the
What do you
dictionary?
call a prickle of commissioners?
I don't know, but don't look at me when you say that, because it may not be a good word.
You're just to my right. And that's where I go. Okay. Now rounding out the end of the prickle. I looked at him that time when I said this is the proactive update. As I understand it, there was questions on it last time. His utilities have been updated to reflect what is currently happening, and then also Sublette County has been added as a required insured on their insurance policy. It would go month to month through and including December 31 of 26. Then it also carved out the rest of the lot. I believe that was Commissioner Stevens' concern on the legal description. Is that correct, Commissioner Stevens?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so those updates have been made to the lease agreement. It should be ready to go unless anybody has any questions.
On item 4C taxes, where it says county shall pay all taxes, assessments, etc. I'm going to presume that that excludes personal property tax.
Because that's just the ownership of the premises.
Good enough. Thank you. Motion to accept proactive lease to Sublette County.
So move.
I'll second it.
Have a motion second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the gaggle is complete.
Shouldn't say prickle.
What's that?
Shouldn't say prickle.
Oh, well, I can be prickly too. So, next thing up on this, is Monty's not here, is it? No, he's not. Monty, Bochanis reached out to me, on behalf of the Recreation Board. I sent you all an email about this yesterday afternoon. So what's happening in this situation, just to refresh you all, the Recreation Board made a grant to the Big Piney hockey rink for some construction that needed to be done, including placing or putting up the barriers around the rink. There was a failure in the structural integrity of the barriers, and they have fallen down, and they need to be redone. The construction company that did the work apparently is not communicating with the Big Piney hockey rink, and they don't know what to do about it. Right now, my office can't do anything because they are not somebody that is under my purview of representation. They could, if they chose to, and if the county chose to accept, they could assign the benefit under that contract to the county, and then the county could then pursue some kind of action to encourage the construction company to do the right thing and go do the job right that should have been done right in the first place. This is completely up to you all if you want to do it or not. The reality is that winter is coming, to quote Game of Thrones, and they may or may not have hockey in Big Piney.
So in your email, you called it panels, did you?
Yeah, I think there were the panels that go around the rink. And this is why I was hoping Monty could be here. He'd give you more details, but that's my understanding.
So they just fell down. It was around there a week or so ago.
There was some other structural stuff that failed. I don't know if it was, I think partially it was panels. Like I say, I don't know. But either way, that project was hired, done, was not completed, and not completed correctly. It failed, and it won't be able to be utilized to its intent from the utilization of county dollars. So I think the county has an interest in it because it was county's money that was used to do it. So I'm not opposed to it. If you all want to do that, I can get all necessary paperwork taken care of in order to be able to do that.
Have you had the opportunity to review the contract with the contractor for the installation of those panels?
It was a bid that was accepted. So it's not.
We had no written documentation in that regard.
It's just the bid that was accepted.
Verbal bid?
No, it was a written bid, but that's all it is. It says work to be done on ice rink and has a dollar.
With no additional clauses.
That is.
So I'll ask a question you probably can answer. So like, when was the job done? You know, I mean, 6 months ago, last year?
I think it was in August, and then there was like a big rainstorm, and thunderstorm came in with some heavy wind, and it blew stuff down that wasn't supposed to be blown down.
Well, so I had a discussion with Monty last night, and it's just not the boards we're talking about, but the glass backing behind them. And Monty indicated to me that's like $25,000 to $30,000 that it could take to replace help me out here, Sam, glass on the backside or whatever that is. Is it glass or I don't know. I say glass. And so that's what I think where the big issue is going to be is getting something done with that. The other question I had was if you have a contractor, whoever it is working there, who's overseeing that, in other words, who's making sure that this is done properly. So the guy, whoever the guy is, comes in, puts it up. He did not a very good job. And the windstorm that we all went through at times this past year is what created the issue. And apparently some of those boards weren't cemented properly. However that works, I don't know how it works, but they weren't put in properly and down it came. And with that, the glass behind the goalie, or the goal is where I'm assuming it is.
So in projects like that, if we're using county funds going to the rec board or whomever, shouldn't we have a contract that is drafted that states due diligence, provides for a surety bond to make sure that even though it's rare, we're protected on projects like this? I recognize that the rec board created or gave it to the big Piney hockey, which is fine, but we're lacking the most important part is a contract to hold people's feet to the fire. And to your answer to your question, if we had a bond on it, we could just move forward and the bond company would go back and chase the contractor. We wouldn't have to.
It sounds like what you're saying is that we need a procurement policy that would also apply to your rec board.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay.
But then before you know it, we're gonna have Rio Verde involved.
Well,
Yeah, every little project that we give out $100 for turns into $1,000.
Exactly.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to see you, if you think you can.
Commissioner White.
I'd like to request an executive session. I got some legal questions. I'd like to request the executive session if somebody else would agree with that.
A motion for executive session pertaining to.
So that'd be 64105A Romanet 9, which would be otherwise confidential by law, which would be legal advice with your attorney.
Have a motion. Second, any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Please be kind enough to step outside for a few minutes while we go over that, please.
signature after lunch.
Do we need to say there was no decision or anything coming out of this?
Yes, Saxton.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. I think the main thing we need to cover today, if you're amenable, is a review of the grants policy and potential adoption of that. Did anyone have any questions about that? That was originated, I believe, from a September 2nd discussion. And I believe Commissioner White had said if there was a specified level of match funding for grants, then the board should hear about it. And I believe that amount was $10,000. And so that is what I wrote into that policy. If anybody has any questions or concerns, it can certainly be changed. If not, we can go ahead and get that taken care of today.
Liked it. Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the Sublette County grant policy as presented by the county administrator.
Second. Any further discussion? Second. Grant policy, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
And I believe Jessica has an original for signature for you when that time comes. We have rolled out the AI the pilot licenses, the ChatGPT licenses for the AI pilot program. And users are underway on that. There have been a few questions that have come to me and I've done my best to field them, but I think and have suggested that they use it for a little bit of time and then we'll come together and have a training that Sam and Mac, I believe, are going to put on. So if you can specify a date for that, I can pass that information on to those users and get them together for that meeting.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. And we pick a date.
I can Thursday or Friday or Monday
Fridays.
and Thursday. Sorry, Lynn.
You're out this week.
Could be doing trading. I just want to sit in.
Shoot for Monday. You meet Monday?
Okay. And what time works?
Let's do.
There you go.
Monday the 13th.
The afternoon.
Okay. Do you want me just to pick a time based? Okay. Monday the 13th in the early afternoon. Those invitations will go out. Also, I wanted along those lines to let you know that, and we kind of briefly mentioned it, that there's a there is a AI forum in, I believe, Provo, Utah, November 13th and 14th, and it's put on by NACO. I didn't know if anybody might want to. I believe it was a $50 registration fee, so it's pretty close and pretty low cost if anybody's interested. So
I'm interested.
you would like to go?
Tentatively, I am.
Okay. Okay. All right. I will get with each of you and confirm and get that.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but Monday's a holiday.
Oh, yeah. Monday is a holiday.
What is the holiday?
Columbus Day.
Indigenous People Day.
Leave
Nobody will be here.
It's easy trading.
Can do Thursday or Friday. Friday. Think they could at least.
Friday?
Yeah, do Friday afternoon. I may be able to sneak in by then.
And was that the day you said you could make it? Friday afternoon? Okay. All right. And then I believe you're all aware that we did get the appraisal ordered for the proactive building. Were you able to attend that appraisal?
She called me yesterday. Had yet to call Craig. She's gonna call Craig, come up with the schedule, get back with me. She didn't get back with me yet.
Okay, so I do know that he did call me and say that Friday was fine, but that was Thursday night that he called. So I don't know whether it occurred or not, but it is underway in any case. And then you probably all know by now that the Bridger Teton cooperating agency meeting that was supposed to be held on September 30th was canceled due to a lack of quorum. So I did not attend that. The WCCA has written their sage grouse comments on behalf of all the counties, so those are done. And then we received a notice of intent from the BLM for the amendment, the environmental assessment amendment to the Rock Springs Resource Management Plan. So if you would like, I can, it's just a notice of intent at this point. It's public scoping. I can send a letter on behalf of the commissioners with your approval, and that is due, I want to say November 2nd, but I don't have it written down, but oh yeah, November 3rd. So we would have time, I believe, before the next one. What date is the next one? So it would be a situation like we've had in the past with those comments where there's such a short time frame that I would have to email them to you for your revisions and then have approval for the chairman to sign those in between meetings if you did want to do that.
Good was out.
Good.
So do we need a motion for signature between meetings? Or just ratify it after?
Sit ratify it after.
Okay, sounds good with that. And then I wondered if you wanted to discuss, and the chairman did send something, the state of the county proposal that we received from the Pineville Roundup. Did you all receive that? I have a copy of it here. If anyone should take, oh, you received it twice.
Yeah.
Cool.
And if you'd like to just wait to discuss that in old business.
We're running a little bit behind, so let's move it to old business, and we can address the hospital district so he can get back to work. Great.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. Unless you have a question.
Thank you so much, Jeness. Thank you for your patience and waiting.
Glad to do it.
This is Bill Patten, CEO,
Interim CEO.
interim CEO of the hospital district. We were able to meet last Friday in regards to hiccup at the Sublette Center of lack of meals for our elderly. And a couple of you were involved in phone calls, and I suspect that's what you're here about.
That's what I was told you wanted me to talk about. So I'm happy to talk about any other topic, but I can give you an update on that.
Please, let's start with that.
So at the Coffee and Conversation meeting Friday morning is when the concern was brought to me. I made a commitment that by the end of the business day, Friday, we'd have a resolution. And so we sent out a 3-point note to staff. Point one was we turned meals back on. If you go back in time, we had planned to move out of the Sublette Center up into the Heritage Home on September 30th. That was delayed because of a COVID outbreak in Sublette Center. We had more than 20 residents test positive for COVID, and moving them when they're not well isn't a good idea. Then we had staff get COVID. So we're now shooting for October 22. So the original plan was that when we moved out, the kitchen would be shut down. It didn't take into consideration the residents that were used to getting meals.
in the apartments. So you probably know this, but I just want to make sure anyone listening understands. Sublette Center really is two different service lines. One is independent living apartments. So people that we really are just treating them as a tenant. We don't provide much in the way of services. For example, housekeeping is only done weekly, and that's light housekeeping. We don't do laundry, but we have provided meals on a limited basis to a few of the residents. And then we have the nursing home folks. That's the part that's going to move up to the hospital campus. Notice had been given to folks, but a plan for transitioning how they would receive the meals hadn't been worked out. So we turned meals back on Friday. So effective Friday, folks were able to get the meals like they had before. What we're going to do between now and the 22nd is figure out a plan moving forward. So past the 22nd, how folks that need meals will get them, whether it's from us, whether it's from other sources. We're just going to get it figured out. And then the third element is we want to go back and do an assessment to make sure that the folks that are deemed to be independent in our apartments actually are independent. Because if they are no longer independent and are reliant on us for services, then that's the wrong care setting for them. And so I touched on this during the coffee and conversation meeting. One of the needs that I think the community has, this is the guy that's been here 4 weeks, so understand that this is, my perspective, but we don't have assisted living. So we have nursing home and we have independent living, but in between that is assisted living, and we don't have that now. And so as we look at the reconfiguration of the vacant space in the Sublette Center after the nursing home people move, I think we need to have a conversation about, do we remodel that space and make it serve an assisted living population? What that entails, it's just a concept at this point, but I think it's an unmet need in the community and needs to be talked about, looked at. So the situation has been resolved both in the short term and in the long term. So we will not be putting any residents that are dependent on us for meals at risk.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that very much. Commissioner Vickery? You had called for and had concerns when this first occurred, so I want to make sure that you don't have any questions.
I did have concerns because I've lived here a long while. And all of a sudden, I've become one that's going to be up there later rather than earlier, but it may not occur that way. And so my concern was whether a person was getting 3 meals a day or just 1 a day, they still needed to get fed. And this community would see to that if the hospital district determined that some of those folks weren't worthy of having a meal. And that kind of irked me. I could say it more forcefully, but I won't. And so, yes, I made 2 or 3 phone calls, one of which is Commissioner Burnett and Bernard, and he indicated I couldn't make the meeting that you had attended, and he did because of prior commitments. And so I was really happy to hear that you had made that call to make meals available. The big question I have is, who made the call to terminate those meals? Because somebody within that organization did, and whoever that is, and I don't care who it was, whoever that is needs to be held accountable in some regards, whether it's a slap on the hands or whatever. But that's just not right in a community like this to make a call like that. And I don't care who you are. It's just not right. It's not proper. It's unethical, and it's demeaning to the people that are dependent upon those foods. And so, yes, needless to say, I was, as a longtime resident here, was very upset over the situation. And I believe rightfully so. I've had people in that facility been very well taken care of over time. And I would expect that to occur as we move forward on top of the hill. But this short blip, if you would, in the service for some people was just not acceptable in my mind. And I believe from your response, it's not acceptable in your mind either.
So if I may respond, I'm in complete agreement with you. And what I want to do, because I don't mean to Monday morning quarterback. I wasn't here when the original decision was made. But I do want my team to learn and grow. So you talked about slap on the hand. I'm going to help them to grow so that they will look at situations like this differently in the future. So I would come at it from a couple of different perspectives. One, the service that we're providing, meals to the apartment folks, isn't something we're required to.
Understand that.
But that doesn't mean that there isn't an expectation that we're going to continue it. So we can't just be stuck by the legal document. We have to look at what I'll call the spirit of the law, not just the letter of the law. And we were providing a service and we needed to have better communication with those folks. What are their needs? What are their plans if we don't do it? And that's the piece that I think was really missing. Notification was given, but there wasn't that conversation. And so that's the piece that moving forward, we will make sure happens, is we'll be talking with our tenants and we'll be saying, if we weren't to provide meals for you, how are you going to eat? And then we'll figure out a solution for them rather than just putting an arbitrary date in place. As of this date, things aren't going to be provided. Because the point that I made to staff last week was we're still going to have a fully functional kitchen down there. So we should be able to figure this out without having a lot of expense involved. And so I gave each of you my card. What I would ask is rather than talking around me, talk to me. Whenever you have a concern, anytime, give me a call. It has my personal cell phone on there. Call me and let me know what your concern is, and I'll look into it right away and I'll get back to you.
Okay, I appreciate that, but I want you to know right now, I don't sleep well. It might be 2 o'clock in the morning when you get a call from me. So you might want to turn down that bell on your phone.
I would rather have you get it off your mind sooner than later.
Okay, well, I do appreciate that. And certainly that will occur from my perspective, at least.
Great.
So
thank you.
Anyway, that's all. It was just, I couldn't believe what was not happening. I'll put it like that. What was not happening. And so you rectified that. I appreciate that big time. And you're right about quarterbacks. We should have had a better quarterback when the Bills played the other night, but we didn't.
Thank you for that, Bill.
You're welcome.
Well, good.
Please.
Okay, so one of them is, so those people that's in the south end there, talking about that stopped getting fed, assisted. So were you billing them on meals when they got them?
That's my understanding, is that they would get billed per meal.
I mean, before and now too.
So while for those 3 days from the 30th until the 3rd or whatever, I don't believe any billing.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, what I'm saying is from that day on. So if you take meals down to any of those people, they will some way pay for them.
Yes.
Okay. And how many's down there now?
So I believe we have 55 apartments. And I believe they're all filled. And I think 8 of our residents routinely were getting meals, most of them lunch.
That's inclusive of Aspen Grove.
Correct.
So the 55 includes Aspen Grove.
Yes, it does.
And it's got what, 20 is in Aspen?
I don't think it's that many, but I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head.
And then, so how many are going to get moved approximately?
So none in Aspen
No,
Grove?
I understand that. Yeah. How many's going to get moved out
of the nursing home?
Medical part.
So all of them, which is about, as of this morning, 36, I think was the census.
So that's kind of answering some of my questions there. So 55 apartments, includes Aspen Grove. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I could or I don't want to ask you personally. Looks like you got company. I'll keep check on you, okay?
My wife was here last week.
Yeah, I figured with the Washington plates.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, so she's been down twice. When I first came down, she came down with me to help me get settled, and then she drove down last week. And we decided that I wanted my first month here to be focused on here, so I didn't go home. So I'm gonna go home the end of this week. It'll be the first time I've been home since, I think I drove down here on the 10th of September.
All right.
So I'm interim, but I'm here full-time, full heart, until the board says they don't need me anymore.
Well, welcome. Any other questions? Mac, Sam?
And I will appreciate the opportunity to give you regular updates. I'd like to come and it's the community's hospital. I want to report to. I shouldn't just say hospital. We're much more than hospital. We're 4 businesses: EMS, clinic, hospital, nursing home. So I'd like to give you regular updates on things that we're doing, things that we're planning.
Thank you. Appreciate that. How often would you like to come?
I would like to come monthly if that's all right.
Okay, Jessica, would you be kind enough to get with Bill?
If you could work with Jan. Thank you.
Wonderful. I appreciate you coming down. Thank you so much.
So
Great
I'd
to
like-
see you at breakfast.
It was fun. I didn't know you were a commissioner. Now I knew he was, but I didn't know you were.
That's tell a lot of people.
Okay, I'll keep it a secret. Thank you all. I do look forward to working with you.
Okay, so one other thing I'd like to make as a comment. In some instances, more is better. And in this case, if you're going to be here at all, that's better than what we've seen. I can assure you that, because we've sent out, hey, could somebody from the hospital district show up? They don't show up. So this card's going to hold your feet to the fire for showing up, because we're part of this community also. And we'd like to know what's going on. We'd like to be part of the conversation at some point, to the ups and the downs, the trials, the tribulations, what have you, because we're all going to be part of that. And it's important to know when you drive up on the hill what's been going on, or what has been going on, or what's going to be going on.
I'm in complete agreement with you, sir.
So that'll be refreshing for me, and I'm sure the rest of these folks, to have us, what do you want to call the semi-monthly update or something to that effect, so that, we're not blindsided and we don't have to listen to the rumble on the streets, which there's a lot of that.
And in between, if there are specific topics you want me to present on, just give me a call, send me a note, so I can make sure that I'm meeting your needs if you're hearing things from the community.
Fair enough. Well, I appreciate every time somebody from the hospital district shows up here, and it's been a while. So thank you again for your offer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in your turn. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So are they still actively looking for somebody as CEO, or what's going on there?
Yes. So I've suggested to the board that they hit the ground running with recruiting first of the year. It's hard to recruit over the holidays. Folks don't like to move over the holidays. And there are a couple of issues that I think we need to get resolved before a qualified candidate would really look seriously at the job. So if I may, we're in the middle of a 3-step process. Step 1 was getting the hospital licensed so that we actually could be open to provide care. Step 2 was getting inspected and then getting a number from CMS, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, so that we could bill. So we've gotten the inspection, and that takes us back to the 16th of September, but we don't have the number from CMS now. And until we get that number, we can't bill for Medicare and Medicaid. And then the 3rd step is conversion to what's called critical access hospital designation. So right now we're under what's called a prospective payment system hospital designation. So we're paid based on a fee schedule, which is lower than our cost of providing care. Critical access hospital limits the number of beds you can have, limits how long you can have a patient in your hospital. It doesn't limit the services, but it does require you have to have an ED, you have to have lab, you have to have X-ray. But beyond that, it doesn't say what you have to have. We need that so that we can get enhanced reimbursement for Medicare and Medicaid. So that's the 3rd step. So we're waiting on that 2nd step, getting the number from CMS. We've done everything we need to. The ball is in their court. We're hoping that the government shutdown doesn't delay that. Based on the original timeline, we thought we were about 4 weeks out from getting that number. And then we'll be able to go back to September 16th and bill all the Medicare and Medicaid we've cared for. Between August 4th and September 16th, we'll have to write all of that off. That's just a cost of the way the process works. But those are the steps that we're under right now to get the hospital, what I'll call stable, financially stable. And then back to your original question, I think we'll be able to recruit someone who is experienced and will really be able to take the organization to the next level.
Thank you.
More than you wanted to know.
No. I'm interested in all of it.
Yep.
So, because I've heard call thing for 4 years. Okay.
Yeah, a critical access hospital. So this will be the 7th critical access hospital that I've had the privilege to lead when we get that designation.
Because before they said it could take 6 months on the call thing.
So fortunately, we have both the state government and the federal government working in our favor. The state has been fabulous, getting the license turned around. They really have been good to work with. And now if we can just get the feds to come through with that number, then I was on a call before I came down here. We were already working on the application for the critical access designation. And we have that within a couple of days of having it complete. So as soon as we have that number, we'll be able to get that submitted right away.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for coming.
Yep.
Okay, now we're going to, how much time are we? Andrea, we're looking at about 20 minutes. Okay, so we'll adjourn for human resource.
Just hard because we're getting more. That's taken. There's only so much.
Up next is Planning and Zoning, Hayley Ruland, please.
Hey, good afternoon. Do have some hard copies of our first agenda item, some larger plats, if anyone wants one of those. They're quite the size.
Okay, so the first item is Great Gray Manor Minor Subdivision, Great
Yes.
Gray Minor Subdivision. Thank you.
Yes. So yes, our first application on the agenda today is the Great Gray Minor Subdivision request. And this is within the Hoback Ranches. Jessica, is there any way I could possibly go do presenter mode? Just wanted to share the location on here. Are you Bob? I'm teasing. And by what? I do appear under your name? Or? Yes. You can go ahead and get started when you're figuring it out. This is located in Hoback Ranches, and the original lot, let's see it yet. No. Okay, the original parcel is almost 40 acres, 39.28. And the applicant is Chris Lasenick and Stephanie Housley, and they are requesting for a minor subdivision to create 2 parcels. And both of the parcels right now are vacant. There is an easement that would be provided to the lots that are adjacent to the north side.
The current zoning is R10. So according to our current zoning, this is permitted from our current zoning. We've received positive feedback from 2 public members, just written comment. And at the public meeting, there were some questions. There's a parking area that's provided on this parcel, and it's used, it's not like a dedicated parking area, but I'll let Chris talk to that. He's here today. But yes, one thing, we just did a little exercise looking at Hoback ranches and previous subdivisions that have taken place. And because this is zoned R10, this is a subdivision that was existing before the code was established. They established it being R10. That was just what was decided at the time. I would say over half of the original parcels have already been subdivided at least once. So just something for you to keep in mind. We did not require any additional perk tests or water log tests or anything because that was all done with the original subdivision.
So how many lots are there in the original subdivision? You know?
I do not know how many. This parcel itself, though, this is just a minor subdivision to split it in half. And the Planning and Zoning Board did motion for a recommendation of approval of this unanimously 4-0 at their last meeting. But the applicant is here too, if you would like the applicant to present this as well, or if you have questions.
I've got a question, but maybe we'll wait until after Chris.
Chris,
Let me, oh,
You've been made the presenter. Yeah, I'm not sure what you have to do on your end.
oh, okay. Thank you. On the time.
Chairman, commissioners, thank you, and thank you, Hayley. I can just give you an overview of what we're doing. So what's in yellow here, can we zoom in just a little bit? Is the lot that we're talking about. Thank you. So we currently own the lot to the north here and are basically just buying this land to protect someone from building a house on our driveway, essentially. We are subdividing, the portion that we're subdividing off is to the west of Rim Road and to the south of Skyline Drive. So it's this chunk here. It's defined by the roads on the north and east, and then the boundary line on the other 2 sides there. There's no plans for development. The plan is we're selling it to a family member who is gonna just hold on to it for as far as we know. No plans for putting any houses or drilling any wells or putting in any infrastructure at this point. But I'll talk to the parking lot that Hayley mentioned. There's a parking lot here that has historically been used by the Hoback Ranches community for many years prior to us moving there in 2016. Folks used to park out at the highway and snow machine in. YDOT at some point said, you cannot do that. You're not allowed to park at the highway anymore. So Hoback Ranches had the burden then of coming up with what they were going to do. The previous landowner let them use that as a parking lot. So when they went up for sale, there was obviously a lot of concern. And this is used by people who would park their car here and then jump on a snow machine and snow machine into their house and vice versa to get to work. So there was a lot of concern around that. We said that we were happy to continue that pattern. It's free, it's not for pay. There's nothing, no exchange of money involved in the situation. And it's essentially administered by the Hoback Ranches Service Improvement District. We have almost nothing to do with it. So you can tell where it is there. That will persist in the way that it has. That's the plan with that, but happy to answer any other questions or anything around that or any other aspects of the application.
So with a minor subdivision split, you don't have to come up with a letter from the Game and Fish or anything like that, do you?
You know, it has been historically prior to Hayley joining on, it was kind of hit or miss. It's not required. The only thing that's required in a subdivision is a conservation district letter, and that is not done in any of the Hoback Ranches ones because when it was originally platted, the conservation district gave their letter at that point, and that has been what has persisted as their letter for any further subdivisions.
So I don't know what their letter reads. I've never seen it, but it seems to me like that landscape is changing with R10 development. It's certainly much different now than it was whenever this thing came about from the original proprietor putting in 40-acre developments. And with all the migration issues and concerns from that north end, the landscape is changing there pretty fast as we start parting these into smaller pieces. I mean, yours doesn't sound like it's going to affect things, but we've made some that have, and there'll be future requests, no doubt. Just wonder if a letter shouldn't come with these applications from the Game and Fish that suggest things are getting more condensed there, or I don't know what your
You wouldn't get any
fencing is up there, or can you fence, or
Yeah, that's an interesting one. The covenants require non-wildlife friendly fencing essentially. And so, but what the Hoback Ranches has done around the entirety of Hoback Ranches is put up wildlife friendly fencing with some grants. And that actually went to the state Supreme Court because one of the residents sued around it. And the judge supported that it was fine to put in the wildlife friendly fencing around the perimeter. We don't have any fencing around our property and no plans to put any fencing. Most people don't. And just to put one point on your comments, absolutely what you're saying is true. These were not all platted as 40 acres, just to be clear. Some of them were platted as actually like 8 acres, even though it's RR10. I mean, so the original plat has acreage of all sizes. They were not all originally 40.
I don't know, it just seems that there have been several of them coming forward now.
Yeah.
And things have to be changing up there, more density. I mean, it's
For sure. That is an accurate assessment. Yes.
Any questions from the board?
Chris, are you planning on keeping the one lot, selling the other said lot off the said family member?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you planning on any boundary line adjustment or combining that lot with yours where it's attached?
No, we're not.
Separated?
Yep.
Okay, open to questions from our visitors or from online. Questions, comments?
That was Andy on one.
Great, thank you. Being none, I close the
Don't need that.
questions and comments. Back to Hayley, please. No pushback from the planning and zoning at all.
That's correct. Yes, there was some discussion about the minor subdivision process and future, whether or not these lots could be subdivided in the future. And it would have to go, if they wanted to subdivide this further, it would have to go through the larger, it would no longer be a minor subdivision.
Absolutely. Okay, any further questions? Close for comments, questions. Entertain the motion on this.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion. I move that we approve the Great Gray minor subdivision within the Hoback Ranches as presented.
Have a motion by Commissioner White. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stevens.
Okay. He's just quicker, so.
finally got word in edgewise.
That was a tough one. Any further comments, questions, discussion on this? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed. Thank you so very
Thank you,
much.
Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. And my understanding is we need to have you sign the Mylar copy at some point today. So at break or whenever it's appropriate, I'll bring that up.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next. LR Communications Conditional Use Request. I have to recuse myself from this one, for personal reasons.
You're in charge.
You coming back?
No.
It don't sit in that chair.
How are you?
Use my own chair.
I love that one.
Positively unprepared for this, but we'll see what happens. All right, see what Pape is on here. All right, we've had an application from LR Communications, conditional use request. I guess you all guys need to come forward. Or probably be the best. Can't find it. Where'd it go?
Oh, keep going.
What did we move it? This one.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we've got an application, LR Communication, requesting conditional use permit, pursuant to Chapter 5 of the Southern County Zoning Development Regulations. Said conditional use permit would allow for construction of a 50-foot communication tower located at Jim Bridger Estates, 4th lots 34, 35, zone RR10 on 125 Myrna Drive. So would you like to give us a little information there before we move on?
Right, so just to give a little background about this application, this was submitted earlier this summer, and the applicant was informed by staff at the time that even though the maximum height within RR10 is 30 feet, that a variance would not be required, and that exceeding the 30-foot height requirement would require, could be part of the conditional use application. And the reason for the conditional use application is because it is defined, or it's been decided that this would fall under a public facility. I will say there's been question about whether or not this is a public facility. We can get to that, you know, when discussion comes, if people have questions about it. However, at the time they were told a variance would not be required. This was presented to the Planning and Zoning in August, and there were questions about whether or not co-locating was possible on an existing union tower located near the site. And it was tabled at the time to look further into this co-location possibility. There is currently a tower on site that's at this property right now, and it's a 30-foot structure that's providing service to people in the area. I'll let the applicant talk a little more about this, but just to give some background that is there right now. It came back to Planning and Zoning in September, and the applicant informed the board that co-location had been looked into and it did not seem like it was feasible. They also mentioned that in 2012, the tower was first constructed and put up at this property, and they were told by the staff at the time that a conditional use permit or building permit was not required. So there's no permit on file for the existing structure on site. So that raised questions about non-conformance and whether or not this could be considered maintenance or repairs to the existing structure. There have been conversations too with the county attorney, with Clayton, but some questions came up again about the co-location on the Union Tower. I'll let them come to address this when they talk about the application. But at the end of the day, they also agreed, or there was discussion of proceeding with a 30-foot tower rather than the 50-foot tower, and not proceeding with the variance or anything exceeding the 30-foot height. So the motion made by the Planning and Zoning Board was to allow a 30-foot tower with the conditions that a variance be applied for if they exceed 30 feet. That motion failed. So the recommendation is to not allow this lattice tower on site. We did receive, at the meeting, there were two people who provided opposition to the application who lived nearby, just with concerns of visual aesthetics, and also looking more into the co-location possibilities. One thing I do want to mention as well is the next item on the agenda is regarding the Union Tower that's provided at the state. It's on the state property, and that's the Union Tower that's been discussed. I just wanted you guys to be aware of that. So.
Okay, so I think before we go any farther, we'll let the board here ask questions. That way we'll discuss them twice. Okay, they'll have questions and you can answer them when you get your chance to talk, if that's okay. So, Doug, you got a question?
Well, you're just like that other guy that sat in that chair. You look at me first.
Sam's still reading.
Well, I guess I can start out like this. I don't know a lot about all this stuff. I know line of sight. If I'm out with a rifle shooting at something, I need a good line of sight to see what I'm going to try to get. So I took a afternoon drive, if you would, up there Sunday and toured around up there, and I looked at the Union Tower, and I went all the way around it with the exception of the right behind the western part of it, because I didn't want to get out and walk back in there. And so every place I went, including down towards your side, I could see the top of that Union Tower very well. So to me, if it's feasible, co-location makes a lot of sense. The tower's there. I don't know what kind of monetary value you would be required. I'm sure there's something. And if it's a detriment to your business, then there needs to be some way to rectify that. In my vision, and bear with me, folks, I'm not communication. I understand communication. We need to have it, and as good as we can get it. But in my small world, I'm envisioning, if we don't figure out how to have a veritable forest of communication towers in Sublette County. It's hard to tell where, but they're all going to be at the peak of the hill, so to speak, because that's the best place to have them. I understand that. And so for me, I'd like to see this co-location thing explored as good as it could be before we go ahead and reconstruct or construct other towers. That's what I'm not here to say, no, you can't. What I'm here to say is, could you try to get along and have Union? You guys sit down with Union if that's an applicable thing for you, and say, hey, let's get together, let's serve the whole community to the best ability that we have with both entities on that one tower. To me, that just makes more sense. There's only one avenue to get to it. You don't have to worry about, I'm guessing the roads down there from where your tower's at might be a kind of a quagmire at some times of the year, or virtually non-existent, really. You might have to, when I drove down that way, I stopped before I got to it, because I said, if I get down there and can't get back, nobody will come rescue me. So that's my take on it. I understand your concerns, but I also understand folks who have to live in that subdivision and get up in the morning and look around and see another tower, where right now, the one that Union has up there is virtually hidden in those trees, with the exception of that, I don't know what to call that thing on the top of it, but I guess that's where all the good stuff's at. But I would really like to see somehow you make the co-location work for you guys. And if there's anything that Union needs to do to help along that lines, I would ask them to sit down and be a good neighbor and try to make it work for the betterment of not only you, but their situation and the community that both of you will serve up there. Because I know you do fill a void there. And I've heard some folks about that. But I've also heard from folks who don't want to see another darn tower down there. And I mean, that's human nature, of course. We want to see the pristineness that we have. And if we can help manufacture that by not manufacturing another tower, then I would be all over that one. So that's my take on it.
Mac, you want to contribute there?
Well, I guess first question, you've agreed you can get by with just 30 foot. You don't need to reach over into that next drop. 30 foot's all you need to.
That's correct. Yeah.
And so if you were to rebuild there where you're at, it's going to be a wider, bigger base, or just the phone pole you've got is pretty simple tower there right at the moment.
Yeah, and so maybe we should talk a little bit about that, because we're talking about a tower, one sees a big tower. I think of the biggest tower you see, like some of the big stuff you see up on that area. Most of what we're talking is simply a footprint. It's really no wider. It's currently there, since it's a lattice tower, so the structure itself is transparent. So from a ridge line height perspective, it's a much smaller tower. And 30 feet is certainly sufficient to handle the engaging.
It does. Now, I took the tour yesterday with one that's not too happy about it being there. What are the reflective issues going to be? Will there be during the bright days reflection issues on that thing, or?
I would suspect that any reflection would be the solar panels. There's already solar panels there.
So that thing you have there doesn't stick out in my mind. That's a pretty simple setup. I don't know. I think things are going to move more to satellite than towers in the future. I don't think there'll be an abundance of towers. More so than what we've got, but I'm not against what you're doing there, and to rebuild one 30-foot tall, I'm not against.
And I don't know how you guys wanted to handle this comment. Do you want me to address the question? Because maybe
Well, I'd rather get them all out. That way we going back and forth, we can get it done. So,
No, I think, Mac, you helped answer some of mine. Lance, welcome. You're just replacing aging infrastructure with something smaller. Is this lattice tower, is that guidelines? Or will it be freestanding? It'll be freestanding. Perfect. And I wanna, because I noticed you put a letter in here about co-locating, wasn't an option before, but wanted to know how your conversations went with that and what your thoughts on that are too.
now or so, I'll put in my little bit here. Oh, so with two towers there, does it take away from some, add some? What's the advantages of two different companies there? And I know people compete, but now will yours be more powerful than Union, or how's that work? What are we gaining with the two? You know, side by side or 50 foot? What's up there that we're missing out? Who's losing out now? Consumers. So that's my question. So you can start kind of going down and come around however you want to do it.
All right. And so a little history on this. This the pole that's there, that's really the power that we installed. Drawing the blank on the gentleman.
Bart Myers.
And so me and Bart had a conversation about it. Because it was a utility pole, that there was no building required, and it should be good to go on it. Originally back in 2012, there wasn't much for service. I mean, CSL, yeah, really slow by today's standards. So counting and people overall was just ecstatic. So that's really when we started the service. And this facility we're talking about was the first one that I built in Sullivan County. So at the time, it was literally just for myself and the few neighbors around, which time was substantially fewer neighbors than there is today. Right now, the wooden pole that's there is elements for now, which has allowed the mounting structures on the not be as secure, so the antennas aren't as stable as they need to be service to existing infrastructure. The Laila structure just makes more sense. Excuse me. co-location conversation with union. So to kind of put it in perspective for you folks is their current monopole tower that they have, we call it the bridge pole site, was just constructed high enough for their equipment at the top of the clusters to see over the tree line there. And in order for us to be able to utilize that, a substantial addition to the, it's one of those. Limited population needs to understand the financial challenges of providers we own. The cap funding we are funding to construct structures. Money that constructs all this. So I have to look at it from a perspective of what makes sense to me. Sinking that kind of money and sense makes sense to make it smaller site that is more. And that's what the placement structure. Financial sense. Well, I should talk a little bit about co-location in general. There's only so much or frequencies that are available for this kind of communication. So the more barriers that you jam together in the same tower facility, more that sharing has to end up with interference that occurs sometimes just from being in close proximity to the transmitter. And you see this a lot in urban environments where 6 or so speeds and services offered from that tower to be created as a result of so much on the facility. Out here in Wyoming, we don't have as many providers and such, and so there's some leeway there. That's certainly technically having different facilities at different locations is it allows frequency reuse customers in between the two towers. Towers can talk on the same frequency, and because the customers are playing in opposite directions, it limits or eliminates that interference. But you lose that advantage when you're on the same facility. That's why a lot of providers like us will have sites in this area, same spec.
Lance, do you use any fixed spectrum, or is yours all the public spectrum?
Most of what we use is what's called a license. License, vice versa. So the main objective here is to offer service. Sure.
Okay, we have some questions from the audience. Anybody want to participate in it? Sure, come on up. Big vote.
Hi, Chris Lisenek, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself here today, not on behalf of the Planning and Zoning Board. But I just wanted to give a little bit of context around why I voted the way I did. The meeting that we had back in August was the first, I don't know if it was the first, it was at least one of the first, maybe the second meeting, if not the first, of the new board. Of course, we had our new planning administrator join us and another new office staff person join us. And we had some commentary at that meeting around towers that I think, brought into question how we've been handling them in the past. And I have concluded that personally, I think we have nothing in our regulations that speak to towers. I think how it's been done in the past, where it was done, was using two things: public facility, which if you look at public facility, I think this doesn't fall under the definition of public facility if you look at how it's written into our regulations, and variances. And if you look at variances, is this to where height is exceeded, it doesn't meet the definition of a variance, which is a non-self-inflicted issue where you need to grant a variance in order to not cause an unreasonable hardship to a landowner. So I didn't vote. I voted against this. I didn't vote against it because I don't think it's not a worthwhile application or have any particular problem with it necessarily, other than I think we have no regulatory basis in our regulations on which to make a decision either in favor or against a tower right now. You could make all sorts of arguments about why we should or should not have a tower in a given place, and none of them would stand up in court because they're not tied to our regulations. We don't have anything in our regulations about them. So I think that's just what I did was I voted against it, and I would vote against any tower right now. And I would ask that the Board of County Commissioners task the Planning and Zoning Board with finalizing the draft chapter we have. I know the gentleman that's presenting to you from LR Communications here today had told us that he had some comments on that, or some thoughts on it. We'd love to get his input. We'd love to get input from folks from Union, other experts in the area. But as of today, there's nothing in our regulations. And I would say, if you think about, well, what about precedent? We've done this before. With a new board, a new staff, we are, and Clayton, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I don't think we are bound to precedent where it's recognized that there has been that precedent is based on error. And so if we stand here today and we say this was done in error in the past, the Board of County Commissioners was ill-advised, it should not have been done in that way, then I don't think we are bound to precedent. So those are my comments. I'm happy to answer any questions, but otherwise I'll sit down. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Anybody online? Anybody? Yes, not. My thought, kind of go along Chris's line there. I mean, I'd like to heard something from Union, I'd like to heard from everybody, but that doesn't seem like that's going to work out today. But I don't think we need to sit up here all day. I mean, I think we've all kind of got in our mind what we should move along with it or put it on hold, or, I think that's pretty evident. We're all pretty well informed here. I was at the planning zoning meeting, you all were there. So, so I don't think we need to hash this out any longer. I just think we need a motion, or try to get a motion, or whatever we want to do here. Whether we don't have a motion, put it on hold, it's completely up to us. So I'm asking for a motion. If you want to, not sure what the motion's going to be because you got to leave them together. It's two issues here, which makes it tough. Okay, so somebody make a motion how they feel it should sound, if we can get one.
Mr. Chairman. Clayton, can you walk me through similar use in our regulations? And I know it's came up a lot in our regulations on what statutory powers we have as a commission using similar use.
So do you mean, determination of similar use, or do you mean public facility, or just towers in general?
So one, I mean, public facilities. So we've walked through that several times, right? And so how, in my mind, we got three options on RR10 for conditional use, right? Three options that are listed in our regulations, public facilities being one of them.
Yep.
I think we walked through public facilities, through parking lots, we walked through industrial parking lots in similar use. But I want to see what your thoughts are is how public facilities and similar use could be used in the same logic in looking at towers.
So for background of what we've done with towers in the past, the way your regulations operate right now is they say that anything that's not specifically included in the regulations is prohibited. We do not have the authority to prohibit the building of towers throughout the county. We do not have the ability to do that. And so we cannot say, well, it's not allowed, and the regulations don't say you can build a tower, therefore you can't build a tower. We don't have the authority to say that. The reality is the towers are a structure. They require a building permit. They are a use of the land. So you're in this space where you can either say, we're essentially going to ignore towers and let them go wherever they want, whenever they want, and however they want to do it, which would be akin to saying you can't build a tower. Because the reality is that we cannot prohibit wholesale across the county. We can't have towers. We cannot say that. But that's what your regulations have effectively said if you don't find a somewhere of a square peg to shove this round hole. Sorry, other way around. Somewhere of a round hole to shove this square peg. Because that's what you've got. You do have a square peg that's trying to fit into a round hole. And ultimately, through what this board and planning and zoning has done for as long as I have been here and as long as I have seen prior to me being here, was to look at towers as though they were a public facility and analyze them under a conditional use permit in order to have some control over where they are built. I don't know if I'm answering your question or not, because
you do, you are.
Because determination of similar use, you're not necessarily. The board has already said that a communications tower is a public facility. That's been a definitional decision that's already been made. And as we've talked about before, when there is ambiguity, which clearly your regulations do have ambiguity with the definition, the current definition of condition of public facility, the agency, the county, has the ability to define that or define it for its purposes. This county has defined public facility for its purposes to include town. So we don't really need to, we being the group, we don't need to make a determination of similar use because that decision has already been said that a tower is a public facility.
Gotcha.
Does that help?
That helps. Next part of my question. In our regs, right, it gives us options about as far as denying a conditional use. If we deny the conditional use, the applicant has to wait a year before he can reapply for anything similar to that was already denied. What other options do we have according to our regulations? Besides just asking for more information, and then will we bound to the 40 days before we have to give an answer on that?
So there's a few things that are happening in terms of a timeline. And I believe this was brought up at the commissioners meeting at the Planning and Zoning Commission, because I sent an email out to the entire group on this. So there are shot clocks, is how the feds call them, or I guess the federal regulations describe what they call a shot clock. And they've done this in terms of think about the shot clock on a basketball game. Like once the person has possession of the ball, they have to shoot the ball within, I don't know, it's 30 seconds, 35. I don't watch basketball. But there's a certain time limit based on the nature of the application. So what has happened over the years is that, as you can imagine, not everybody wants to look at a tower. That's the whole point. That's the reason that that's part of zoning. But people don't like to look at towers, and you have traditionally a NIMBY attitude towards towers. NIMBY being not in my backyard. Yes, I want to use my cell phone, but I don't want to look at a tower in my backyard. That kind of an attitude toward towers. And this has been tension for years and years, ever since we've started to have wireless communication. And so that's why they said to municipalities, you can't wholesale reject them. Well, then municipalities and local governments were like, sure, we're not rejecting them. We're just taking forever to make a decision, which was default rejection. And the FCC said, no, you have to make a decision on a tower. And for a small radio tower such as this one, that shot clock is 90 days. So we have to make a decision within 90 days. And if not, there's federal district court options for an applicant to circumvent and go from there. So not only do we have our 45-day time limits that are built into our regulations, but we're also bumping against our shot clock for this application itself.
Gotcha.
That
helps.
And there's a couple of other issues that could come up with this that I'm happy to discuss with the group, but it may not be something that you would want to discuss. I would probably suggest that if we go deeper into some of these issues, that we do that in an executive session.
I'd love to hear some more issues. Make the motion to go into executive session.
Supper's at 6.
Yeah.
You discuss that?
Okay, yeah.
Go into executive session. You need a second. All those in favor?
I just want to get it over with. No, I'm not going into executive session. I'm going to move it right
No, I
on.
won't either. So it'll be a tie and that'll be a fail. So we'll move along. Hayley, I'd like your, how was the motion brought forward, the wording, to get to where we are the day that failed?
The motion was to approve this tower being at 30 feet with the condition that if it exceeds 30 feet, a variance would need to be applied for. And that motion is what failed.
So I feel like that's the motion we should ask for today.
That wording is in your.
Well, that's good. We got good memory. So, because I'll let whoever's gonna make the motion remember. So do you all feel like that's a motion that we carry through for today to vote?
Motion for to approve the 30-foot only.
Yes, like she said right there.
So approve the request for the conditional use, not the variance to go above 30.
To exceed 30.
Just the 30.
Which is bound by the RR zoning requirement.
So is that coexistent or separate where they're at now? Was it, what did the motion say it was gonna be, the 30-foot tower? Did it say?
Yes, 30 feet.
I understand that, but the spot where they are now or with the union, which was it gonna stay where they were at now?
Location.
Yeah, just build a different structure?
Build the structure.
Okay.
So I guess I'd have one more question for you. If you had unlimited funds, co-location, you could go to union and say, we need on your tower. You had to break even on this project. How much would your costs go up, do you think, to your 20 customers or however many use that tower? They double, quadruple?
There's not enough customer base to fund.
No way to
that.
get
The only
on that.
reason Union's got that tower there is they got a substantial sum of money for deployment in that area.
Go
Can I
ahead.
just mention something too before the motion is made? I just want to bring this up. I'm not trying to surprise you guys with this, but the next item on the agenda is regarding this same union tower. So I just wanted to bring it up that they are proposing to put a new union tower there. And they have asked for county feedback, but the feedback is not regarding zoning. It is on the state parcel. So the feedback is asking more about like historical site impact. This tower, I'm just curious, thoughts on this. The tower that they are proposing, the tower's 5 feet taller. But I don't know at the same time, like if you guys are aware of this, or I don't know also if the base elevation is the same. Maybe the base elevation is lower. I am not aware of that. But that was something I just wanted to bring up before we move into the motion and the next agenda item.
And I did look at that line item on the agenda here. Their proposed height
Okay, yes, it was 5 feet.
Operationally, there's a bigger picture here. Alarm on drains. We have facilities. Side. I refer to as North View. So that facility serves a lot of those customers. The union facility that also serves that area. So, that.
Okay, just so everybody's clear, Mac, if you just motion again, okay?
Well, after the discoverers considering the 8 findings, we gotta do.
No, 2.
Oh, yeah, 2.
Make your 2, you have to consider the 8 factors, and then you have to make the 2 specific findings. Well, but in girls with regulations, and that it is not in, that it's not materially under the neighborhood.
So on 8 findings, isn't that zoning change?
So you still have 8 criteria in the conditional use permit. That's why it's clear that it's not actual findings. That it's follows the rules and it's not materially adverse.
So we have to list all 8 and then the 2, the A and the B also in our motion.
So what has traditionally been done, and I think actually Chris built the motion around this that makes the most sense, and I think it goes something to the effect of having considered the 8 criteria, make a motion that that it is, and then the 2 findings is 1, that it's that it is in compliance with the rules and regulations of the planning and zoning regs, and 2, that it is not materially of interest to the neighboring properties. And I think there may be some more specific, trying to read the exact language.
Well, it's the proposed location uses is in accordance with.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
The purpose of the resolution.
Those actions, but.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Did I cut you off? But yeah, so those are your 2 findings. You need proposed location, use is in accordance with the purposes in a resolution and the district in which it is located, and that it will not be detrimental to public health, welfare, public health, safety, or welfare, or materially interested in neighboring properties. So those are your 2 findings that you have to make.
8 criteria and 2 findings.
Yeah.
After looking at the 8 criteria and these 2 findings, I'd make a motion to approve a rebuild of a tower not to exceed 30 foot as conditional use.
All right, motion been made, second.
Second.
All right, is there any discussion? Anybody want to say anything? I assume if you'll be happy with this, you have to be probably, right? I mean, I'm assuming they could withdraw it, come back later if they wanted to. Because if we do this, then they're locked in, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right, motion been made, seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, it's carried 3-1. And thank you, gentlemen. Hopefully it all works out for you. Thank you, Hayley.
You're trying to get that out too quick.
Let's see.
Think you look good in this interview, people.
Union Tower comment request for in Myrna. Ready.
All right. So we are, well, pull up my screen again, just so we see what we're talking about. We are in the same area And now we're talking about the Union Tower. The Union Tower is over here on the state parcel. Now I'm looking at this and I'm not sure if it's here or here. We're gonna pull up the letter.
It's right there.
Right here.
It's right in that corner there where your mouse is.
Why I think it's right here. So it is on the state parcel. Just some interesting history about this. Union applied for a conditional use permit back in, it may have been about 2020, with planning and zoning and the commissioners to put this tower within the Jim Bridger Estate subdivision. And it was approved by the county commissioners with the conditions that it be a stealth tower disguised as a tree. And they ended up abandoning that plan. I don't know all the reasons behind this, but now the tower is on the state parcel. So the same tower that they applied for the county, they abandoned that plan and put it here. The requirements with the state, obviously they don't have to follow our zoning, but it is not disguised as a tree. They did reach out to the county and have requested feedback. They plan on replacing this tower. And go back to the top of this letter. They did reach out to Clint Gilchrist, and they reached out to him just because of his guidance with the Historic Preservation Board. I reached out to him as well for his thoughts about this. And the reason is because of the, my goodness, now I'm Section 106 process, which is asking for feedback about more of the historic impacts. So it's not looking at our zoning, it's more impact the historic related.
That's the only stance the county would have. is
That's the
historical.
only stance. So I felt like because we received this letter, I wanted to share it with you. The plan is to replace the tower with, here is the existing tower, here's the proposed tower. One thing I did notice just from my review, I didn't see anything in here saying, and maybe I missed this. I didn't see anything about removing the old tower. I saw it said retire equipment. I don't know exactly what retire equipment means. So one of my suggestions is to require that that be removed when they install the new one. That was just one thing I noticed. That currently it's 75 feet and they're proposing the overall, it looks like the tower height will be 80 feet with the structure at 83 feet. I did ask Clint too his thoughts about suggesting the stealth tower for this new one as well. And his thoughts were, well, we didn't provide that feedback when they installed the original tower. I don't know if we could provide that feedback at this point. That was just something that we talked about.
So are you gonna write a letter in response to guidance?
Yes. So yes, the reason I bring it to you is for guidance on how to respond to this. If there are, if you guys have suggestions on responding.
Well, but we won't have any call on what they're gonna do anyway, right? I mean, they can leave both of them up there if they want. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, that's where we can provide, the county can provide feedback, and if county wants to request that the one be taken down, this is the opportunity to provide that feedback.
Well, I'll tell you what my feedback is. Take that purple one or blue one, whatever color it is, down when that other one's up in a short period of time to do so. If we don't have obviously any stroke with that, but I mean, it seems to me like if they're putting up another one, a whole 5 feet, must be a reason for it. And so the other one must be obsolete or it's gonna be, and it needs to go away. That's what I'm saying. So.
If I may.
Yeah, you may.
Thank you. Lance, I think you're pretty well versed in towers, aren't you? Please, what are your thoughts on this? I'm not paying you for a professional opinion. I'm just,
I really don't know that I have a lot of thoughts on it.
okay. Is there anything that we should be aware of or should be considering or?
So there's a lot of things that the FCC says about this. Generally speaking, most providers replace a structure with a like structure, as long as it doesn't go more than 20 feet above the original structure.
Or 10%.
They don't have to have any. It's generally my understanding of the situation.
Okay. Do we have any basis to have them remove the old tower? We can, other than we can ask. Okay. Then,
There's this is more about some of your guys' other tower ordinance and comments. SEC Federal 6409 preemption. Probably a good chunk of forward yesterday on that, but a lot of telecommunication facilities small. So this one's federal level.
okay. Thank you. Pardon?
I'd be shocked if they don't take it down.
Well, me too, but
They're replacing them all over the country and you don't see many of them side by side.
Lance, thank you. Okay. Do we have
Well,
any?
the only removal needs to be done in a timely manner. Heck, they could leave that thing up there for 20 years if you don't suggest, and that's all we're doing, suggest a reasonable time frame. You know, big old charge of dynamite at the bottom, puts it on the ground, and then they can dismantle it however.
Would the commission agree that that's the only item that we would add is removal of the old tower and?
Don't still make it look like a tree.
Okay. You could do that.
So,
Right?
Yes, please.
So I was at the meeting, original tower was discussed. I think the original tower was supposed to be in that subdivision on the east side.
Yes.
I think the reason it didn't go up there is HOA. That I think that's the reason you take land. If that's in these two folks.
Thank you.
So Lance, bear with me for a moment, and you can hate me all you want. So so your tower is not in that subdivision then?
It's in a different filing.
Okay. So you wouldn't be under the auspice, if you would, of the folks that's in that part of it. Okay, thank you.
Okay. We need a motion to move forward with a letter on response.
Maybe just need to get Hayley guidance on what.
Okay, there you go. Remove the old and make it look like a tree.
Thank you. I'm decorated for Christmas.
Exactly. Needle therapy might work on it.
He didn't get anything out of the tree.
She's not an employee. Okay, up next, tower code development. Hayley, please.
Right. I invited Tammy Crossan to come to the meeting. We had our last PNC meeting and we thought it would be beneficial to have a board member and just share some of the discussion that we had and the urgency of getting this tower code moving
You guys
forward.
handle me again? When the needle thing was out of line.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was gonna, Chris, you wanna come up? Yeah, Chris is here too.
I forgot Chris was gonna be here. So we're gonna discuss Hellers again.
Thank you. So we're going back and revisiting towers and what's acceptable, what's not. Moving forward with that.
Well, I guess my point of being here is we had the tower discussion when we were approving these or denying the towers that were before the commission last month. And without any regulations, it makes it really difficult, as you guys can see. And one of the things we discussed as a board is it would be really great to have, well, let me start off. Hayley, you came to the board last month and requested specific, an attorney specific to tower regulations. And I'm just here because I think 3 of you guys were at the meeting, right? Were you there? But did you hear the discussion?
No, not all of it. I
Oh.
got off after.
Okay. Well, my request to you is that if you want us to write about tower codes, I would like to get a consultant.
Clayton, you may weigh in on this. I understand that the commission hired somebody several years ago and we have a piece laying around that never was adopted.
Yeah, we've got a
Is
tower
that
package. It
the
was
reference
actually,
to-
if I'm not mistaken, it was in the
It's this
same
right here.
package that, some of the package that Whiskey Rock put together
It's,
as part of it.
it's by Bob Dutchin.
Some guy in Colorado, we paid $5,000 to cut and paste what they had somewhere and give it to us.
I will say, I think there's still.
Just call them spade a
I
spade.
think there's room for improvements.
Okay.
Front review. 2021, but
You sent it to me, but I
Okay.
didn't see it.
I think
Besides,
this was originally drafted in about 2020 with Bob Dutchin. And then as far as when Whiskey Rock was hired, I don't know, were there any modifications made to this?
I don't actually know. I think it was wholesale brought into the package that Whiskey Rock put together. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know.
There's another milestone that happened there in 2023 when we submitted our, all of the draft regulations to the Board of County Commissioners and then the consultant. We had come up with the chapter that it's not that, I'm looking at it, it's on, the one that's on the website is from 2023. It's the one that
this
we
is
put
my
forward.
applications.
And I know we did quite a bit of work on it at that point. I'm not saying that it's done or ready to go, but and I was never aware that some other person ever worked on that. So it'd be interesting to know how they compare to each other, but just to say that what's on the website right now is from 2023. And that one comes out of the plan zone board and office working that one.
Are you seeing it?
Right, that's. Now, and I'll say I did a lot of the drafting of that. And it was a lot of looking at other Wyoming counties' work, copying, pasting, modifying. So, non-expert, but looking at what other folks in Wyoming counties have done in their regulations. And then the rest of the board and Jeness and Tess at that time, given their input. That's where that chapter comes from.
Thank you. So are you requesting that we obtain outside legal consulting on formulating the guidelines on towers? Okay, is that a board consensus?
I believe it was.
Okay. Have you any idea of,
Just so you know, Holly was not at the last meeting.
you still had a
It's just
quorum?
Yes.
I just chime in on the idea of consultants.
Please.
Please understand, I'm taking no offense by this idea of bringing somebody else in, like, that's fine. The reality is that towers isn't something the county should be scared of regulating. We have the authority to regulate it, we can do it. The vast majority of the issues that are gonna come through planning and zoning on regulations, and this is something that we discussed when the county hired a consultant first. The vast majority of things are policy decisions that you as policymakers have been elected to make those decisions. The law part of it is a minimal piece of it, especially with towers. Candidly, Lance has mentioned mainly the lion's share of towers that the lion's share of the FCC preemptions have already been discussed here today. Counties can't regulate with regards to microwave or any other type of things like that. They can't wholesale deny them. They have to have they have to have it done within the shot clock. They can't, there's a variety of other things that are in there, but we've already talked about most of it. So the reality is, like, we can hire a consultant, and that person can come in and they can tell you, and they can do the same thing that Whiskey Rock did, which is, hey, here's what we've got. What do you guys want to do with it? Because the vast majority of those questions are going to be, what do you feel is the right policy for Sublette County? Consultant or no consultant? And candidly, Chris, and now that you're mentioning this, Chris, I remember that you had done that work. Candidly, our entire regulations are cut and paste from somewhere else. That's where we got a lot of things. We did start whole cloth with the short-term rentals. That was something we started whole cloth, but we looked at other things. Reality is, like, you don't need to spend the money on a consultant and add in the time to the process to make policy decisions for which the Planning and Zoning Board has been appointed and you all have been elected to do. But you're more than welcome to spend the money and do it. It's just going to take more time, and that person's going to simply say, well, that's a policy decision for you guys to decide.
So would it be fair to say, Chris, take yours before you guys' board? If you're content with it, send it to Clayton to look over and bring it back to us in a month to adopt.
So my personal opinion, this isn't the board's opinion, is when I read the regs, and I won't go into how I read things, but we have to know a gap in service. We have to know if a new tower is going to go up, is going to bring new service, or is going to, if we deny it, is it going to take away service? How do we know what that is? You know?
Right. Unless you have to provide you the information.
Right, but I don't know what that information is. I don't know what to ask for. From a planning and zoning perspective, I don't know what that looks like. When Lance, the most patient man in this room, when I asked him about bandwidth and how many more people is it going to serve, there are so many more questions that I have to ask. And I'm assuming the rest of the board, you know, if they knew the information to ask, which I don't, but a lot of the federal regulations require that we can't deny a tower if we're going to cause a gap in service. Well, is that in cell service? Is that internet service? What is that? And what does that look like? I don't know the answer to that. So that's where we came up with the idea of, if we had someone specific that could guide us to how we ask for that, or if that even matters from a county perspective versus a federal perspective, I would appreciate that.
Commissioner Vickery?
The very first thing that needs to be done, in my opinion, is to eliminate cell towers in public facilities, because public facilities are schools, they're churches, they're county courthouses, they're fire stations, they're go on and on, ice hockey, ice arenas, golf courses. That's what public facilities are. They're not, and there's a probably butcher this word, a plethora of stuff that comes under public facilities that lacks a lot of being public facilities. When you have companies or individuals that are making money, so to speak, deriving income off of something, that's not a public facility, that's private enterprise.
That's not
I don't care what the regulation says. We're here to where we can change some of that. And public facilities needs to go away in some instances, because that is not a public facility. Public facilities are things that the public use theoretically free of charge. You go to a basketball game, unless it's a state tournament, doesn't cost anything to go into your public facility. Same thing when you come into the courthouse, unless you're paying your taxes, you come in, you can get some information. Same thing as you go to church, you go in, yeah, you pay your tithing, but you didn't have to. Go up here to the golf deal, it's public facility. Yeah, you play for green fees, but that's what public facilities in my mind are all about. They're not something that private enterprise is making a profit off of. The public's using, but boy, are they paying for most of it.
By all means, change that in regulation.
Well, that word, those two words, something needs to occur there because public facilities is getting overused big time in a lot of different things in the zoning. And that's my take on it. I don't care who disagrees with me. I'm not changing my mind on that one. That's just how it is.
And I think that's the road we're trying to head down. If we can get a tower ordinance in place, it'll go away from public facility. Tower regulation. And if you have something that's pretty good, you think? Bring it forward, let's adopt it.
Our best effort at the time. I'm not gonna say we wouldn't benefit from expert guidance. So, I mean, I certainly would welcome expert consultation. But, you know, I think we have something that's in the ballpark right.
Should we start with sharing that with members of the Planning and Zoning Commission and obtain their input on it? And go ahead.
Oh, I think our next meeting is just to discuss towers.
Okay, thank you. Wasn't aware. Well, maybe it was.
I was gonna say you were at the meeting.
Yeah.
The next meeting though is to discuss towers, but nothing, there cannot be a motion to approve or recommend the code to the commissioners because we did not advertise that within a 30-day period.
Correct, but you can garner input and feedback on it.
Yeah, it would be a miracle if we got to the place where we were able to make a recommendation for commissioners. And
Well, I think it ought to happen. I mean, we've gone through these regulations, not just towers, but over and over and over. Hell, let's pull a section out and go through it and get it adopted.
agree with the sentiment entirely.
Okay. Hayley, does that work?
Yes, I think just based off of the process, it will need to go to planning and zoning. It will go to planning and zoning next week. And then I will advertise that it may be, recommendation may be made at the November meeting. So it would be coming to the Board of County Commissioners following that November 20th thing. That's the soonest it could be presented to you.
And then that provides time to gather other thoughts as it pertains and modify accordingly. Yeah.
I would personally, I hope that, with Lance and Union, if we can seek their input too, that would be fantastic to get their input on as well. Can I ask a question?
Please.
I was curious, Clayton, previously you mentioned that we had defined towers as public facilities, and I only bring this up because we actually have ongoing tower applications. So in the meantime, I'm just curious, I mean, to say that we've defined it as facility would mean that there sounds like a formal process that was going through that must have preceded my time on the board, because that has not happened. I've been on the board. So was there a writing asked for an interpretation where that was done?
That would have been an actual, if it was done through a formal process, it would have been a modification of regulation. We have just simply, the global, we have just addressed towers traditionally. As long as I can remember, as long as it's been described to me, up to this point, they've operated as though they were a public facility. They've fallen under that category. Because then you have public facilities in every zoning district.
Right.
And I guess just the way that because it's either that or nothing.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I would argue with that a little bit, saying that we've defined it as that. I don't think we've defined it. I think you could just as easily say
a situation where a person, if they were denied the opportunity to ask for a public facility, they would have due process claims against the county.
Right, but it seems to me that if we were saying we define that in a way that you laid it out would sound like a letter of interpretation, where there was then a meeting where the board actually said, yes, we will define towers as public facilities. And if that wasn't done, you could say as a counter argument, okay, well, then it was done in error and precedent doesn't apply. We now know something we didn't before, or we recognize something we didn't before.
So we can either use them as a public facility and say they're a public facility, or we can say they're not a public facility, and then everybody can build a tower wherever they want. That's our option.
Well, except for you said that what you said, I agree with about the inability, or if we don't explicitly approve something, then it's innately denied or not allowed, prohibited. So it seems to me I would fall into that category, and we better hurry up and come up with tower regulations.
No, I guess we're missing, this is where preemption comes in. The county cannot wholesale prohibit the building of communication towers within its borders. We cannot prohibit it. And so instead of saying, go and build and do whatever you want, which is what we would be doing if we said our regulations don't address towers. Instead, the county has said, we are going to square peg round hole this into public facilities in order to have some control over town.
Okay, all right, well.
Okay, so being as how we're gonna be here till supper. So who is the county that put the square peg in a round hole? Define,
County?
who was it?
Sublette County.
Oh, okay, but Sublette County, I understand who Sublette County is, but who were the individuals that said this within the county?
Don't know, because it was happening long before I started, before I got
Okay.
here. It's on the planning and zoning board.
Okay, so here's my take on towers. Okay, you say we can't control them. We can control where they're gonna be put.
Only if you actually have regulations that do that, and that's why we've done it under a public facility.
No, if somebody comes in here and says, we want to build a tower here, in order for them to build a tower wherever it's at, unless it's on state ground or federal ground, then you're going to be able to say, well, we're going to deny that because it's not zoned properly or something along that lines. We can find a way to keep that from happening if we want to. That's the issue. So we're not talking about towers themselves. We're talking about the parcel of land they're going to sit on. That's where the whole issue is, in my opinion, because without that piece of property, there is no there's no house, there's no tower, there's no nothing. So that's where the zoning, i.e. the commission, has the authority to restrict a jillion towers. You can't just say, you'll go build them everywhere. No, you can't just build them everywhere. There's places you certainly can, places you certainly should, but there's places you certainly shouldn't also.
The only power the county has is because we have put them under the umbrella of public facility. That's the only place where they remotely fit. Again, if you want to have this conversation, we can have this conversation. I would suggest that it be an executive session. I'll just send you all an email after this.
So I just wanted to mention this. It's not necessarily about the tower code, but I think it's important to bring up. Union applied for a conditional use permit and for a variance for a 150-foot tall tower in Big Piney. That planning and zoning, the recommendation was denial. Again, it was primarily because of lack of code, and there were quite a few questions that came up regarding the location. Union, the representatives came to me and they requested to table their application. They're looking into this further. But one thing that was questioned, and I think just something for you to think about, is right now, if someone applies for a conditional use permit and they are denied, they cannot come back for a similar permit on the same property within a year. I do think we are in a little bit of a sticky situation, though, if they were denied and then we change our code. And part of the reason that I think we're in the sticky situation is because of our own code. So I just want to bring that up too, that even Union, with this Big Piney application, we still have to proceed with that application as well. And that is something that's still, the recommendation from P&Z has been made. However, Union has decided to table it at this time.
So with that shot clock you speak of in effect during table time?
If they pull, yes, unless the applicant pulls. Since the applicant, now I guess Hayley clarified, did they pull it or they asked to table it?
They requested to table it.
So any time theoretically between when they asked to delay wouldn't necessarily toll against the shot clock, so to speak. But the reality is that shot clock still exists. It's 150-foot tower, so we have a longer shot clock. It's not 90 days, it's 150 days. So there is more time there. But even if we were to adopt tower regulations between now and then, we're still operating under the regulations that occurred when the application was filed.
Which is public use.
Which is public facility.
Or public facility, yeah.
Okay.
And just for clarification, and let me back up a little bit. So Chris, and that you can help me clarify on this one. In the planning and zoning regulation update package that was proposed and ultimately the county commissioners said, go back and start over, what version of tower regs was in that document?
When you say what version, what do you mean? What version?
Was it the version that you put together, or was that version we bought from that guy out of Colorado?
What Whiskey Rock looks like, is that what you're saying? Sorry.
Yeah, whatever that final document
What
was.
Whiskey Rock has is almost identical to what we had in our 2023.
And the 2023 was what you put together?
I
Or
would say me, I would say the board put it together.
Okay.
Did a lot of the original draft.
And did we utilize any? I cannot remember if this stuff from this guy out of Colorado even was discussed.
I don't even know who the Colorado guy is. I have no recollection of what you're talking about related to Colorado guy.
Because the regulations showed up and they just nothing was ever done with them. We hired a consultant.
I
The
never
consultant-
knew that happened.
Yeah, he's out of Idaho though.
What's that? No, Whiskey Rock's out of Idaho. We're talking about a totally different guy.
Oh, I didn't know about that one either.
Out of Colorado, we paid him $5,000 to give us tower regulations.
This is the first time I've ever been made aware of it.
It was after Bart. Yeah, it was 2020, I think.
Okay, well, that may be what we started with and then we modified from there. I don't know.
I was just trying to iron out the history on that. But either way, the Whiskey Rock package that was ultimately decided by this board to go back and start over, that did include information about towers.
The Whiskey Rock version of the Towers chapter and our 2023 version of the Tower chapter are almost identical, if not exactly identical.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I understood that there was towers in that package.
Yes. That's what I want to say.
Clear as mud? You know which way we're going on this now?
No, I'd love some direction.
No,
Going to
got it. Okay. I got it. Gonna come forward to this week in December for us something to approve.
correct. You have this, they,
So we're using, it sounds like we're not hiring any sort of consultant. We're gonna leverage Clayton's expertise and if we have.
and your knowledge.
Plus you got some new stuff to look through. Yeah, it's nice.
And I suspect Lance would like to add to the, please, Lance.
Yeah, so I just have some questions. It sounds like right now you guys don't have any way of regulating towers, state land or BLM and such. So it's my advantage for you guys to think about. Other counties have implemented what they call a growth management area. Includes some of those state BLM lands where they are able to make some regulation and use through towers and things like that. But it's also my understanding that in those districts, they tend to treat traditional and conditional use permits as anything that's not explicitly authorized is only allowed if it's a conditional use permit. That sounds like the zoning regs in Sutherland County. It's not authorized, it's denied. So maybe a larger scale zoning in some sense.
Thank you. Good. And you can chat, you can find out information from, I suspect Lance would share and Union would share.
Yep.
Because ultimately, they're the ones that will want to come here and add, they should provide valuable information. Would you agree?
Yeah, of course, that's why it's important to have public hearings. It's the same way when you look at the rulemaking process on the federal level, that's what you do, and that's who makes the comments or the people who are being regulated.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a good one. Thanks, Tammy. Up next, primary and accessory structures on residential property. We need Clayton up here for this one.
I'll just give a summary for this right now, Clayton, if you want to, I guess. I would love it if you came up here and joined me. That'd be great. I thought I would reach out to you for clarification about this, and I do think it feels like a silly question to be asking regarding interpretation of our code when we're talking about accessory garage structures on residences. It seems like this should be pretty simple, but I had a couple people apply for permits in the last couple weeks. One was just the garage center on residential property, and the other one was 2 garage structures on vacant property, also in residential. And since I'm new, as I'm trying to issue permits, I'm trying to go into the code and just make sure I'm, learning the code as I'm doing this and make sure I'm, dotting my I's and crossing my T's and all that stuff. And I just noticed that our code, when it comes to residences and accessory structures, we list off what the uses, permitted uses are within each zone district, but we don't define anything with a primary structure or principal structure. But then the accessory structures, we do have a definition for accessory buildings, which says that they are supposed to be incidental or subordinate to a principal building. So when someone came to the office asking to build an accessory structure, I looked at the definition, was like, well, what is the principal building? But we don't define the principal building. So I just wanted to come and bring this to you, bring it to your attention, try to get a little bit of guidance. In our office, they have been permitted in the past as sometimes outbuildings. That's just how it's been termed, is outbuilding. There are times people will also get an outbuilding with residents in it. So a small residential area within the outbuilding. Also just looking at some of these permits that have been issued before and talking to a couple of people who have applied for them. Some people, they're building the garage first, and then they may be living in it while they're building their primary structure. So it does seem like there's some reasoning behind it, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention and get some guidance on it.
Great explanation. Thank you. Do we want to have a house on the property before we do the outside structures?
I don't know that there necessarily has to be a house, but there ought to be a time, although they build the other and you can't meet the time frame.
Correct.
A residential area ought to come with the house first, but I can see where if they need storage or it's a double-edged sword, but in a residential area, there ought to be a primary residence first, in my mind. Guess we've got a few of them that have created troubles later. They build the garage and they're running their business and they never do have a house.
Correct.
You were like mimicking the conversation I had with Hayley. That's why she's here asking you guys as her supervisor.
I think in a residential area, there ought to be a living structure first.
Define living structure. Does that mean a garage with a mother-in-law suite? And then build the main house?
Well, we've got a living structure defined, don't we?
We potentially do. In the updated regulations, yes. But yeah, like what does it mean? Does it mean you have
got to
garage
have
with
I don't know, place to cook. Every county defines that a little different.
Yeah.
Graduate's mother-in-law apartment in it, they could be there for years without doing anything else. And what are the categories of the residential living would it encompass? R1 only, R2?
R2.5, where to R20.
Okay.
In zone residential, RR. Have living structure on it.
So you're saying somewhere to, and this came up in conversation at our office, and I think Damon put it best. He says, if you can't poop in it, it's not a house.
But you can't,
So.
you can Barnes.
But is that a definition? Like, how do you want to define what a living structure is so Hayley knows what to look for? Because you could have a garage with a toilet and a place to wash up, but nowhere to cook and nowhere to sleep. So do you need all of those, or what does it look like?
So what's the assessor saying? She must have a definition.
We talked to the assessor's office. They, as far as zoning, they don't care about the zoning. They're looking at what the structure is when they're assessing the property. So what we decide, it really doesn't matter to them if they go out and it's just a garage. The Planning Association does have definitions that are guidelines to help people figure out what a residence would be considered. That's something I could look into a little more, but I think typically it does have to include a kitchen.
Well, they
Some
should
sort of
assess those
area.
more if it's something they can live in rather than just a shed. Run that assessment because they go for every building.
Right.
Can't imagine they grade every outbuilding the same thing.
Well, you give tax break on your house. Do they give a tax break if you've got a mother-in-law suite in your shop?
Is the tax break just your primary resident, one of them? You've seen a lot of them, they do that and then they turn into Airbnb and then they're living in this house and that's on the same property. I mean, that's what's happening. That's why they don't build in the middle of the property anymore. You see building a house that's over here.
So we discuss all these changes. What if we come up with one? Is it gonna go in and we're gonna adopt it immediately? Or how are these discussions gonna get back to reality here?
I think this is beneficial for the future code rewrite, but I feel like I'm in a pickle trying to figure out how to issue these permits when going back and looking at past permits. There wouldn't have been an issue. They would have been permitted, but I felt like based off of the definitions, it needs clarification on how we want to move forward with these for the time being.
So what realistically, from that perspective, Hayley's getting ahead of and trying to get guidance because, so for discussion's sake, if somebody comes in and applies for a building permit for a structure that is quote unquote accessory to something that doesn't exist, and she, as the regulations tell her, she's the interpreter of the zoning regulations, and her interpretation on that is you have to have a primary residence. If she denies it, that person appeals the denial to you all, and then you're making a decision on whether or not she did the right thing. She's essentially just getting ahead of that so she can get your idea of what this looks like before she makes any denials or approvals on the building.
Okay, so two questions. Number one, how can you have an accessory to something that isn't there?
Bingo.
Okay, so that takes care of that one.
But our
Understand?
defines accessory, not primary.
Okay, I understand that. So, and Commissioner Bradley hit it, I think. RR, rural residential, okay? RR, pretty straightforward in my mind. You're gonna have a house to begin with, and that in that house, it has to include at least one bedroom, a kitchen, a facility whereby you can either shower, bathe, or what was it you said, Damien said, poop in the house? Okay, you can do that. And then after that, something could be an accessory in all RR zones.
Commissioner White, what do you think about that?
So if I built a one-bedroom place, could I change it from accessory to a primary later if I built something bigger?
No, that'd just be adding on, wouldn't it? You just have to come back and get a permit for that.
But if it's not attached, I have to walk 30 feet to get to the other one?
So two things are happening there. So you have by regulations in your residential district, and I'm sorry if you want to go ahead.
Okay, go, you're fine.
You sure? Okay. In your residential district, you can have a house and you can have a guest house. Guest house is limited on square feet. So if you build your, whatever it may be with the mother-in-law suite in the garage, barn domain, call it whatever you want, and it has more than 1,200 square feet, that is your house. And then if you build something else, you're limited to guest house, which would be less than 1,200 square feet.
So can I build a outbuilding, a garage with a guest house in the back corner, call it my primary, and then eventually later, some other time, build another one that I want to change and redesignate the two names on it?
If it's less than 1,200 square feet in the garage, yes. But the question ends up being that first structure on the property.
So the first,
what does it have to have?
so that the first structure is bigger than 1,200 foot, there can never be a second structure bigger than 1,200 foot.
Well, residential,
If,
residential, not including garage space.
okay.
And one of the permits that was submitted was 2 outbuildings, and one of them had 350 square foot of living space. So, I mean, this is a fairly large outbuilding. I believe it was 2,500 square feet with about 370 square feet of living space. So it's like,
So
does that all of a sudden meet that definition of?
Well, if it meant, if in 300 square feet, did you say? Well, that's pretty small to put in at least one bedroom, kitchen, bathroom. We don't have much left after that. So my guess is maybe make it 2 bed. I don't know, but it needs to be, you know, I can't believe people take advantage of this stuff, but I know they do. So a house is a house to most of us. You know, you go in, you got a kitchen here, you got your wife can fry egg in the morning or cook your soup at night and a steak in the evening or something to that effect. You go down in your living room and you sit back, I do anyway, and watch TV or something. You have a restroom, you have another bedroom. If you have a relative shows up, you've got a place for him to live. So, you know, you can make it a reasonable, what'd you say, 1,200 square foot?
1,200 square foot is that's the line that we use for guest houses or cabins.
Okay, so when I was up looking at Lance's poll the other day, I saw some homes up there that should be in Hollywood. Gracious me. I don't know why people would build that, but they do, and beautiful facilities. And they're probably gonna have to snow machine out, but so the limits need to be on the lower side of something, but they need to include the normal facilities that would be in a structure that you would want to live in. It shouldn't be, and people come in and say, yeah, I'm gonna have a 300 footer. Well, say, okay, so show me the schematic where your kitchen's at, your bedroom's at, your bathroom facility is at. And if it fits those criteria, I guess it's okay. But I know there are a lot of people around, have in the past, probably will in the future, build their big old barn because they can afford that, first of all, put themselves into a little cubby hole, and then down the road 10 years or 4 years or maybe never build them a house on the rest of their property. I know that happens. It has, always will. So I don't know. I think you just need to step up and say, hey, if you're in RR, here's what you're going to do. You're going to build a livable facility to begin with, and then your outbuildings, whatever they are, come in, get your permits, and away you go.
Commissioner Stevens, you have anything to add there?
Lance has a question.
2 buildings, 2 livable buildings that could be built on a place, right? One of them has to be smaller than 1,200 square foot, and one of them can be bigger, right? So what do we care which one they build first?
Well, the issue
We're
that
limited to that.
As long as they have living quarters in the first one they build.
Yeah. And then living quarters, just like when we had that one up in Bondurant, when we was trying to decipher that one where is an open room
with a
living
microwave.
quarter with a microwave and a coffee maker.
Yeah, I think it's
And
great.
it has a bathroom. But at the end of the day, as long as you only have 2 structures, I don't care which one you build first. One It's like Doug said, if brand new out of school, trying to make a foothold in life, you don't have no money and that's what you can
Well, as long
afford.
as they've got a living structure, I don't care either, but you get the guy that comes in and puts a shop on it. Yeah, he turns around and makes a quick buck and it's gone. And then the next guy comes in, well, I bought this with just a shop and I'm gonna work out of here for a while. I mean, there's just too many
You're not gonna stop all that. though, are you?
loopholes that, well, you will if they don't get a permit unless they have a living structure. It'll cut it down.
Lance, you had,
I'm just curious, we're talking about accessory structures. What about in the instance where a landowner has 2 lots and they want to build a lot or build a shop on a lot that's adjacent to their existing lot? I mean, I may be out of place if I don't. Make me use.
I'll say, I know with the town, it was, and I'm not sure if this is still required, but it required vacationing the lot line if you are going to build an accessory structure next, like on your neighboring property, because primary use structure is required first. So for that instance, you would have to vacate the lot line. That's what some communities would require.
That could be tougher to do in finance situations if the bank has a lien against one lot. Don't want to tie the other lot up.
Yes. And I just will show on the screen, just so you can see what the code looks like, if that's okay. Are you still?
Chris, you have a question, please? Sorry, I didn't see you. Thank you.
I just wanted to say quickly that I agree. I mean, I think my feeling is I agree with Sam. I think in the sense that affordability, like if we, it's so unaffordable to build, to live. This is an expensive place to live in the first place, but it's really expensive to live. I think if we want to promote affordable housing, and I mean, I'm not saying at every level affordable housing, I think this would be wise to allow people to build structures before they build their primary residence. However, what I'll say is, I think what Hayley's looking for is, if you look at the language of accessory building definition, it says a building or structure which is incidental or subordinate to the principal building. And it goes on, but if I'm doing my job as a planning and zoning board member, that's what I have to use to make my decision. And to me, boy, that says no way if there's not a primary residence. So I would probably vote differently than I feel. But as we think about our future regulations, I think we should allow people to do it, because the risk is what? If someone builds a shop and what? That doesn't seem like a big risk to me. Like, so what if they sell it and then someone else
I can
builds
point
it?
to several around here that become nuisances.
Okay, well, maybe I'm just not aware.
They're a nuisance.
Okay.
Person operates, it does themselves.
I'll say too, we've had, and I've only been here for a month and I've already seen this happen at least once, where someone comes in and they get a building for a guest house, even though they already had a permit for another guest house on their property, but they say, we're not using that as a guest house anymore. We're using it for storage. So
Well, okay,
there have been these situations where it's almost like we have to be, I mean, I plan on going and saying, we need proof that you're using this for storage and not having 2 guest house on your property. But I think people are trying to find ways to.
Well, if it's got a kitchen and a bathroom and stuff, it's whether they're using it for storage or not, it's a house.
Yes.
It's not how they use it, it's what it has in it, as defined by regulations. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to share too, that this is what the code looks like when you scroll through and it tells you what the permitted uses are. So in rural residential districts, it lists these uses right here. Okay, and then it also, I'm going to scroll up. So single family dwelling, livestock with those conditions, guest house or cabin, and then those 3 conditional uses. And then when you scroll up here, this is what is allowed in any zone district, and it lists off these uses. And that's where accessory uses and structures is provided. So when you look at this list, they're all grouped together, with none of them requiring primary use or anything the way it's listed. It's only in the definition of accessory structure where we run into this issue. And the name of it, I guess. Sorry.
So just to clarify the question being asked. Does the initial building on the property need to be something that can be lived in?
In a residential area, yeah, in my mind, it is.
Yeah, me too. If it's just gonna be a shop, then go to light industrial somewhere to build a shop. Whatever, but if it's residential, rural residential, that means you're a resident, you're gonna live there in the rural, so to speak. And it needs to be a facility that you can live in. It's maintained as a home. That's my take on it.
No, I agree, but people is gonna find a way to go around stuff. You see it in this whole county, you know, I mean, they're out there, and I mean, we can adopt this and I'm fine with it. There's people out there that just stay up nights figuring out how to not go along with it. So do we have teeth to do anything with it? Haven't shown us so far changes, so, but I'm fine. I mean, we gotta try somewhere, we gotta start somewhere. I'm talking about this 5 years from now.
Any additional thoughts?
I think it's gonna be very hard to police,
Oh, absolutely.
build a shop, I'm gonna live in it. We're gonna know. Right?
You're not gonna do that. I know, you've already got a home and a shop. You don't need to do that.
I see a lot of cars.
So Hayley, here's what I'm telling you. You stick your guns on what a home should be. And if you get flack, say, this is what the commissioners decided to go visit with them.
And we give you latitude to make the call.
You know,
And then when they say, we don't like what you said, say, we'll go talk to my bosses.
Yes.
There you go. That's it. That's the
No,
best
we'll
advice.
talk about that. Go back, you know.
So
the one with the application with the two barns, one of them does have living space in it. However, if they came and said, well, this is actually a house with the garage attached to it, that is 2,000 square feet and the residence is 350 square feet, then all of a sudden I'm like, that's a house with a huge garage at that point.
It's livable though.
It's livable.
That's essentially what the guidance
Yeah.
is.
So would that be considered the primary structure at that point? If it's over the 1,200.
Till they build something else.
Okay.
Well, if it's over
Okay.
1,200 square foot, they can't build anything bigger.
Yeah, just to let them know they better start out small if that's not their primary.
Yeah, I'm telling you, 20 by 20 is not very large.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
if you're smiling and happy, we're good. We'll go on to the next. Ellen Houston. Assistants.
Okay, thanks. So before we talk about Alan Houston, I would like to thank Alan for all of his help this summer during the transition. He helped with all these permits coming in and with septic permits and inspections, issuing all the permits, keeping planning and zoning going. Christy Bain is the new assistant and she started the day after me. So the two of us have been working through a lot of things lately. And I feel like things are we're starting to get the hang of things. But one thing we did notice, Alan, is he's been very helpful when it comes to the septic inspections. I've been going out and doing some of them, but I think it would be helpful for our office, for me to still have some of his assistants. We do have additional budget for staff right now that is available in the office. But I think having him there where if there's an inspection that maybe I am not available to go out to the inspection or I just want someone else to go with, he could go do that with me. I think he's very knowledgeable in that area. And I have a lot to learn with it too. And I think I just wanted to see get your feedback about him continuing maybe on like an hourly basis.
Yeah, any ballpark of time?
I was thinking starting with about 60 hours and just seeing
60
hours and just kind of spanning that over a few months. But we are slowing down some
Okay.
with the permits as well, so I don't think it's going to be the same place we were a month ago with inspections.
Okay, so we're not talking per week, but it could be 60 per 4 months.
60, exactly,
Okay.
60 hours over the course of 3 or 4 months.
He's willing still.
Yes. Willing is a.
I have no issue with that. Excellent. Thank you. Good job. For being a newbie, good job. We'll move on to old business. I had the opportunity last week to go over.
On the right schedule?
You could go with that one.
We're going back. Oh,
Oh. Sorry. Purewest Representative. Presentation of application. Great, thank you.
I printed out her email that she had sent. I don't know if anybody had it. And I do have a PowerPoint that I can show that I don't have to show. It's up to you guys. The board.
What, however you'd like to proceed.
Can I do my PowerPoint? Okay. We'll have to have you join the meeting. Join the meeting? Okay.
Quick break,
Yeah,
quick, didn't set up.
Yeah, it's gonna take me just a second to yes.
Thank you.
Do I just sit here? Is this the spot?
You may. I'd like to call the meeting back to order, please. And with us currently is Lindsay Dick with Pure West.
That's right.
Great. Floor is yours.
Floor is mine. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for having me today.
If I may.
Okay, I don't know how to do all this. Okay, can everyone hear me now?
Good.
Okay, great. All right. So first of all, thank you for having me. This kind of came out of talking with Hayley. You guys have received some notices from us recently about some Wyoming Oil and Gas Commission hearings that are coming up in October, and they have to do with setbacks and increased density notices. And so I just wanted to come and kind of tell you what all that is about and answer any questions you might have. So I'll just get started unless you have anything you want to start with. Okay. So I did make a PowerPoint just to kind of go over a couple of basic things and hopefully maybe show you some visuals.
1 minute, please.
Okay.
See if they can move on to. So.
Okay, that's fine.
There was a hand up over here.
Well, that screen won't work, I don't think. Can you?
Can y'all see it now?
No, they're going to switch.
Okay.
We're going to switch to the left here.
All right. I think we're ready. Okay. So to get started, I just kind of wanted to go over who the Wyoming Oil and Gas Commission, we say WOGCC a lot, who they are and really why you guys got notices. And so WOGCC, it's a state regulatory agency. They oversee the development and conservation of oil and natural gas resources. They are the primary regulatory body for the state with the oil and gas. They make sure that everything is done safe and fair, and they're really there to protect environmental and landowners. So that is their main purpose. So everything we do, we are regulated by them. And so that's why we have these certain hearings for certain things, and part of their regulations, and that's kind of the reason you were noticed, is we have to notify mineral owners, in some circumstances, surface owners, just depending on what we're doing, anywhere from a half mile to a mile radius of whatever the planned activity is. And so in this case, right, what we're talking about today, we have requested to amend what we already have as a field-wide increased density and setback order. So our whole anticline field, which I can show you a map later, so I think you'll get a better picture, we already have no setbacks, and we already have increased density approved by WOGCC. This is really primarily just to add some additional lands that we've left out that we have oil and gas leases on. And so with that, as everybody knows, we've had some activity closer to town in the Stewart Point area. And so when you look at our leasehold there, we're having to notify quite a few people in that half mile radius. So that is the reason there were so many people notified. So moving on, unless you guys have any questions on that, I'm going to continue on. Okay. So some common questions that came about with these setbacks and increased well density that we've heard. We've had a lot of people call into us. A lot of people have stopped by the county. A lot of people have stopped by BLM. And kind of, I think the main theme is what I tried to capture today is, one, does this mean drilling will occur on my property? Not necessarily. Most of the time, no, right? You're just within this boundary that we have to notify you. And
And then the big one that we've gotten quite a bit is, it sounds like my surface will be disturbed by eliminating setbacks and increasing well density. That is not the case at all. And so I hope by the end of this presentation, I can kind of show you why that's not the case at all. So common questions. So let's talk about it a little bit more. So some of the basics, I just kind of wanted to show you guys visually, because I think this is where some of the confusion lies. And so right now, Purewest, in our current development program, what we've been doing since 2022 is we exclusively drill directional vertical wells. And so what that means is you have a surface hole location that's basically your entry point. And then you also have a bottom hole location, which is your subsurface point. It's deep in the reservoir, and it's basically you're drilling out and then you're basically drilling down. And so what this map shows is, if you see my pink stars, that's a surface hole location. That's a pad. So it has multiple wells that we can drill bottom holes off of, which are the green stars. And that's where the actual resource is being taken, but we're never touching that surface where that green star is. So it's kind of a cool thing. I think sometimes we hear vertical wells and we think of the old school, you just punch holes, right, everywhere. I'm from Texas. There's a lot of punching holes everywhere. We get to see a lot of ugly pump jacks. You guys here, we don't have to see that, which is a beautiful thing. So I really wanted to kind of just make sure everybody understood, number one, we're drilling directional vertical wells, and it is something that you have the surface hole, and then you're going out and you're never seeing the bottom hole. You're 2 miles underground and you're just extracting that resource. And the great thing is it relieves a lot of surface disturbance, right? Like, we don't have to touch near as much surface as we once did. With the surface hole and bottom hole location, we have to have an oil and gas lease. So if you don't have an oil and gas lease with us, we cannot extract any minerals underneath you. And we also cannot punch a hole in your property. The other thing I will say about a surface hole location is 98% of the time, either the oil and gas lease in Pinedale area, they're all no surface. You cannot have surface. The lease says no surface. So even if we wanted to do surface activity, we can't. And you're always usually going to have a separate surface agreement. So even if you have an oil and gas lease, you're also going to have a surface agreement on top of that. So again, I just kind of wanted to go over some of the basic terms and understand what a vertical well really means in this situation. And then also kind of understanding, we have to have certain contracts in place to have a surface hole or a bottom hole. Any questions from this group on that? No? Okay, cool. Y'all are easy so far. Okay. So then let's talk about, what does increased well density mean? What is a setback, and how does that kind of all work together? So increased well density, it just means drilling more wells within a given area of a reservoir or lease. Instead of wide spacing between wells, operators can place them closer together. What we're requesting is 10-acre increased density, which means you can have 4 acres per 40-acre quarter. We already can do this along this whole field, which is kind of where that green, you see everything in green on this map. This new notice that went out, we're just trying to add the yellow that's up in Stewart Point, the yellow that's in Mesa, and then there's a little spot in this Boulder area that we're trying to just add additional lands that we have leasehold on that we want to put in this order. And so that would mean increased well density, which has nothing to do with the surface. It's just the bottom hole. So again, 2 miles underground, and we cannot have a bottom hole that's not on yellow. So just something to remember. So a setback, we hear setbacks a lot in oil and gas. It's the minimum required distance between, in this case, an oil and gas well and another oil and gas well, a section quarter lines and lease lines. You also have setbacks from certain houses or buildings and different things. For this particular order and these notices, it's really just dealing with wells and section quarter lines and lease lines. And it's just saying that everything that we have yellow in within there, there's no setbacks, but we still have a setback from the boundary line of that yellow, which is all of our leasehold. And again, this just has to do with bottom holes. So that's under the ground, just pulling the resource out of the ground. No surface disturbance, no emissions. It actually prevents a lot of waste. And I'll get to that. How does increased well density and setbacks affect development? The merging of contiguous leased lands, which is what we have with increased density, allows the operator to develop in a way that supports preventing waste of hydrocarbons. It protects correlative rights. It's consistent, uniform across the field. It also allows for more drills to be drilled from a single pad, which reduces surface disturbance and emissions. So I kind of showed you my big map. I did put this little map up there so you could see closer to Stewart Point area, which is where a lot of people in town got notified because we have some leasehold. And you'll see that I kind of outlined the city of Pinedale. We're just asking for whatever's yellow. We do not have surface access. We cannot access these folks' surface. So it's literally just bottom hole setbacks and increased well density. Any questions on that? Because I know that can be kind of tough. This one's kind of confusing sometimes. Any questions from this group?
No.
No? Okay. Then lastly, all I have is that I know you guys have bombarded with questions at the county. And so we have listened to everybody at the county and the community, and we have postponed our increased density and setback hearing until December because we want to hold a community meeting on November 4th. And so it's going to be science fair style. It's going to be at the school administration building boardroom. Refreshments will be provided, and it's really just going to be for everyone to come and ask any questions they still have, and voice any concerns they might have. And then we will roll that into December 9th, which will have the density and setback hearing at WDCC in Casper on December 9th. So that's all I have.
Great, thank you. May I open it to questions?
You may, yeah.
Great. Please, if you have any questions or comments, concerns, feel free. Yes. Please, would you be kind enough to state your name for us?
Yes. Lee Bentley.
Thank you, Dottie.
Ma'am, with 2 pink stars. Can we think of those as those are well pads and the rest of them are those existing? Well pads?
Yes.
Those 2 pink stars?
Yes, they are. Yes.
Maybe that clears that up.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I just put the big stars because it was easier to see. I like stars and color. Yeah. Okay.
I'd like to address the commission as well.
Please state your name, Linda.
It's Linda Baker, Green River Alliance. Can I step forward?
Of course you may.
You use that, think that might be on. See better.
Is that mic on? Good job.
Thank you for that explanation.
Yes, you're welcome.
I'm still a little bit unclear, but
okay.
But I'm going to hold my questions until I learn more.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, this is going to be my letter to this commission and also a similar one to Oil and Gas Commission. I made this printout because it has relevant maps and I.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so, again, Linda Baker, Upper Green River Alliance here in Pinedale. In regard to Purewest's application for 10-acre well density and setbacks. Just to introduce our alliance a little bit. We're a community conservation organization based in Pinedale with over 200 members. I've been personally involved in oil and gas development since 1998. Served on the Pinedale Land Planning Working Group, 3 terms. Sublette County natural gas fields have produced groundwater along with the gas in increasing amounts for the past 4 decades. As natural gas development increases, so does the amount of groundwater produced and injected deep underground, as shown in table 1. So I'm sorry I don't have enough copies, but basically this table shows an increase in the amount of groundwater since 1998. You see it, but the arrow goes up. And we're looking at upwards of what? Close to 1 billion gallons of groundwater that have been extracted with the gas. And as you know, the town of Pinedale receives water from Fremont Lake, which at the end of this dry, hot summer is only about 50% full. New Fork Lake flowing into the New Fork River is only about 20% full right now. County residents, including our members, have private water wells that rely on groundwater quality and quantity. Sublette County and the West are in the longest and most profound drought we have endured in centuries. The Purewest proposal, if approved, would have a devastating effect on the quantity and quality of our private water wells in Sublette County and on the New Fork River, a tributary of the Green River and a headwater of the Colorado River. Draining our groundwater and our connected rivers with gas well density twice that of the Jonah Field is not in the best interest of Sublette County or the state of Wyoming. In the name of our members, our community, and our state, we protest Purewest's application for 10-acre spacing and reduced setbacks in the Pinedale Anticline. And we respectfully request that the commissioners recommend that Purewest's application be denied.
Okay.
FYI, the numbers in the graph are from the Wyoming Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, and I've been assembling them since 19. So, any questions? Yes, sir.
I mean, I'm just going by sight. So where do you see the Fremont Lake at 50%?
Well, I've been in personal communication with a state engineer's office representative recently, because they do, they keep track of all that all summer. And right now, of course, it's late fall, but.
I mean,
yeah.
I'm just going by shoreline with
Right,
New
right.
Fork too.
But
I mean, it doesn't seem like I'm not disputing, I'm just
No, I
quizzing,
know,
because
I
I mean,
understand.
I'm just going by sight. I'm not saying yes, no, indifferent.
Sure.
But I question that New Fork's down to 20%.
It's, it's typical for the end of the water year for the water levels in our lakes to be low, but right now they're the lowest they've ever been. And again, this is from statistics from people who know, and I can give you those references if you want.
Okay, because I just see the flow out of the lake is just like it's always been of the dam,
Right, right.
So I mean,
Well-
I've seen it when it's not hardly flooding. So I'm not questioning, but
Yeah.
I just going by driving up there and looking around, we all do, that it doesn't look like it's that low.
Well, I think you can acknowledge though that we are in a serious drought.
Oh, no doubt.
And that our groundwater and our surface water are connected. So when you think about the waters, let's say, starting from the snowfields and glaciers in the Wind River Range, that is all draining into our basin. And right now, the whole basin is at its lowest, of course, of the year, but also in the long term, probably the lowest it's ever. So we're in a drought situation, and we have been for a long time. And I'm sure you know about the Colorado River compact being,
Yeah, and I'm just
examined.
going by observation.
Yeah.
And, that everybody looks at something. And I'm,
Yeah.
like I said, I'm not questioning other than what I see with
Okay.
my eyes.
Right, okay. All right, any other questions? All right.
No, ma'am. Thank you, Linda. Are there any other questions, comments, observations? Online?
You want me to bring them back?
Yes, please.
Anyway, and this is like, there's what, 2 sections in the yellow.
Yeah.
And you wanna go for a 10-acre space. That's 64 wells on a pad. Are you gonna drill 60?
No, I mean,
Why do you need the 10 acres if you're not gonna?
it depends. You have to put your pads certain places. That doesn't mean one pad. It just means there's gonna be, for every quarter, you can drill up to 4 wells. If you actually look at our development plan, what we've done in the past couple of years, we spaced our wells out even more than that, just because we found other ways to complete wells and get more of the resource out of less wells. So I can't tell you how many pads we'll have or how many wells we'll have, but that just gives us the optionality to have 4 wells per that quarter is all that does.
It's on the map previous, what color, there was 2 pads.
There are 2 pads, yeah, and that's all been, a lot of that's already been drilled, but there were not 64 wells. Yeah, no, I don't think we have a pad.
We don't know how many pads there are there.
We do have one with 64, one with 50, okay. Right. Oh, it's yeah. This. And I can get you more information on that. I'm happy to get you more detail. I just don't know off the top of my head. Yeah.
And it's a 10-acre space and
And if I can interject, also, that this helps everything in the one document, right? As of right now, we're referencing multiple documents. It's just made everything into one document. That's where permitting. But also,
It's just a cleaner way to do things. Like it saves time, money, and also it keeps everyone well informed on the commission with us, with the BLM, with the community. Like, this is our field. This is what we can do across the field. And then it also allows us to develop really in the most responsible way we can. Because there's a lot of assets, and some of them are in Wyoming, that they don't have this just blanket space, right, that we do, which we're really lucky. And so there's a lot of pieceworking, and you're not getting the resource, and you are using a lot more surface and there's a lot more emissions because of that. So this is a really, kind of think of it as just a really nice package to be able to responsibly and easily get as much as you can out of this resource with minimal impact. It's kind of how I see it.
Any further questions? Truly thankful that you came and appreciate your input and taking the time out of your day. So please feel free if you have questions.
Well, Jeff went. Do you have any information as far as how many new additional production sites might be added? Or how many holes might be additionally drilled at existing sites? So will there be additional sites, or will there just be additional holes at existing sites?
There will be a combination of both.
You have any numbers?
And we're planning for 2026 right now. So a lot of that is in the works. But this past year, I think we drilled 32 wells. Our pads are much smaller than they once were, and a lot of the pads were even reclaiming to be smaller, even with more wells. So I think that kind of shows the impact there, but it's an ever-changing business. So if I were to give you a number right now, it could be wrong. I mean, we're constantly in development mode, and there's a lot of different factors that revolve around that. But I mean, as soon as I know something, I can share with you. Sure. Welcome.
Any additional? Yes, online.
As MC, they can unmute themselves.
Have they unmuted themselves?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, this is Mike Crossan. Thank you for the opportunity to, I guess, ask a question more than a comment. And I didn't catch the presenter's name, but many residents have noticed a chemical smell kind of around Pinedale a lot this summer. And it seems like it's coming from probably all that activity that's really taken off out there off North Tyler. But I'm just curious if there's something that can be done about that. Because whenever the wind blows kind of from that direction, the southwest, it gets pretty bad, even up by our house, which is a lot closer to Fremont Lake than it is to the gas field. And it's not a pleasant smell. And I don't know that it's harmful, but it's definitely not pleasant. And so I don't know if this increased activity is going to make that worse or more prevalent or more often. But if there's something that could be done about that, it would really be helpful. And I'm asking, since you're obviously responsible for the health, welfare, and safety of, the county residents, just if we could at least get an answers to what's going on and whether it's going to get worse would be great. Assuming it's related to what she's talking about, which I think it is, but I don't know that, obviously.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Lindsay?
I don't know the answer, to be honest. I think that we've had some complaints and we've addressed them and we haven't found anything necessarily, but I'm happy to kind of run that up the totem pole and probably work with our environmental group. That's a little outside of my wheelhouse, but I can definitely take that to the group and make sure that we can do something about it if it is actually us. So
I appreciate that.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is your home. I understand, but I don't know the answer for sure. So I will run that up the chain and talk to our environmental group about it.
And then you'll get back with us.
Yeah.
Great,
Yeah, we
thank
can do
you.
that. Yeah, wonderful.
Appreciate it. Are there further questions? Yes.
So much for doing this today, though. Just was curious. Okay, so the yellow on the map, are those areas that work is already taking place under the yellow? Okay, just wanted to confirm that. Okay, and then I also was curious, would you mind speaking a little bit to just like some of the water testing that you guys are doing in the area and just like for water quality for people who might be concerned about groundwater?
Sure. So everyone can hear me, although I think I'm loud. So it's just a very awkward.
You can pull the mic out of there.
Yeah, so sure. So when we knew we were going to be active up in Stewart Point, which is the area that's near town, I know you've seen the rig and all the things. We, by regulation with the DEQ, we have to test water wells within a certain vicinity. That vicinity is a quarter a mile is what they regulate. We went out a half a mile. So since we've started activity, I think it was 2023, we did testing before. We did testing after completions, and then we did another round so we had Stewart Point 16.6. That was our first. We did it before drilling, after drilling, before completions, after completions, I believe. And then we had Stewart Point 416, which we did the same thing. We tested water before and we're getting ready or just finished, I think, testing water again for those wells. So yeah, and so far it's been good. We haven't found anything. So we also have, we've got a lot of we call them water monitoring wells throughout the field, and those are tested every year, and those make sure that there's no gas leaks or anything like that. So we take it very seriously, and we're also heavily regulated. The state, the DEQ, the commission, the BLM. There's lots of regulations in place to keep everybody safe. So yeah. So we actually, it's personal water wells. We give them to those folks, and they go from there. And if there's an issue, then we have to submit them to the DEQ too. I don't know if that's public information or not. I'd have to get back to you on that. It's from I don't want to get this one wrong. I believe it's from the bottom hole location. Yeah. It should be from the bottom hole. Yeah. I will make sure I'm not wrong on that one. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
When you're testing the water, can you test both quantity and quality or just quality?
We just test quality.
And there was a hand raised over here just a few minutes ago. Okay,
Okay, bottom holes. Okay, yeah. It should be bottom hole. Yes, yeah. You're asking all the water stuff. I'm not the water girl, but yes. Okay. Anything else?
Bring this information.
Yes, so please come to the community meeting because I'm going to order a bunch of refreshments, so we need them gone. So yes, come and we'll have some more information on water and all those things. So,
so the lady in the back, would you be kind enough to introduce yourself? Great,
she's
thank
with
you.
me.
Excellent, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a final question.
Yeah.
Since we're talking about potentially 64 wells per section or whatever,
Mhm.
10 per acre, 640 acres, even though you're calling.
Yes, yes, yes.
Take to drill a well, like, if you're gonna park on there and say do half a section and do 32 wells, how long would the rig be there, and then how long would it take to frack? If we're gonna have some new pads covering your town.
Yeah, well, I mean, we already have new pads near town, right? And you saw us come in and drill in about, I don't know, a month. Okay. And then what we have done since I guess since 2023, because of certain wildlife stipulations and things like that, is what we do is we drill all the wells throughout the year, and then we come through and we complete the wells from like August through December. It works out really well also because the harsh winters and things like that. And so I think completing those wells, it goes pretty quickly, but then you do have flow back and stuff like that. So if you were on one pad for 32 wells, which I don't see happening, that could be a little while for sure. Yeah.
I mean, like 10 days to drill a well, 20.
What are we at right now? Alexa, to drill a well, how many days are we at right now? 10 days. Okay, yeah. We've gotten super fast. Yeah. Yes, about that. Yes. Yeah. And we have like a mean machine right now. Our drilling and completions have just gotten faster and faster, which is only better for everybody, right? Like it gets it on and off, and it's quite impressive. So yeah. Yes, ma'am.
What's your well density spacing now?
10 acres. Yes, throughout the field, except for the spots that we're trying to add to this order.
Okay, so how does the find identifying rod, which allows 160 acre spacing, how did that change to 10 acre?
I guess regulatory, so that makes more my group, but we are half the well.
Do you want to come sit? Yeah, sure. Come on up. Get a microphone.
You made a friend. So I guess we'll put it this, we're still under the amount of wells and pads that the ROD would allow for. So we're still trying to do that. And so this commingle, like you guys, I don't know if you hear the word commingling. There's multiple terms for commingling, but basically what's happening is we're trying to get this all into one thing so we can have less equipment out there. So we've been able to get some production units taken off pads because we were able to get commingling. So allowing us to get this one group together, you're not going to see any more increased pads. So it will help on that situation.
Was it through a docket, a number of dockets?
Yeah, so it's 134, 2022 is the main docket. And then there's 4 dockets after that are basically there's an amendment for Stewart Point, and then there's an amendment for the southern part of the field. And what we did is we combined the whole field. And I will tell you this, prior to that, us combining it, there was a lot of 5 acre spacing. So we bumped it up to 10 acre spacing for the entire field, except for my yellow that I'm trying to include in the field wide. And so, yeah, we do have that approved right now, and that is what we use for drilling. Yep.
Great.
Okay, another.
No weird questions.
I guess there was maybe a lawsuit from Jonah to Ultra, your predecessor, or something that we have to do with downhole drainage and space, which I really know nothing about.
Yes.
So, 200-foot number that you're talking about, does that relate to any of that?
Yeah, so what Jonah and and Purewest did is we actually traded a bunch of acreage. And so it kind of eliminated some of those issues with setbacks and such. And so now we have this nice line because we had an old checkerboard. I don't know if you've seen a map, but it was a checkerboard. And so we've eliminated that checkerboard, which is beautiful in the land world. I don't like checkerboards. And so now we have a boundary, and so we have a 200-foot setback on each side for us. So we don't get in each other's playground anymore. So it's good. Yes. And we work really nicely with Jonah. So we're all is well.
So that was about, sorry.
Yes.
That was about drainage from.
Yes.
From somebody else's, lease to yours.
100%, yeah.
The setback, 200 foot, what else does that apply to?
It's a 200-foot boundary around the field, basically, that you cannot have we have to have a well within that 200-foot because of leasehold, basically.
That setback from the river, from private property.
There are now you have to remember when you get into private property, that has to do with the private owner, right? And so you have an agreement with them. And then there are some regulations by the state. I don't know if the city and county, I don't know how all those work, that you might have to be 500 feet away from a building or a home. Most of our private leases, that's what we have is 500 feet. But a lot of my private owners, we have surface use agreements with all of them in our field, and we work really well with them. There is a setback to the river, and I don't, well, it depends on who owns the river, right? Yeah, so it depends on, because there are riparian lots that people own. And so it really depends on who owns the riverbed. So that, yeah. I don't think so. Okay. All right.
Any further questions? Yes, Paul.
This is another rumor.
Okay.
Under Feinberg?
I don't know where, I don't even know where Pine Creek is exactly. So I don't think, not that I know of at this moment in time. Yeah, I would have to, yeah.
But under the golf course.
Not that I don't believe I have a lease right now with the golf course. So
The outside of the boundary that was like a half mile from our, and then half mile from where you had to notify the golf course.
Got notified?
Along the golf.
Yeah. I cannot put a bottom hole anywhere that I do not have yellow on the map, which means I have an oil and gas lease. So if we don't have an oil and gas lease with you, or you're not a mineral owner, there's no way we can put a bottom hole there. We would get shut down so fast. It's called trespassing. We cannot trespass. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Carmel, we're going to be best friends. Yeah.
Well, I love
Okay.
I know too much about this, but it seems to me from people that I've talked to, there's an awful lot of people who think that they do not own their mineral. Or that, maybe they were told by the title company when they bought it, well, you'll get whatever was left by the guy before who, saved half of it. If there was any, which you didn't know either, who got half.
Yeah.
Or who died and had 27 kids and so whatever.
Yes.
What about the surface owner who has no clue?
Yeah, so that's a common situation in our industry, right? You have a lot of split estates where you have different mineral ownership, and you can have multiple mineral owners, right, under that tract, because a lot of times it's passed to, the 5 kids, and then the 5 kids have passed away, so then it's 10 grandkids or whatever the case may be. This is very common. And in Wyoming, minerals do trump surface. So you are allowed, you really can't stop someone from developing that resource if you've signed an oil and gas lease, right? And that's from the mineral owner. However, I will say I really have never come across it in my career, which I've been doing this, I think this is my 18th year as a landman. I'm a landman, that we haven't negotiated a surface use agreement with a surface owner if we needed to use the surface. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't still drill underneath them, but they might not get that revenue if they don't have any of the minerals. So that does happen, but as far as touching their surface, I'm not going to touch their surface without an agreement with them. So, yeah.
So the golf course, even if the county does no longer own the minerals, and the county does own.
Right.
Probably we're not gonna see a lot of wells.
Probably all men. I don't know. Probably, yes. So, yeah, that would be fun, wouldn't it? Just be like, oh.
Okay, any further questions online? Okay, and we'll close it to questions, comments. Lindsay, thank you so very much.
You're so welcome. Thank y'all for having me.
Everyone, thank you for coming and offering your questions and input on this. It's appreciated. Thank you. Okay, which we'll move on to. Pardon? Carmel, please, would you go outside? Thank you. Excellent. Up next, monthly beverage permits, malt beverage permits, I'm sorry.
No malt beverage permits, just one bond.
One bond,
Make a motion to approve, Deputy Town Clerk Ashley Jones. His surety bond.
Second.
motion second, all in favor? Aye, opposed? Motion passed. Next, Laila Illoway. You notice evaluation changes?
Let's see. I have one company for 3 tax years. It's FPR Pinedale. So for tax year 2020, it is the tax amount of $5,706.87. 2021, $1,424.64, and 2022, $1,353.78 for a total of $8,485.29.
Motion,
Chairman, I move that we approve NOVCs as presented by the assessor.
have a motion, a second?
Oh. They go back.
Really? So we have a motion and the second was by whom? Doug? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Can I ask you a question?
Mhm.
So you missed a big discussion in there a while ago about property, building house on them, what's on them, little house, big house.
Okay.
So what do you inspect when you go see? Do you make notes of what's, say there's a building there, is it shed, is it got bathroom in it? Do you make any kind of notes like that?
We have to know everything about it. So if we don't know what's in it, we send a questionnaire. And hopefully they return. If not, we have to estimate if it has a bathroom, how many bathrooms, what kind of heating.
Understood that you did. I
No, we
did.
We measure it all. Depends if it's a residence, an outbuilding, garage, whatever it is. We have to put it on.
So, but that's every 6 years? Did
Nope.
you-
Only, it's every 6 years unless they get a permit. If they have a permit, we go out until it's completed. Which we get those from the towns and.
Cause that kind of contradicts what we learned a little bit,
Oh, well,
that we wouldn't know what it was.
you wouldn't know what it was. That was what we.
Well, this would be
discussed,
specific
yeah.
what it is.
Yeah, we were talking like rural residential and we build a barn, but we got was it a 400-foot square spot
Sure.
to live in? And that's considered a house? Wouldn't be,
We
would it?
could do an outbuilding with living, like with living space. If you
Well, yeah, but what's a living space? In my mind, it should be something you could call a home.
Well, we would put it in as additional finish or living space that's attached to it. I don't know how they define it, but.
So we kind of coming up with what the first structure would be.
So there's a 25% tax break. on this,
There's
On
25%
on your residence.
on your primary
So
residence.
if you go out there and they don't have a primary residence, but they have
So-
a barn with a bathroom in it.
So it depends on what's called an abstract code, which is what defines what that is. If it has a certain abstract code, it does not qualify
So what sets
for
these
that
abstract
25.
codes?
So those codes are residential or outbuilding or like commercial abstracts don't qualify. So if they're just building something, they don't get it until it's completed. So if it's a great big shop with a little bit of living space in it, then it's more of a, not really a residential.
Well, I think that's where we were kind of talking about here with folks coming in with a barn, but they're putting in a 200 or 300 or 400-foot space they call their living facility. And then later down the day, either they do or they don't build another house. And so the first thing is an accessory to something that's not there. So how do you get by with that? What can be an accessory to something that's not there?
Oh, I don't know, is an accessory building just an outbuilding though?
Correct.
So I don't know, yeah. I don't know.
It's not an accessory to a primary residence?
I don't have an answer for you. We would put it in as an outbuilding. And it would not be entered as residential, so. Does it have residential with it?
So after you get a permit, so you hear that there's being something built, you give them a certain time to go look, or how do you know what it's gonna be?
We
when it's
get
done?
them and we start going out. So if we got them in January, we usually do permits in the fall to give them as long as we can. So we'll start permits here in the next couple of weeks. And then we go till the end of the year, till we get them completed. And then they get a questionnaire that says, how far will you be on January 1st? If we go in October, we send it, they return it. A lot of times we see them when we're there and ask if they think they'll be finished by the end of the year, and they'll tell us yes or no. And you can get a pretty good idea if it's just gonna be a shell. We put it in as a % complete.
I mean, to me, it looks like if they would work with you, it'll sure save a lot of stuff down the road. I don't know. I mean, I was under the impression that they thought you didn't know what it was. But
If we didn't know what it was,
yeah, I knew you did, you know,
we find out, I guess, when we go, but.
yeah. Okay, well, that answers some questions from me.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you so
Thank
very
you.
much. Appreciate your time. Emily, any bond approvals? Adam?
Sharon.
Yes.
Elizabeth and I accidentally did not put payroll liabilities on your added voucher sheet, and so I needed you gentlemen to approve this total as well. I'm sorry.
Next meeting.
It's over there. It's right there.
Make a motion to approve payroll liabilities in the amount of $665,627.41.
We'll second that.
Have a motion second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you, everyone, for that. Old business. Last week I had the opportunity to go attend an open house ribbon cutting over at the Food Basket. What a very nice service we offer there. Great people. I encourage any and everyone to support that however they can, please. Next, old business. Jessica, please, status on OpenGov training for employees.
I had a meeting with OpenGov last Wednesday, on Wednesday the 1st. And just, he gave me options for online trainings, which I told him we weren't really looking for online trainings. We wanted to have in-person trainings, and he was supposed to send me some numbers.
Yeah, great.
He has not done that yet, so.
As much as we pay, they need to come forward. Excellent.
There's quite a bit that is included, but it is all online. So we could start there, we could take those trainings and then decide if we wanted in person, but I would prefer an in-person training. I don't know if maybe Jeness can answer that question, is when we contracted with OpenGov, did they come and give an in-person training to start?
We never did have an in-person training. It was all online.
Okay. Well, we'll keep informed on that, move forward. State of the county publication as offered by proposal from Pinedale Roundup. Jeness, do you have those figures, please? Thank you. Going back to prior conversations, Pinedale Roundup, I suspect everyone's had the opportunity to read through this, correct? They want to promote and sell ad copies, print 1,500 copies of the county report, 1,000 inserted in the Pinedale Roundup, 500 distributed by Pinedale Roundup staff at key locations across the county. So they're not only going to print it, they'll also distribute for us. Total cost for the project is $11,050. $11,050. Includes editorial coordination, locally produced photography, design, printing, and distribution. Is there any discussion on this? Is there anything that we want to do in this regard?
Then if we go through it, then for 100 copies or something.
Great, we'll give you a discount.
No, I'm just said, instead of him distributing the 500, I'd like
Okay.
to have 50 or 100 to
I'd rather sell you 100 and make some money here.
try it first.
Okay. That should be a
Maybe
no-brainer.
like 2 weeks advance on. So
Yeah, okay. We can certainly do that, of course. Okay, any thoughts, discussion, comments, motions or non-motions?
Well, I don't know, just a thought. I don't know whether, the way I read it, they must have people gonna buy 1,000 Pinedale Roundups. I don't think that's gonna happen. So I think the idea behind it's certainly okay, but I'm I don't know about the number. I think we ought to try this deal out once and see where it goes, quite
I
honestly.
think the number's fair. Last time we got 250 for 10,000. And if they're willing to distribute them, they must sell 1,000. They must have 1,000 subscribers. If that's the number.
Jeness, you had sent an email pertaining I thought I had that son of a gun here too.
Well, I thought that 1,000 was they gonna put out with their subscription.
I thought you had
paper
500 for 13,000.
Cost of printing and question. Numbers. Oh, no, do a very. Did you send it to me, Jen? It would have stated the term of the subject.
Yeah, nice.
I think they're using the dollar amount based on what it cost last time we had it here. I think it was around $12,000 for.
Yeah, I think it was 10, I think.
Yeah, it was 12.
Oh, their number seems fair and their distribution is like that, because out of the 500, we probably didn't get half of them distributed.
So we had last time 500 units ordered. Actual printing cost was $1,250 and publication cost was $12,650 for $13,900. So last go we had, according to this information, 500 for $13,000. Whatever I said just a bit ago.
1,500 for 11,000.
Okay. Any thoughts?
Yes, what you do. The last one was good. Yeah. I'm thinking. We'll see. I mean.
Okay.
Well, I read that proposal said the printing's no big deal. It's putting it together that costs much. So whether we go with, I don't know, there's been a time or two when the garbage cans around the post office got full of those things and people went and picked up their, pardon me, their mail. I don't know. I think we ought to try something. I don't know what the numbers are, quite honestly, but it wouldn't bother me to get some of that information out there. There's some people who will really like it.
Comment on that, we always had them stacked on the treasurer's desk just up front, and people would definitely grab them, read them while they were there or want to take them. So if it's an optional, like not put in your mailbox, but something that you can pick up if you want to look at it. If you had it available in many spots throughout the county.
Yeah, I think that's right. I know I liked them when they had some out at the junction there. You know, they were there. They never did. Matter of fact, I took them out there. I think I put 50 out there one year, and they went away pretty quickly. I never did replenish it, and that's my fault. But
I'm sure where they're gonna sell ads, they wanna produce it as they can. Give their, whoever they sell ads to some press time or distribution.
It's nice from a PR perspective for, I think, both county and of course the roundup, because they're going out with all the newspapers. It doesn't matter if there's 650 or whatever thousand people will see it, and they're going to be able to, if they want to look and see what we're spending, and that's excellent. And if not, we're offering local merchants advertising. So it's not limited. Shoot, you're getting 3 times the number for, what the heck is it? 25% reduction maybe in price from 2 years ago, keeping in mind we didn't publish last year. Still pending. I think it's in Oklahoma or someplace. I don't know. New Mexico, maybe. I don't know where it's now. From your perspective, do you have any questions or statements in this regard, Janet?
I haven't seen the yet.
Okay, great.
I think the question, I'd like to know if he's putting them in posts going out of town. There's people that will be in Arizona and still get their newspaper. I'd be interested to know if it's every paper,
Okay,
or whether he's limited to just.
so why don't we table this until next meeting or next meeting, and they can come do a presentation on it. That way we're not guessing. Please, Jessica, if you could arrange that. Thank you. To the county, both, I've had a couple commissioners mention the cost of tires that were shown in a recent accounts payables voucher portion of it, and how that it appears to be excessive. What I had proposed, and we're going to try and see how it goes, is we've completed the first quarter of the county's fiscal year. And with that, what I have proposed, and people have said they'd like to meet with the different department heads regardless, is to print their current first quarter expenditures and compare it to last year's first quarter expenditures in comparison with the budget. And by doing that, we can see if we have any reduction in expenses based on our $30 million reduction in overall budget. At that point in time, we'll be able to address tires, vendors, any portion of our expenses across the board. And we can, we have the department heads coming forward that we can help encourage to cut costs and perhaps coach them through being more prudent with the expenditures that they're making. My concern is that if we don't start talking with our department heads about what they're spending, they may not cut costs. They may not make budget. So that's kind of what I had proposed, and we're moving forward with in meeting with every department and taking a look in comparison reports on their expenses. If it works, great, and if it doesn't, we don't have to certainly chasing that down a rabbit hole. Okay. Pardon?
Add a little bit to that.
You can add as much as you like.
Well, it looked like our payroll went up, but we gained some employees or looks something like 100,000 or something. 1.2 and went to 1.3.
I know Andrea has onboarded some new employees. Yes.
Is the sheriff's office substantially raised their people, or, I mean, where's that? I'm curious where the 100,000 went to.
As far as new positions, there was just the IT positions, and they haven't started yet.
Road and Bridge should have brought on a couple.
The road and bridge changed from part-time to full-time. No, I'll get with Andrea and get back with you. Yeah. Did you hear your name? Commissioner Stevens was asking about payroll. It seemed like it was a little bit more than normal by 100,000.
100,000?
Well, it went from 1.2 some to 1.3 some.
Wildland fire. Yeah,
Oh,
the wildland fire was significant this time because, and we'll get all that money back. There was that, yes. We do have a few new detention officers though.
So are these brand new or fill-ins, or what's going on there?
So brand new detention.
So they've added, like, so there was 10.
No, sorry, they were open positions. They were open positions, and then they are having a couple transfer to patrol. Patrol is so shorthanded, and so they are going to be hiring more in detention. And then moving.
So there'll be more patrol people. There's a vacancy.
There are 9 vacancies in patrol right now.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
kind of what's going on.
Yeah, so they're moving some from detention to patrol. They'll be hiring more detention, but that detention was filled until just barely. Now they're moving around, but the biggest difference probably was your wildland fire. There was a lot of our local firefighters that went and helped at Dollar Lake. And so all of that should be coming back,
Thank you.
including benefits.
Glad you got good ears.
Yeah, thank you.
We were whispering.
Thank you, Andrea. Okay, is there any other further old business?
I have one thing. And it's old because it's me bringing it forward. I got Sam's attention now, so I can go forward with it. So go back to zoning for a minute. So they need direction, and I believe they do need direction. And so what I'm going to propose is this, and I don't know whether if it goes fine, if it doesn't, I won't lose much sleep over it. So a meeting ago, I gave you guys all a little rundown on my perspective of what I thought part of that should be as we go forward with zoning. And so I would like to propose this as a motion to present that with the blessing of the commissioners to the zoning folks, have them look at it and say, hey, here's some guidance. Look at some of this, use it what you can. If there's some you can use, fine. If not, that's okay too, but at least it's a start. And I think until we do something like that, and I'm just using this as my example, feel free to say the heck with you. It matters not to me, but the zoning is going to be, it already is hot button issue here in Sublette County. And if we don't help in this regards, then I think we're remiss in doing so. And so that's what I'm asking is you guys to send this there with the blessing of the commissioners. Say, hey, look at this. If you've had a chance to scratch some of it out or add, fine. If you want to wait to do that, that's fine also. But I'm bringing it up now because I think we're at that threshold where we've already seen where this deal with the towers is going. We don't know where it's going. And so that's my request is put that in the form of a motion. I'd like to see this commission support it. I'd like to send it to the zoning folks and say, here, take this and run with it or not. That's my take on it. So that's my old business.
So I'll interject at that point. This is something that the Planning and Zoning Board asked for 4 months ago, was direction from us of some nature. And what you've prepared is great. If other commissioners would like to add to it, that's all the better.
Or take away. There may be some things in there that you just can't agree with, but
okay.
You know, as I said before, I'm not very good at this stuff, and it took me a while to piecemeal it together, go back through some of the stuff that I felt, and some of that I felt was, quite frankly, from a personal nature, but quite frankly, for what I hope is the future of the county to slow down on some development, to guide some development in the direction it needs to go. And whether obviously I can't address it all, didn't address it all, but it'd be a start in my mind. So
well,
that's all.
With the new planning and zoning administrator, hopefully we can gain traction on it.
So, you know, I'll just put a little in there. That's just, I don't want anybody to answer nothing. So what you wrote in there, Doug, I appreciate it, okay. But then right after, you know, we get that out there folder, it kind of contradicts a little bit what you said. Or it's gonna be right in somebody's backyard, you know, that what they're going to do.
Yeah, well, that hasn't got here yet, so.
Oh, no, I understand that, but I'm saying what you said. And then immediately something shows up out there, which I agree 110%. That I wish people didn't have to put it right next to houses, okay? You know, but I'm just saying that, you know, immediately we got something that falls into what you were talking. You think?
Well, more than likely you're correct in that regards, but we don't know with that issue. I'm assuming we're going to see somebody here at our next meeting, or that group, if you would, the nonprofit or whatever they are, going to show up here and explain what in fact they're going to do. We'll have a little better feel for it, whether you say yay or nay. And I'm guessing they're going to go through zoning before they get here anyway. Maybe not. I don't know.
They've already been through zoning.
Yeah, but not the person. Not the people that's actually going to do it, Lynn. That's the issue.
Well, but the issue is that it was denied by the choice at this point in time is they can withdraw and do nothing, They do not have to go back to planning and zoning because planning and zoning has already denied it. And then the applicant has the option to bring it forward at that point in time.
Right, but that's my question, unless maybe I'm wrong in this, the applicant was not the people that's gonna have the property.
They were given the opportunity to withdraw the application and they refused to do so and let it be what it is. They've taken the responsibility of moving forward and that's their call.
Okay, fair enough.
Let me go back on our potholes, you know, we got a lot of ground here in this county, state, you know. And I just, like you said in that, you know, I just feel like people don't have to put it right next to somebody, you know, there's gonna be septics and water and, you know, a lot of things right there. But there's gonna be houses basically half around that, whatever they do, you know, so I just feel like I wish people would kind of find some ground out where it doesn't bother anybody, you know, and then if you want to build your house next to it, okay, but won't force that on somebody that's already living there. So that's how I feel. And it kind of went along with what you said, you know, so.
Well, I think, you know, we're putting a lot on folks with zoning, and I think we need to just, best we can do is make a statement that says, hey, this is what we feel like. And I'm not jumping up and down. I'm not pleading. I'm just pleading, so to speak, for this commission to put something together. It doesn't have to be that says, hey, let's go this direction. Here's some direction that we think you can go, and give them some guidance. There's some smart folks. We've got a lady here that's already been presented more to this commission since she's been here than the previous ones have forever.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner Vickery. I've lost track on this. Do we have any motion on the table in this regard? Do we have further discussions, questions in this regard?
I think in my mind, I mean, I look at this and I think, well, our comprehensive plan states a lot of this. And there's a lot of direction out there. We've got some pretty good plans that Chris has referred to the 23 plans a lot. In my mind, we give them goals. Yeah, we can send this to them, say, can you kind of follow this as your guideline? But at the end of the day, we still have to have residential regulations and different regulations to enforce what's here. And so they've got that. Let's just challenge them to, you know, bring a section every quarter in for us to approve and get something to work from here. They've got a pretty good handle on what they have. And they've got a pretty good set of regulations, I think, for this county.
Okay.
But you know, it makes stuff.
But we got to get something going. I mean, shit, we've talked about this for 4 years that I know of.
But they got these meetings and here's all this controversial stuff and they're wore out by the time they get to when they need to talk about this. I mean, you know, it's like, oh, brother. You know, so, I mean, I don't know whether they need to have meetings. They just talk about this and put that other stuff on hold so they can concentrate.
They did that once and we came back with nothing.
Right. The other option is we go out and we find another consultant.
I think we've got pretty good rules if we just.
Yeah, I'm not too excited.
Over and come forward with something.
Yeah, I'm not too excited with another consultant myself, but
if they come forward with the tower section here, I mean, that's a step of an improvement.
It is.
Let them come forward with a definition section in 2 months. Just get rolling, baby steps, keep going.
We're the decision makers, right? So why don't we just take everything that they've got, open it up, we have public meetings and we go through section and section and we just start. Once we can get 3 of us to agree on it, then it's done. I mean, it's ultimately gonna come down to that anyway.
Right.
Cause what I think on something, you're not gonna agree with, Mac, but maybe Dave will. I doubt it.
Okay. But at the end of the day, I think we do have some good people on that board that have put the time in and are willing, let them bring it forward and
They've already,
give us
they already
Yeah.
got one set, so I mean,
Right.
when is it? I mean,
bring that set forward and let us.
yeah, let's start going through chapter by chapter.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion. That's enough. I just trying to get something going because I think it's so important. And I guess time will tell at some point.
Well, we're at a great point here where we're discussing it, and rather than throw up his hand and say, well, it doesn't matter. Sam's suggestion has value. If we were to go through chapter by chapter, the planning zone and zoning regulations, we probably would need to shorten our meetings by 50% or have additional meetings to go through planning and zoning regs. Would you agree with that?
I agree. Okay, you're gonna have to have additional meetings on it, right? But
Correct.
as a decision maker, as the elected official that got put in this position to make the decisions on that, don't you owe it to the public and your voters to do that?
And I'm not arguing with that at all. I don't mind taking the time and doing it, absolutely. So I think Sam's option is purely and truly acceptable, and then it encompasses Commissioner Vickery's, where he has the items that he's put in that we can monitor every clause in the planning and zoning regs and see if we need to incorporate anything additional in that. It then could encompass Commissioner Bradley's with, he thinks the damn thing's written in stone, we don't need to do anything. So
I don't know that I said it quite like that.
So I guess it's open to a couple of different ways, and I'm willing to do whatever the next step is.
I would ask that board to go through that 23 brief overview of the 23. If they think it's pretty acceptable, send it to us.
Okay, and then when they go through, then we're still going to have to go through on our own. Okay.
And whether we spend 5 minutes or 5 weeks, we need to set a deadline. I mean, we need to get something going.
Okay.
Do we have a goal of what we're trying to accomplish? Are we trying to, when we started this out a couple of years back, right? And the whole goal was to clean it up, make it more easily definable on, just for example, today towers. Right now we got 3 buckets. If we don't put them in one of those 3 buckets on residential, then they don't have to get a permit. They can go do whatever they want. So you have to put them in those 3 buckets. So we make those buckets now to 6. But ultimately, it's still going to come, or is our goal to set up a written set of rules that are set in stone until the next commission takes place and then comes and changes it? Are we trying to set it up so we don't have to make those decisions, that it's all written? What is our goal?
I think the decision making is gonna still come here after.
So do we want to make it so that there's
that? Well, if I hear what you're saying, black is black, white is white. That's it.
So then we need to decide what is black and what is white, and that's what we need to decide, and that's all I'm proposing is like, okay, let's sit down and start going through it and drawing out what's black and white and what's hard no and what's hard yes, and however else we want to take it.
They've already told us that they were throwing all around lap. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I think they jumped right on that.
I guarantee they would, right?
Yeah, I mean, they was told us at a meeting.
They're tired of getting beat up by the public.
No,
It's
they're just sick
hard
of it, and they, so that won't be a problem giving it to us. Okay, it'll be here next week.
And then they're also tired of giving us something and we say, yeah, we don't like that, go back and do it again. Well, what do you like? I don't know, but not that.
Well, that's why I say, here again, I'm gonna reiterate, that's why I say this little thing I put together, saying, here it is. This is part of it. Use this where you can. once you put that in place, I mean, there's a couple things in there I said, but I mean, it just makes sense. You know, like all septic systems. My goodness gracious, some of these subdivisions over time are gonna have 50, 60, 70 septic systems. That stuff's going somewhere, folks, and it's going downhill. We've heard the discussion about concerns with groundwater, just not from the drilling, but tell me about these septics that are out there all over the country. They'll start showing up at some, the older ones especially as they deteriorate. They weren't, a lot of them weren't built with the plastics and that kind of stuff that we have today. So going down the road, that's gonna be a concern, or it should be. And if they get into some of these navigable streams, which a lot of the big canals in this country are, it's hard to tell where that pollutant is. So, yeah, it's a concern and it should be.
Sure. DEQ already regulates that too, right?
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, they do if they will, but you know, there's stuff, DEQ doesn't come out and look at all that stuff. They just take somebody's word for it.
But we sat here and allowed that house over there on Pine Creek, then 30 feet of the Pine Creek to build that house, you know, so I mean, it's sure gonna change some property values if they can't build on them, you know. And we all went and looked at that one over there, you know.
Is that the one that was in town?
No, on Pine Creek out there on the old gun club.
Okay.
There at the end, you know, the guy wanted to cut that hill off.
Okay, so is there a motion made?
I withdrew that. Fine. Let the motion
I'm going to adjourn.
Sure.
That's gonna make it. Can't use that anymore. Man.
Cabbing's done.
When I left today, my wife said, "You're gonna take the pool cues with you?" And I said, "No, I'll come back, feed those steers and get them then." I said, "I'll be through in plenty of time for that." If I drive fast, don't get picked up. I still have time.
Okay.
Daniel Jones.
Yeah, well.
Any further discussion, questions, comments? Is there a motion?
Make a motion to ask the planning and zoning board to bring the 23 regulations forward after they review them for a month and a half, 2 months, 2 meetings. Bring them to us and we'll start doing what we're gonna do.
So you want them to continue working on those, towers, they come up with something for towers too in that deal?
I hope they have that here to us soon. Which it sounds like that tower regulation is coming right out of the 23. Say it.
Okay, I have a motion on the table for planning and zoning to take their existing resources, go through chapter 1, edit it completely.
Chapter 1 of the 23 regulations.
Chapter 1 of the 23 regulations and bring it forward.
Yeah, let's do chapter at a time rather than all set.
Okay,
See how it works for a minute.
okay. Yeah, that's about it. I'm not, I'm trying not to make motions.
So I understand that you're just saying, okay, you guys are now on a deadline. You got 2 months to get us chapter 1.
Yeah.
Okay, that's your motion.
That's my motion.
All right.
Then we have to do something with it.
But they could do,
Okay.
Yeah, they can send it as they want.
they can ignore it, just send it in 2 months.
Yeah, that's right.
Actually, not at the direction of if our direction to them is, this is what we expect, then they need to provide that to us, or at that point in time, any point in time, we have the latitude to replace board members for non-compliance with our wants.
Hey.
So I already got their 2022. So do we just want to use it?
We know we'll get your next meeting.
You might have nobody at that board.
Start firing volunteers. Is that what I heard?
And then if you want to take, you can always take any proposal made and do amendments to it or add-ons in regards to the information that you prepared. That can be part of the package as an amendment. Or an addendum, whichever, however you want to look at it. So at this point in time, there's a motion on the table to instruct the Planning and Zoning Commission to have Chapter 1 to us within 2 months. At that point in time, we'll go through it from front to back, approve or not approve. I would presume during that time frame where we're looking at it, then they would start Chapter 2 and provide it to us again in 2 months. And that would be that cycle.
So,
Please, Sam?
yeah, so all the chapters intertie somewhat to the other chapters, right?
Correct.
So if you're gonna try to approve a chapter, but you don't know how it's gonna tie into another chapter. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it.
Nope. And you wrapped your head correctly, because Chapter 10 could tie right back to Chapter 2. Have a motion on the table? Going once? Twice?
Oh, a second, we gotta start somewhere. I mean, if it don't work, then we another plan, but we.
Chapter 1's all definitions, isn't it?
It is.
So chapter 1 should be pretty easy.
Well,
Fair enough.
but then you have to come up with the definition of additional structures and dwelling. And that addresses. Okay.
I don't know.
Have a-
We still haven't come up with a decision. It could be
Okay.
happening.
We're gonna vote on it here when it comes
Okay.
up next time.
Have a motion and a second. I have a question from the floor, please. Oh, absolutely. And the public comment was coming after this portion that on old business that we're discussing. I'm sorry.
Go on, talk
For the regulations.
What you're saying is that you're asking the Planning and Zoning Commission to get to you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood what your question.
Provisions.
Great, thank you.
You're gonna take them. I think Sam alluded to the fact, take them and you approve or disapprove or revise. Where is public comment in that sense? Where is public engagement in that sense?
That should occur at the planning and zoning level, yes. And they have, my understanding, and I could be wrong, was when it was last gone through, people made a number of public comments, but they would also be welcome to at this point in time.
Okay, because I think that it needs to be clear what document they're working with. Because the Planning and Zoning Board has gone through a number of iterations of public comment. There was the Whiskey Rock input, and I don't know where that stands with the 23 document, if that's included in there or not. So I think there at least needs to be enough direction to the Planning and Zoning Board that we're all very clear about what draft they're going to submit to you. And then once it comes to your body to deliberate, there needs to be a plan or some further public comment. The more refined that you can get the regulations, the less trouble there will be down the road. It's painful. It's been terribly painful so far, but I think absolute clarity and direction about what's happening so that there's no ambiguity is really essential to the process. If that makes sense.
I agree 100%. And going back, a lot of this was prior to my being on the board. But at the same time, I believe that the document as prepared by Whiskey Rock is not the document that was being spoken about currently. And the Planning and Zoning Board will be reviewing the 23, I think edited version is what I recall printed on it. And Whiskey Rock is not part of that. Okay, and
The last, through a process over the last year, that process, that input is not put in there either. Is that correct?
I don't know what the Planning and Zoning has done in that regard. I'm sorry.
That should be clear. I think that needs to be clear.
I think
Start with the 23 and any work they've done to improve it, change it to their satisfaction, will come forward.
I think that I think that we have a new planning and zoning administrator that's aware that this is coming, and it was part of what we discussed when we hired her. So I believe that she, with little guidance from the commissioners and planning and zoning, will be open to public comment and putting it together. Yes, if that makes sense.
Well, I think what needs to be clear is what the 23 document is and what the public comment process is going to look like as your body takes over the process.
Thank you. I think the first part I defined just a minute ago as far as what document we're going to be addressing. The review process and editing will be done at the direction of the chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission, along with the guidance of the Planning and Zoning Administrator. I would presume that public comment will be open, both there and of course here. I believe in full transparency in that regard. And then after they're through with chapter 1, going through and editing, it'll come here and the same thing will occur. And I believe that answers the questions and gives the public full transparency, and everyone has the option to participate in the future of that planning and zoning regulations.
Which I think are, if we're using the 23 document, those are just about finished. That process of public input is finished. Planning and Zoning Board had a draft after public comment in 23 before it went to Whiskey Rock. I'm assuming that that is the document that will come forth.
And that's an area that I'm not familiar with. I'm sorry. I can't say yes or no because I wasn't involved at that point in time. So I don't know what they have. When I spoke with Alan Houston, he said he thought that he had found a file of public comments in that regard, but that was the extent that we went into it.
I'm assuming you're right. I think that is the document when we say the 2023 document, because we had planning and zoning go through, they went through, put a bunch of public comment in there. We had a red line, and then we had comments from our current administrator. We compiled all that, sent it to Whiskey Rock. Whiskey Rock compiled it, put their spin on it, sent it back to us. We didn't like that. We threw out the Whiskey Rock one now. And I'm assuming that one that still has all that public comment and that work that they did over a 2-year time span is what's going to come up, and we're still going to have available that public comment. Then I'm assuming we're going to be open to public comment once the 30-day clock starts on what people see once we're ready to put out a final document. Hey, this is what we're considering on approving right here. This is the new planning and zoning regs coming from the decision makers of the county. You guys got 30 days to make comment on it before we do our final approval.
Correct. One of the items that I'm not sure of, to be honest, is how much involvement the public comment was utilized in the drafting of the 23 document. I don't know that answer. I'm sorry.
I think
Quite a bit.
extensively, but you could come back with.
Hey, we
Okay,
figured out
yeah,
how to get you back.
I don't,
We figured
I'm
out-
just answering what I know and absolutely.
In hours and hours and hours of meetings during that process.
Okay.
And I'm assuming it's that kind of draft.
And I agree with that 100%. Yes, Commissioner Vickery. No, thank you.
Audio comment, if that's a term we can use too, also, and that'll be someplace.
Okay. Excellent. So motion going forward, Commissioner Bradley's failed for lack of a second. No, you second. I apologize. We have a motion and a second. Any further comments, questions?
Wait, what's the motion?
Commissioner Bradley?
Bring
It's
the 23
That ship
regulations.
sailed. You guys don't have them. You sent them back to the board, the planning and zoning board. They are theirs. You have no
Right.
control over them until they finish their process. You all have the
So-
ability to pick them up, do all your review, make all your changes, do everything you want.
We're asking them to send a section forward that they're ready to have approved.
We're telling them to give us chapter 1 in 2 months.
They're theirs. You can ask them, you can like, I guess, is that what you mean you're doing? Is that you're gonna request that it happen? Okay, sorry, I thought you were making a motion that it will be brought forward. Okay,
We're asking them to bring forward a revision they're comfortable with working with for us to finalize and approve.
they can't do it within 2 meetings. They have
Chapter
to,
1,
no, they have to notice it, they
Right.
have to have a review, they have to make a vote, and then they can get it to you. So as soon as they can get it to you is 30 days from, so that's before their meeting here. If they published candidly this week, I don't know when the deadline is, but if they got it published in the next roundup, they could give you, then that would be the November meeting is when they could make a decision. That would be November, the 3rd week in November.
and they're gonna probably want some time to continue to hammer it out. I don't know if it's ready or what its status is.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Sorry, I thought you were. I didn't understand
I was ready to vote.
the motion. I didn't understand.
What?
You can request him to do it, but you don't have any way to like,
Yeah, to your left.
because they have it, it's their process. But you can tell them, please send us chunks as they come.
Look,
Push down.
so they've been actively working on this.
I don't know how you want to define the word actively. But one thing that I do know from the
So maybe we ought
conversation,
to start with having them come in, give us a report and their feelings on how they can move forward.
Again?
Yep.
didn't you guys,
I can't answer how they're doing it now.
I would anticipate, because this came up in conversation before, because so many chapters depend on other chapters, that sending them up chapter at a time is going to be difficult for them.
Okay.
We talked about that too.
But you could, by all means, ask them to light a fire under their rear ends.
We've done that before and put it out.
They're theirs. You guys send them back to them. That's how your regs work.
I don't know what the direction. Proposal for the direction that Doug sent is. But it seems to me that the more direction and clarity that can be given to planning and zoning both in terms of what document we're using. And I don't know about Doug's comments. I have no idea what they are, but if that further gives them direction about what they need to give to you, that
Jessica,
should be included.
would you be kind enough to give that to her?
I know they're starving for guidance.
I mean, I don't see that, I can read through this. I don't see it would hurt. Offer them this direction and also clarity. Draft what they use. It's like revising a paper. You've got, 10 different people with inputs, 10 different iterations. We've got to know what iteration we're working. Right?
Yes.
And it seems to me that this would help as well.
I lost the last 3 sentences. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Because just looking at this, it looks like it hits on a lot of the kind of controversial issues that we've spent hours meeting after meeting kind of hashing over, and there's been disagreement about. And it seems like it's important to try to be really clear on a few things in terms of the direction of development in Sublette County. Just from looking at this looks like this is what is offered here.
Correct.
So that's my suggestion.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I appreciate your insight. Thank you. There's a motion on the table by Commissioner Bradley, seconded by Commissioner Stevens. Any further comment? Questions, suggestions?
Still feel strongly that way?
No, I'm not gonna rescind it. I just ain't voting for it.
We got it. This is long.
Okay, all in favor of? All opposed? Aye.
Hell, I saw it happen the other night at the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay.
So for 2 hours on one and set 9,000 restrictions and then voted against it.
I think that there's a general consensus that the document should be reviewed on a whole, encompassing the public opinion. And that way you can tie chapter 1 to chapter 10, for example, or 9 to chapter 4. In order to accomplish that, it'll be incumbent on the Planning and Zoning Commission to go through from beginning to end and tie everything together. Along with the public comment that's been submitted, and at the same time, I believe that current public interaction should be welcomed and be fully transparent to all. Are there any? I'm don't have any place to go until 7 o'clock. So
Oh, it's here.
nice. So the question is, to what extent do you want to address the planning and zoning requirements, rules and regulations? I thought that I encompassed pretty much what people on the board had talked about, and it encompassed everything that here, knowing that it goes through with the new planning and zoning administrator, and they walk through and make the revisions, edits under that umbrella. Then it comes to us for the further review with public opinion. And I think that accomplishes everything. Any comments, questions on that?
We need a motion or do we just ask the planning and zoning board to?
We would need a motion and second to move.
Document, bring it forward when they're comfortable.
Yes. And we can go further with,
Send Doug's attachment as guideline. Thing to
if you want us to go with that, yes, that is correct.
I'd like to add to it if I'd like to have till the next meeting to look that over and add to it on Doug to present back to you guys on some of my thoughts.
Are we okay tabling that for a meeting?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Stevens? Okay, we'll table it and revisit it. The next meeting in Big Piney. The next meeting in Big Piney will also sit down, starting with department heads to go over their budgets. Hopefully we'll be able to do two departments per meeting moving forward. Is there any further public comment at this point in time from those in attendance or online?
Here, so.
Take a motion.
What was the decision on the state of the county? Are we gonna ask them to do it?
We've asked them to come forward and answer some questions in that regard.
My question was, is in all the papers in the county here,
Unless you'd like to stay longer, and we'll take a motion to adjourn.
You got anything?
I had no public comment.
you okay?
No.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
You have a motion. Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you, everyone. See you next time.
Real quick before you leave.
Who are you talking to?
Jeness's grant